weekend shows all the time. Just this weekend, I went fishing. I went out and enjoyed life for a minute. So I didn't come on. But nevertheless, here we are. Let me get my last stream up, which is going. We're going to be on Clapper today as well. I think we are. Okay, there we go. All right. And we're talking about, now Trump is talking about putting Obama in jail. I'm assuming some of you folks have heard that. This is in regards to the Russian, what did he refer to, the Russian collusion delusion? The notion is that the Obama along with Biden made all this stuff up. And Trump is the Trump administration is suggesting that Obama be prosecuted. Obama be prosecuted. So we're a long way from President Trump has did more for African Americans than any president since Abraham Lincoln. Now he's talking about potentially locking up the first black president. So we're certainly going to get to that, but that's not our only topic today. You know how this show runs. I want to run a few things by you from the, very controversial, such as locking up a former president, to some of the other things that are just wild. We got like 4 topics here. We'll see where the show goes. You know how this always works, but I want to start out by asking you folks this. Now, many of you folks are aware that last week it came out that President Trump had, what did they say, some kind of venous insufficiency is how they labeled it, suggesting that his heart is not pumping the blood or the fluids from his feet back up to his heart or whatever. And you may have seen the photos. I don't know where I'm on monitor. Oh, there we go. You may have seen the photos of his foot. Here's on a monitor behind me. His foot's pretty damn swollen there. His foot is pretty swollen. I mean, it's swollen enough that I kind of wonder if it's even comfortable to wear that shoe. I'll see if I can, I can see if I can zoom in on it even more here than it is shown on my monitor. I don't know why that comes up, but that doesn't look comfortable. That just does not look comfortable. I mean, he has that shoe laced all the way to the top. So you got to assume his foot once he takes his foot out of that shoe, it's going to have some deformities. I mean, because that shoe is like it's like crimping his foot. So he's probably going to the imprint of where that shoe stops, it stops on his ankle around his foot. But I want you guys to hear. Now, these are just folks that are rambling. We're not going to pretend like any of these folks know what they're talking about. So that's not what we're here for. What I'm about to play for you, I'm not here to suggest they know what they're talking about. What I want to play for you is something to listen, and this is for our discussion. These are individuals that are in the medical field, so you know where this is going. But I want you to hear it anyhow. And if I can get the volume up, I just want you to hear this because it kind of pertains to the Biden administration. And I'll let you know what I mean when I say the Biden administration after we run these 2 clips.
Hi, I'm Becca. I have over a decade of nursing experience, mostly in emergency medicine, and I'm here to tell you that the POTUS does not just have chronic venous insufficiency. He most likely has heart failure. I've seen the medications that he's taking that they've admitted to anyway, and I've seen how they've changed since his first presidency, and I've seen his swelling or edema that he has, and the math ain't mathin'. So, sorry to break this news to you.
Now, she's one, but it doesn't matter who she is. I'm not here to say she's credible or anything like that. I just want you to hear their take. She's suggesting that based on his prescriptions and his symptoms, is more likely congestive heart failure than it is venous insufficiency. So we're going to be talking about that, and I'm going to tell you how it connects to President
Congestive
Biden.
heart failure, I'm pretty sure. I'm a home health physical therapist with a doctorate in my field. I work with congestive heart failure patients every single day, multiple heart failure patients every day. The thing that tipped me off is the shape of his legs. You can have some fluid retention from chronic venous insufficiency, but his ankles and feet look like he hasn't been able to see the bones in his feet or the veins on the top of his feet for quite a long time. It's already been publicly shared that he takes medication for cholesterol, for a skin condition, a rash, or maybe something like that. But I'm willing to bet he's also taking a diuretic and probably another medication to help his heart beat more efficiently, amiodarone, carvedilol, something like that. But that guy has congestive heart failure. Or it could be some combination of congestive heart failure and kidney failure. Both of those things can cause your legs to swell like that. I've had many patients who had really significant swelling in their feet and ankles like that, and they go to the hospital with kidney failure, acute kidney failure. Then they get placed on dialysis, either permanently or temporarily, and the swelling goes down dramatically. Of course, this administration.
So what I want, he didn't go into his opinion about whether they would tell you or not, but I want to ask you folks, because I'm going to tie this into President Biden. Remember, the whole notion is that President Biden's cognitive health was in steep decline, and the Democrats kept it secret. They lied about his health. I'm going to tell you, based on my analysis, and I was a big defender that I didn't believe Biden was in cognitive decline, but after seeing that June 27th debate, I too now believe that the liberals deliberately misled the public in regards to President Biden's health. But I'm asking, is it possible that only the Democrats would mislead the public in regards to a presidential candidate's health? Are the Democratic Party the only party that would do that? Or do you believe the Republican Party is capable of doing that as well? You see a couple people saying this. I'll give my take on it, and it's simply this way. I remember when Trump caught COVID during the pandemic. Now, if you watch the Sunday shows, This Week with George Stephanopoulos, Meet the Press, CBS Sunday Morning, Chris Christie is a regular on This Week with George Stephanopoulos, and he stated that Trump was in much worse shape than they told us when he went to Walter Reed. Remember, he's on the porch, not wearing a mask, and then he walks to Marine One. They said his oxygen levels are like in the 80s. Another member of his administration also wrote a book saying that they thought he was going to die. I mean, he was in bad shape, but he put on a rosy picture to portray strength. So I'm just going to submit to you that if he is misleading us about his current health, it wouldn't be the first time. I'm just going to say that. There's doctors that suggest when he gave his before you become president, you have to give out your mental and physical evaluation. The doctor later stated that Trump wrote his own evaluation. We know Trump exaggerates, whether it's his dimensions for a mugshot, his wealth, whatever. So I'm going to say right off the bat, it's not impossible that Trump would be exaggerating his health, and the idea that the doctors would be honest. In Trump's world, my guess is Trump could easily find a doctor that would say whatever he wanted to say. I mean, you can get medicine as a regular American citizen, everything from Viagra to opioids. You can easily find a doctor that will say what you want. They call it doctor shopping. You got to assume the president could easily do that as well. But I want to ask you folks, do you believe that what Trump is dealing with is not that significant, or do you believe what some of these medical professionals are saying, that he may be downplaying a serious ailment? So we're going to talk about that. Also, in addition to that, I want to talk to you about, I don't know why the president is doing this other than, Trump does some wild shit, but I'll let you hear a quick clip. This is Trump. Like I said, I don't know why he's doing this, but he is. First, it was renaming Confederate bases back after Confederate soldiers. Here's another one. And I don't know why my...
Well, you want me to make a controversial statement? I would. I wouldn't have changed the name, but that's there. It just doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same ring to me. But winning can make everything sound good. So if they win, all of a sudden the Commander sounds good. But I wouldn't have changed the name.
Now he's talking about changing the name from the Washington Redskins to the Washington Commanders. He is actually, there was some kind of deal, I believe, to have a new stadium built for the Commanders in D.C. Trump is threatening that deal if they don't change the NFL team's name back to the Redskins. He is actually threatening the deal. He's also stating that the Cleveland Guardians should change that team's name back to the Indians as well. Why is he doing that? I want to ask you folks. what do I say, the Native American community. I think we've all grown past the notion that they're Indians. That was a whole mislabel by the whole Christopher Columbus crew discovering the wrong continent. But the Native Americans have made it clear that they find both of those names offensive. Yet Trump is saying he wants Washington to go back to the Redskins and the Cleveland baseball team to go back to calling it the Indians. Why would a president get involved in that? Now, it's the same with we talked about the Confederate bases and things like that as well, but why is he going back to names that those communities have stated is insulting, if not racist? What is the purpose of that? What would be the goal of doing that? So we're going to talk about that. In addition to that, I want to ask you folks, I get accused of being of fluffing all the time. For you folks who may not know what fluffing is, I'm not going to explain it right now, but I've had folks tell me that I am indeed too nice to MAGA. What the hell does that mean? So I'm going to ask a simple question. Are we in an environment where it is wrong to be cordial and kind to the other side? Should we just hate each other? Is that what's being promoted? I mean, people are telling me that all liberals, of course, but they're telling me that I am being too nice and cordial to MAGA. What does that say about the Democrats? What does that say about the Democrats? Want to hear from you folks. But and last but not least, before I start taking callers and going into the comments, you probably have heard that Trump is threatening to have President Obama prosecuted over the the whole Russian impeachment, suggesting that Obama fabricated a lot of information and things like that. Tulsi Gabbard is also, she's the one that's talking about there should be a case on it or whatever. Tulsi Gabbard, I don't think she ever was a liberal, but she is the one leading the charge. And they're talking about potentially prosecuting former President Obama. So look, we talked about, Trump, how much he's done for the African-American community in his first term, reallocating money to HBCUs and things like that. This don't seem like it's going to be a good term for the black community, but I will have the conversation with you folks. So you know how the show is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We always will be MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, I'll start out by asking always, smash that like button if you're watching on Clapper or TikTok, or if you're watching on YouTube, but always follow the program, give your boy a sub. So looking in the comments, he didn't do that in his first term. Well, that's what they say, Mike. That's what they're saying. They're suggesting that under Trump, during his first term, he did a hell of a lot for African Americans. And I'll just tell you, his support from African Americans, it actually grew during his second term, at least from black males. Kamala Harris actually, if I'm correct, she did worse with black males than Biden did. Let me know if I'm wrong in it, but I believe Kamala Harris did worse with black males than Biden did going up against Trump. So Biden got more black males in 2020 than Kamala Harris did in 2024. Go figure. Looking in the comments, Barry was an Arab. In the comments on Clapper, Barry was an Arab-funded agent placed in power to dismantle the U.S. from within. So you're saying that Barack Obama, Barry, which he doesn't, I don't know why, other than just to be insulting, but Barack Obama doesn't go by the name Barry. But anyway, you say he was an Arab-funded agent. The guy who was droning the shit out of the Middle East, had Bin Laden taken out, that dude is an Arab-funded agent? Okay. Maybe the Arabs do not know what actually happened during his term. But you say he was placed in power to dismantle the U.S. from within. Then if that is true, if Barack Obama was placed in power by the Arabs to dismantle the United States from within, that was a colossal failure by the Arabs. Many would suggest that the United States was more united than it is now. So you let me know, but do you think that the Arabs failed at that? I don't see it. I don't see what, in fact, by the time Trump left office in his second term, he was operating under the phrase, not make America great, keep America great. So 4 years down the road, he's saying the country was in great shape. So the Arabs failed on that significantly. Sneaky Peaky says Barib Sowiti is Obama's real name. Where the hell did you hear that? Even Trump calls him Barack Hussein Obama. Barry Sowito. Okay, all right. I said we go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll start out by taking the first call. There are Democrats who don't care about God or the country. Manuel, I think it's Allers. There are people on all sides of the aisle that don't care about God or the country, if you ask me. I mean, if you are an employer and you're shipping jobs outside of this country to save money, you don't care about the country. That's a financial risk to this country. You think only Democrats sent all those jobs to China, Philippines, and Vietnam? So no, there's plenty of people on both sides that do things that do not care about this country. And when you say the Democrats don't care about God, I don't know. I guess that's up for debate. I mean, President Trump, you see him as a guy who is a God-fearing man. I mean, how many affairs that dude has had? I mean, are we putting a hierarchy on which sins are okay? Let me know. Anyway, going straight to the box, we'll start it out with Michael. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Thoughts on Jewish power and $100 million Miriam Adelson gave her. Well, I'll just say this real quick. Hang on, Mike. In regards to Jewish power, Trump is letting Netanyahu do whatever the hell he wants. So at this point, the liberals are not in charge. So whatever power the Jewish community has, it's at the blessing of the right. I don't think that's just Trump said anything. Well, he had a slight problem with the excessive bombing of Gaza, but they're still killing heavy. So you got to talk to your leadership on that. Mike, good evening.
What's happening, Tim?
You know what I always say, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So I'm asking the question that he's talking about throwing Barack Obama in jail.
Man, they've been trying to, it's all a distraction. It's a distraction to get away from them files and all the other stuff that is going on. That's all. It's a distraction. You know, the funny thing about it is you haven't heard anything from Tulsi Gabbard since the whole Iran-Israeli situation.
Yeah, she said Iran was not developing any nuclear weapons, and Trump said she don't know what the hell she's talking about. I agree with you though. I meant to have that in my monologue because I feel the same way that the whole notion of going after potentially prosecuting Obama is indeed a case of Steve Bannon's flood the zone. I believe that. I actually do think it's a diversion from what is really ailing President Trump right now.
Yeah, because they know, they being MAGA, or Trump understands that MAGA, they foam at the mouth when they bring up Obama. So, and they can say they got all this stuff. Listen, there's nothing coming out of the White House that I would believe. That's why all the data and everything that was out there before they got into place, I downloaded. Because I know that all that shit's going to change. I know that any historical data that proves anything that they're going to be looking to check. I mean, they can't be trusted. They can't be trusted because here's the thing. What did they uncover? What did they find all of a sudden that's going to prove that Obama and his administration have been treasonous? What are they going to...
Let me just say this though. Here's something I have not heard, and I'm surprised I haven't heard it yet though, but if Obama was doing this during his term, didn't the Supreme Court suggest that he would have had immunity? I mean, at this point, can you really go back and prosecute him?
Exactly. People say they can't hear me, Gangsta Grandma, or Tim.
And everybody had audio? Let me know, folks, on all of the platforms. Can you hear my caller? Just type yes if you can hear my caller. I'll check the platforms, but
I'm not needed.
Yeah, I got my volume up over here, so yeah, they can hear you on YouTube. So I don't know if my clapper audience can hear you, but everybody else is saying they can hear you. So, but go ahead.
They're saying TikTok. I'm just letting you know. I don't know if they're saying I'm muted or you muted, but Arsha and Gangsta Grandma said they can't hear. Alter Ego said they can't hear either, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I'll reset the live on TikTok, and I'll come right back, and I'll come back to you. So
Okay, bro.
give me a minute to do all of that shit. For you folks that are watching on Clapper and Instagram, nothing's going to change. In fact, I'll take a couple of your questions in a minute here, because it's going to take about 20, 30 seconds for the device to reset. So let me go ahead and do that, and then I'll look at you folks on YouTube and Clapper. I moved to Clapper because TikTok was all down. Okay, so yeah, TikTok is something wrong. Team Cawthon and Sherbert, I do see you. I'll go here. We're resetting TikTok right now, and I thank you, Kinda Mike, and you folks in the audience. So people are all doing it. You need better background pictures, says AB. What would you suggest, AB? These are the pictures. These pictures are of people that are relevant. What else would you want in the background other than the president, vice president, and former president? That's what my background is. So let me know what pictures would you want up there? While that's TikTok is still resetting here. Yeah, and for you folks who say you couldn't hear me, though, like I said, I am resetting TikTok as we speak, so we should be back up on it momentarily here. I don't know why it happened like that, but somebody's telling me my background pictures. I want to ask you folks also, since I got all the other audiences going, is it wrong to have a cordial conversation, a cordial rapport with the other side? I got all kinds of folks telling me I'm a fluffer and that I am too nice to MAGA. Now, what are we? Should we be hard with each other? Should we not be friendly to each other? Somebody let me know, because I get this is from liberals. I don't have a conservative say this. Obviously, it's always the liberals, but the liberals think that I am too kind, too cordial with MAGA, and I don't think it furthers the narrative to be mean to the other side. I'm not a fan of it, but let me know. Let me know what you guys think. Okay, we're going to go ahead and see if we can start TikTok back up. Donald Trump also said that Diddy is a great guy. That is not correct. Diddy needs to be in prison and get the death penalty. No, for what? Dale Trainer. I don't see listen. Diddy got caught on video beating a woman, and that is literally a no-no. That is a no-no. Men do not put their hands on a woman. That is the biggest thing we've seen. Look, the whole freak-offs and the parties that he was throwing, I don't see where they provided any evidence that anybody was actually violated. Based on what I'm seeing, there was a bunch of people that came voluntarily and participated, up to and including his former girlfriend, Cassidy, which is why the jury didn't believe him, because she was sending out texts stating, I can't wait to the next freak-off. Why would he get life with a death penalty for essentially throwing adult swinger-like parties? Take away the photo of him beating his ex-girlfriend, and I think most people would have a much better sentiment of him. I think most of the people that are pissed off with Diddy are pissed off with that video of him doing that, which has nothing to do with any of the stuff he was charged with. Take that video out of it. If the public had not seen that video, I don't think the sentiment towards him would be anywhere near as bad as it is. So I don't believe he should get life and all that other crazy shit. I don't see it. Anyway, looking in the comments, debate had rules. One side argues facts, one side argues feelings. Debate requires structured rules and good faith actors. Well, what side argues feelings? Because Trump gets in his feelings as well. I mean, he's still attacking Rosie O'Donnell, and she lives in Ireland. He still was attacking John McCain 2 years after he was dead. So the whole notion that only the Democrats act on feelings is, I think you're bypassing reality. Just want to tell you, Trump, if you could be a high schooler in the middle of America, if you say something negative about Trump and he gets wind of it, he will attack you back. How is that not acting on feelings? So I think we're just okay when he does it, and we notice it when the liberals do it, maybe. I don't know. All right, let me go back to the box. The show is back on the road, hopefully on TikTok. Let's try to see if we can get some audio this time. All right, Mike. Okay, let me know well, all of my viewers, I can hear you perfectly, so all of my other streams are going to hear you, but for you folks that are on TikTok, let me know if you can hear Mike. So where were we at, Mike?
We were talking about we were talking about the Obama stuff and how they're projecting that they're just wasting time. they're just deflecting to keep all the pressure off of Trump and those files. Because here's the thing: even when he came out and told Pam Bondi to release the grand jury files, he knows that they're not going to be able to release it. He knows that if anything of pertinence is not going to be released because there were technically other investigations going on. So he knows that already. His people know that already. But how can you release something that, one, you said
didn't exist
to begin with?
Yeah.
Right. Well, first it didn't exist. Then there was nothing pertinent. Now the Democrats made it up. So what are you actually releasing?
You know something? I don't understand, because I had a guy I was talking to in the live today. He was MAGA. He lived out in the middle of Idaho. We had a good conversation, but I mean, he despised the Democrats. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I get that from MAGA, but he pretty much came out and admitted this one thing is not going to sway me from voting for Trump. And I asked him flat out. I said, "What if it comes out that he was on the Epstein list?" He said, "I'm not." I said, "What if it comes out that he actually enjoyed some of the services with Epstein?" He said, "That is not going to sway his vote."
Well, because he comes from the listen. Let me because he comes from the same percentile that does that kind of thing. Let's be honest.
What do you mean?
They don't care about children. We've been saying this for.
Whoa.
Well, what other reason could you say if you found out that man was on that list that had to do with harming that many children and women, that you would still be okay with it?
Well, he gave me an answer. His answer was, "I like Trump's policies. And, you know, look, his policies are so great for this country that I'm not going to let this one issue get in the way of that."
Right. So basically, he said that's what he said. But what he also said by saying that is, I don't care that much about women and children.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going with it. Like I said, I asked him several times to get clarity. And he's not the only one. I've done videos on people. I mean, there's a lot of MAGA that are saying, look, Trump has done such a great job that this one issue is just not going to steamroll our support for this guy.
I know, because they are who they are, Tim. They are the people that we've been saying they are. And now, real quick, the reason people always say that you're blunt is because what you don't do often enough is you got a screen right behind you. And when you have your Trump supporters come on here, you never fact check them real time.
I don't fact check the hell out of Julio and MAGA. No, that's Jeremy. That's not true. That's not true.
No. I'm not going to say never, but I'm saying when they say something, you'll talk to them about it and you'll break it down. But I'm talking about pulling it up real time, saying, nope, we're not moving until we get some clarity on this. That's what people are talking about.
Okay. Well, when they say I'm being too nice to MAGA, so are you saying that I fact check everything the liberals say?
Well, no. What I'm saying, I don't listen. You listen and you say, "Oh, come on, that's not true." But when you can literally pull it up real time and be like, "Look, let me show you," like that's not true. But what will happen is if you continue to do that, they're not going to keep coming back.
Well, I got some liberals that tell me the same thing, that they don't watch enough because I push back on them. I mean, look, people like to be able to spew what they're spewing without being challenged. The liberals like that shit too. I got a lot of liberals that tell me they don't watch because I push back.
Yeah, well, and I don't agree with that. Matter of fact, and again, I don't think I always have sources. So if I tell you, like I'm about to tell you, when another MAGA supporter comes up here and says that these deportations are happening, it's for illegal people, and we can officially, although we've said it before, say no, that's not true, because they just released 10 American citizens from being deported. You saw that.
What do you think about that? Now, remember when Brittany Griner came home and we released a Russian spy, whatever he was? People said how horrible that trade was, and Biden made. What do you think of this trade under Trump?
Well, here's the thing. I think it was all part of things at work that are soon to come. What I mean by that is, you can't keep these people indefinitely without any trial, because we are talking about U.S. citizens that have been detained unlawfully, right?
Okay. Well, they were going to keep them in jail at least throughout the Trump's term. I mean, I guarantee when whoever takes place after Trump, we're going to find out that there are still some American citizens that are being detained somewhere. Guaranteed, some people are going to serve out Trump's entire term behind bars, and it's likely going to be for something they didn't supposed to be serving for. It's going to happen.
Well, didn't these 10 U.S. citizens, they got caught up in the deportation.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
To El Salvador, right?
Right.
That's these 10 American citizens that never should have been deported to begin with. So I don't want to hear any more Trump supporters talking about that shit didn't happen. It did. It did happen. I don't want to hear about it anymore. It happened. Now they want to sing praises for returning them when they never should have been deported to begin with. You see what I'm saying? I mean, these were U.S. citizens, so let's stop with all the bullshit. We knew what was going on, and it tells us that they don't have any empathy for deporting people legally or illegally. They don't.
Well, I don't necessarily know if it's, well, we can talk about MAGA not having empathy. I'm not going to say it's just MAGA not having empathy. I think the problem is if Trump says, if they snatch you off the street and Trump is saying you are an illegal, or you're part of MS-13, or you're some major player in Trinidad, MAGA's not going to ask questions on that. I mean, so you could be screaming out all you want to the heavens and back that you are an American citizen. Your family could be screaming it out too. If the Trump administration says that you're part of these outfits, they're going to go with that. So that's the problem.
Well, yeah, that's one problem. But the other problem is you have officials. You have people that swore to an oath to protect and serve, and that are usurping that and going out and just racially profiling people. I mean, that is happening. Yeah, I mean, that is literally happening.
Well, and I think Tom Homan all but admitted that and suggested that they even have the right to do that. So, yeah. I mean, if you're hanging out, if ICE is coming to do a raid at a Home Depot or some farm or some business, and you're there and you're brown, you're not going to, I don't care if you're an American citizen born and raised here, you're not going to walk away from them without showing them ID and proving you're an American. I mean, it is. If you're brown when they come around, you're going to have to answer some questions.
Yeah, and again, they don't care. They don't care the reason. You know how many times I've talked to MAGA, and they're like, because they don't want to know the process. They don't want to understand immigration. Because here's the thing, and they always go back to Biden and they go back to Obama when they call him the deporter in chief. But people have to understand immigration and deportation are separate things. Yeah. See, they've allowed them to muddy the waters and make them think that it's one thing.
Well, Trump is probably going to go down in history as doing a kick-ass job in securing the border, though. Some of the stuff he's done, obviously, is draconian and questionable, but some of the stuff he's done on the border probably will be left that way. Certainly putting up the Constantine wire in the wall. I think if any liberal got in office and took that stuff down, they would have problems. I think most Americans want that left up there. So he's done some things that are considered good.
And of course, Tim, and I told you that people are going to perceive like, but it's illegal. It's unlawful. It's through executive order. We've got troops on the border. So at the end of the day, he hasn't fixed anything. He's curtailed it, but he hasn't fixed shit. So and let's just be honest. Again, you can't talk about, laws and legislation that is supposed to be upheld when you have people that are being lawless, right? Like there's things in the Constitution that are being challenged in court because they're going against the Constitution, right? I mean, there wouldn't be a reason to have all of these cases going to court if people were doing things the right way.
I mean, I hear you on that, but like I said, when it comes to that wall, even though some of the stuff he's doing is by executive order, if a liberal follows him up, they're going to have to follow those policies. Otherwise, they're going to make the liberals look bad and risk a lot of folks getting primaried in the next upcoming midterms to them. The American public wants that wall there. So, kind of like a Jack Nicholson, you want me on that wall, you need me on that wall. Even up to and including if we had a liberal come in there and he started removing all of the National Guard and the military from the border, and then the right could show how some people, now that there's no military, some people were able to get across and harm somebody, they're going to have to keep personnel on that border probably for at least another decade or so without risking ruining their terms. And I'm talking about the liberals. Trump has set that in motion. That's got to stay that way.
I don't think so, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the one thing that we're not seeing, that's not showing up because of what he's done, is the cost. And there's a significant cost being spent down there daily to keep those soldiers down there, to keep all of those bodies down there on that border. There's a cost to it that they're not even talking about.
Yeah, but if just one person gets through and we get another Lincoln Riley, bringing up that I done it because of cost is not going to help you out.
But you know what though, Tim? Here's the funny thing. What are the odds? First of all, what are the odds that would, if that's their issue, which I've told you was bullshit from the beginning? Because I bet you if you go back and look, there's been one already since he's been in office. But they're not going to put it out there.
Yeah.
They're not going to put it out there.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but what I'm saying is if you remove the military and you remove the amount of manpower from the southern border that's hovering around that wall and somebody gets through, and I guarantee you they will find somebody that got through. I mean, because obviously the cartel is going to start coming, they'll be able to talk about maybe the uptake in drug sales or child trafficking or whatever. Guarantee that all you need is one. Lincoln Riley was worth gold. You don't need but one to get through and do something bad. And there goes the liberals in the midterms. I got to move it on, but I'll give you the last word.
Well, yeah, real quick. You can't defend that. You can't defend that approach because all they're looking for is one.
Yeah.
There's no way you can defend that approach. But these are the same people that won't acknowledge the hundreds or dozens of things, like I said about Travis Decker. They wanted. When's the last time you heard somebody even?
I ain't heard other than me and you talking about it. I haven't heard that at all.
You ain't heard shit about it, right?
Nothing.
So you can't defend that. The bottom line is this: what Trump is doing now, he did in his first term. When he left, when he lost, all the things that he put in place, where he made asylum harder by changing the standard, by all the things he did, he was trying to set Biden up to fail. It's the same thing he's done. He's the same thing he's trying to do now. Why do you think the big beautiful bill, which is going to be kicking everybody's teeth in, why do you think the tax deductions and all that stuff only lasts 3 to 4 years? But the bill was written for 8 to 10. Why do you think that is?
Well, the benefit to the liberals is Trump made such a big stink over the big beautiful bill that when those things start happening, it's going to be hard to blame it on the Democrats. Everybody remember all of this stuff coming up. I mean, it's going to be hard to try to suggest, well, all of a sudden the taxes for the lower class is falling off and it's the liberals' fault. Everybody know where that came from. So I doubt if it works like that because Trump is so vocal on what he's doing.
But he's going to lie about it anyway, and this is my last thing.
I don't know if he'll still be with us about it here. Go ahead, last word.
First of all, a couple things, two things real quick. I don't care about his health condition. See, this is why I told you, I stay consistent. That is his medical history. We're not supposed to know details about his medical history unless they release it, right?
True.
It's the same thing about, so I'm not going to sit here and say anything different than I said about Biden. I don't know for sure. I know you put doctors on your screen behind you, and that's fine, whatever the case may be. He literally just had his physical a couple months ago where he said he was 6'4", 200 and, was it 25 pounds?
Something crazy.
Shit, right? So again, I'm not even going to spend time on that. If he is having congestive heart failure and having these health issues, I don't have to say anything because his body is going to take care of that. I'm not worried about that.
All right.
But when you talk about, or somebody in the comments said earlier, facts over feelings, here's what I'll say. Show me the last time that Trump and his administration has been factual without feelings involved. All Trump does is speak on feelings. That's all he does is speak on feelings. Trump speaks on facts are foreign to him because they typically lead back to some of his terrible behavior. So he leaves facts alone. Trump stays away from facts.
All right.
Let's be clear.
All right, I got to move it on though, Mike. Appreciate it.
Hey, tap the screen, share the line.
Thank you for saying that. By the way, he is right. Tap the screen. Get us up to about 20,000. We can certainly make that happen. Tap the screen, show the program some love. You know how we say we don't block, ban, or censor. This is an uncensored program. So we don't block, ban, or censor. You don't have to agree with the host or any damn body else on the program. We'll give you plenty of time to state your case, regardless of your political affiliation. So if you enjoy uncensored conversation from all sides of the aisle, you're in the right place. I ask that you follow the program if you're watching currently on Clapper or TikTok. Get your boy a subscription if you're watching on YouTube. Good stuff, man. No, they won't. Not all the things will kick. I don't kick until just before the Democrats get in office. Assuming the Democrat wins office, then a negative impact starts building up during Dem's term. Well, I'll tell you this right off the bat. The negative impact, if there's negative impact to the big beautiful bill, the Medicaid, Medicare cuts are everybody knows what happened with that. If people start getting cut off Medicaid and Medicare, there's no way that's going to be blamed on the Democrats. Everybody knows where that came from. The benefit, if the liberals are being blamed for Trump's bill, is that because Trump was so vocal on this, there's so many videos of him saying, I won't touch Medicaid and things like that. Even if he's long gone, I mean, everybody knows where that came from. I don't think there's going to be a way to spin that because he's on video. Everybody was on, I mean, people were showing up at town halls complaining about it was about to happen. I just don't see it. But what I want to run before we continue on with the program is, this is a content creator on TikTok. I've talked to her. Now, she's MAGA, but I want you to hear something. This is not really what we're here to discuss, but this is a MAGA viewer who was originally critical of Trump's changing stance on Epstein, but now she's come back home. I want you to hear the reasoning.
A video that actually gave me a different perspective on this whole mishandling of the Epstein files. Some of us Trump supporters are getting a lot of flack because we're questioning him. Like, all of a sudden we're not supporters because we're like, what the heck? We don't understand this tactic. And they tried to explain it like most of the people on this list are kind of in control or contributing to either government or the economy of not just the United States, but the world. And this would be a complete takedown of all of those people, which is what we want. However, that needs to be done with a strategy. If you were just to take them all out with no plan, we could see economic collapse. Like, it would be crazy. So just because he's not doing it right now doesn't mean he's not going to do it, that he most likely has a plan. And we're just not, we're all being impatient. Like, we're expecting that it needs to be done on day one. But he's got 3.5 more years of being president. And he can't run again. He has nothing to lose. So maybe we should give him a little bit of time and trust the plan. So, yeah, I'm going to try to do that now and keep my mouth shut. So
trusting the plan. What say you folks? So, and I'm assuming that she's probably not the only individual that's, identifies as MAGA that is not taking that stance. Trump isn't playing chess, he's playing right away because it might cause too much harm to our great society. So he has 3.5 years left. So he may release the Epstein list somewhere down the line. I'm laughing because he didn't campaign on doing anything that wild. Not to mention, he's already lied about the list even existing, then suggested we stop talking about it, then suggested it was created by Obama. But somehow, if you just give him a chance, he's going to release it down the line. It's comical to me, but maybe some of you folks will see it differently. So let me continue on with the program. I just thought that was really funny there. But also, we are going to talk about, too, the notion that Trump wants to name the Cleveland Guardians back to the Cleveland Indians, the Washington Commanders back to the Washington Redskins. Why is he wanting to name these things back to designations that people felt were racist? The Native Americans made it clear they didn't like those names. Obviously, the black community was no fan of the Confederate names. He's already changed the Confederate bases back. Now he's going to do it to the Native Americans. Remember, Trump is not a racist. They're just making it up. That's what we're talking about. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Gangsta Grandma. And Gangsta, people have already asked me in the comments, they just tuned in like, did I miss Gangsta Grandma yet? So people are actually waiting on you. You're going to be nice today, right?
You'll be fluffing, especially that white teen man's like, that little mofo wouldn't even let me up. Yeah.
Who? Oh, you mean earlier?
Yes. Oh my God. See, this is what I'm telling you, the interbred. They be messing with their uncles and their poppies and their uncle daddies and every damn thing else. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Now they're coming back. Oh well, he's gonna release it in time. No, they voted in a pedo, and now he is one. He is one. Why do you think he's not releasing the crap?
Maybe
He's
it's
making everything up.
well,
just to-
but gangster, you don't have confirmation that he abused children. You're saying he did it.
He's on the list. A guilty man will fight and make everything. He's trying to deflect on everything. Now he's trying to get them to get called Indians and stuff again when you know it's racist. The red chiefs, it's racist. The indigenous people do not like that. They asked him to stop. And they changed it. Now he's doing it again. He's trying to deflect. Because you know what? Because he's in hot water.
Yeah. Well, in regards to the deflection, I get that he's likely trying to switch the subject. That makes sense. But why this? I mean, they've made it clear they find this stuff racist. Same thing with the black
He's
community.
a racist. Come on now, quit fluffing. I know you like his protein, but damn, you know it. You know it.
Do you see the sign behind me? Do you see what that says? We're not fluffing here. That is not happening.
Yeah, you fluffing. You be fluffing. You be came to the maggots and shit. You don't even like fact check them in like right there in due time. Fact check the mofos. If I was up with you, I was your co-host, well, I'd be fact checking them. And I'd be wringing their fucking necks like a chicken little. You know what I mean? Because I can't stand their ass. I'm not like you. I ain't fake.
But
That put me in. And I know it, the little racist fucks. So I know it, and I ain't friends with none of their asses.
But do you, when you guys are saying I'm fluffing or I'm too nice, do you not see any value at all in being cordial with the other side?
Why would you be cordial to racist mofos that will stick you in a fucking tree that don't even think you're fucking human?
You think
Why the fuck would you do that?
you believe all MAGA feel that way?
Maggots are racist and interbred.
All of them.
All of them. They know what he's about. You walk like a fucking duck, you talk like a fucking duck, you a duck. They know what he's doing, and they condone it.
Gangster.
Even the black and the Hispanic ones, they are all racist. The black and Hispanic ones, they're house ninjas, that they want to be white so bad, and they're thinking that he won't turn on them. Oh, buddy, yes, he is.
Gangster, you're talking, what, 75, 76 million people voted for Trump. You think you're insulting that many people all at
I'm
once?
insulting all they asses, the maggots. They're beneath.
You
They're the scum of the earth. They are the trash of this country.
do you not realize how many Hispanics voted for Trump? You don't think they're racist, do you?
I don't give a fuck. And they're not Hispanics. They're Cuban. They're Cuban. They consider themselves.
It's a lot more
they
than
like Castro.
Gangster.
They like Castro.
Gangster.
The Mexicans.
No.
The Mexicans voted for her. 67% of the Mexicans voted for her.
So-
if you guys break it down to Mexicans, Dominicans.
But wait a minute. If you're saying that 67% of Mexicans voted for Kamala Harris, who did the other 33%, which is millions of people, who did they vote for?
Okay, let me tell you, that's how ignorant you even ignorant to this shit. That's why I'm telling you, that's why you fluffing. They put them all in one category. It was mostly the ones that voted against her was the Cubanos and the fucking the Venezuelans. And they're sitting them all asses down.
But you do realize plenty of Mexicans voted for Trump, right?
Not all of them. No, 67% voted for her. Thank you.
What percentage of Mexicans voted for Trump?
About 30%.
That's a lot of people, gangsta. That's millions of people.
60-something%, no. 67% voted for her.
Do you think the 30-some-odd% that voted for Trump are racist?
Yes! What did I just tell you, fool? I told you the black and the Hispanic, they are house ninjas. They want to be white so bad. They're thinking he's going to treat them better. And it's all about the money. And half the motherfuckers thought that they're going to get a PPE loan again or get that stimmy check. What they didn't know was the uneducated fool asses. It was the Democrats that did it.
And in the comments, real quick, Mr. Realistic, you said Mexicans are not supposed to vote. We're talking about Americans of Mexican descent. So when we say Mexican, just like you say African Americans, I don't know nothing about Africa.
Motherfucker was. You see how ignorant that motherfucker was? Oh, the Mexicans were supposed to vote. No, you fucking idiot. They have a Mexican Americans, dodo.
Why are you attacking my guest? The man was just trying to help out the show.
Oh, the Mexicans were supposed to vote. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on now. See how ignorant they are? That's why he said he likes the uneducated.
So I want
half the motherfucking problem, half the motherfuckers are uneducated. Because you know what? You know what? They voted against their own interests. They voted against their own interests. You know why? Because he's gutty.
So how do you the handsome conservative in the comments on Clapper says, so if you don't vote Democrat, you are racist. Good to know. Is that what you're telling me?
Hello? You walk like a duck, you talk like a fucking duck, you a duck, quack quack.
That doesn't so you're telling me the only way you can be not a racist is to vote Democrat.
No. If they go against it, if there's some legit people out there that say, you know what, I regret voting, I regret it because what he's doing to the undocumented and stuff. I see that. And if I see that, that means that they're not racist and they're going against him. But no, if you're still hanging with him and you're still doing still like saying, I'm for him, yeah, you're a racist. Because then you know that you like what he's doing. And he's doing it he's coming for the Americans. He deported Americans.
But what about the whole notion of I don't want and hear me out because you're gonna want to interrupt this, but hear me out. What about the whole notion that you don't want biological males playing with girls in sports? You're pro-life. You wanted a stronger economy. Is there not other legitimate reasons to vote for Trump that have nothing to do with racism?
You know what? That's why you're fluffy. You like to bend over, don't you? That's why you like white women, don't you? Because you just like it, don't you? You just like to fluff so hard, don't you? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. You know, in Texas, they're more worried about trans people going into the bathroom than the fucking idiots like alive in the floods. They don't worry about that. But they're worried about trans people just because they hate. They hate for what they don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm more safer. Let me tell you something. I'm more safer with a trans woman in the bathroom than a straight man in the bathroom.
yeah. Hey, that's true. That is true. I mean, when you look at who's violating people sexually in this country, it's mostly straight males. It's not true. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I agree with that.
Men. So hello. So we're not safe in this country. So when they say, "Are you safer with the documents leaving?" No. I'd rather be with the undocumented than be with the white T-men because they're the ones that are the predators. And let me tell you something. They're more work and all this trans. Kids can't play. My son's trans, and my son played football. Okay, took their team to the state and won state. Okay.
Wait a minute. So wait, hold on. So your son was born biologically female?
Female. Yep.
Wow.
You go on my page and you can go look at my son. You can't tell that as a fucking widow female. And he took his team all the way. And you know what the kids did? The kids knew that he was a she. But they treated him like a straight up male. They like sacked him and every damn thing. He was a damn good ass quarterback.
What about the locker room? Does your transgender son use the same locker room as the boys?
Yeah, he just went into the stall.
Pre-op, post-op.
He went into the stall.
Pre-op, this is pre-op, right?
Well, he didn't go to bottom surgery. He didn't have top surgery till he was 18. You know what I mean?
So
that's another thing. That's another damn thing.
So your son is still anatomically looks like a woman from the waist down.
Yeah, from the waist down, but you couldn't tell it though. He has a whole beard and everything. Can't tell it. He puts his men to shame. And you know what? He pulls straight fucking with bitches, okay? You gotta be telling him, hold the fuck up. He's still 22. Hold the fuck, 30, 40-year-old grown-ass women trying to come from my boy. I said, hold the fuck up.
Wow.
Yep.
And so, how old was your son when he transitioned?
When he like socially transitioned, he was 5 years old. Socially transitioned. When he started his T shots, he was 13 years old.
And see, this is where that's where you have that's where the right has a problem. They don't believe that a child that young should be able to get those shots and stuff.
I don't give a fuck. It's not their kid. Their kids committed unalivings. Their kids are peeing out the damn schools. My kid just wants to be normal. My kid wants to feel that what he is. He's a man. Okay? My kid didn't go hurt nobody.
What does
My kid wants to be respected.
I'm curious because I don't know anything about what does those shots do?
Gives them hormones, gives them the T-shot. Just like, you know what, and when we found out that they give T-shots, he did the puberty already, you know what I mean? I couldn't do puberty blockers. But a lot of cis kids, a lot of like, you know, biological, you know, that feel like they're females, they take the blockers, not the trans kids.
And you feel confident that an underage child is old enough to make these decisions for themselves?
Yeah. Because if they go to the counseling, now you just don't wake up one day and say, you know what, I'm trans. You can tell when your kid's a complete trans. Because they act like it when they're kindergarten and stuff. Like my son didn't like dresses. My son didn't want to dress like a female. But he's like, no, I'm not that. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Then I guess you're a tomboy. And then he said, no, I'm a boy. I'm like, no, you're not. I was fighting with him until he got to first grade. And when he got to first grade, he said, I'm not going to school. I want to wear boy clothes. And I said, fuck it, I'll let you wear boy clothes. He wore boy clothes, cut his hair off, and every damn thing.
Was there any ridicule from the students?
No. You know what? The kids accept him more than the fucking adults do. Kids accept him.
Wow.
The kid didn't get bullied. He had a lot of support. And then he went to high school and shit, and he played basketball. You know what's making this shit is that it's just because they hate. They hate what they don't fucking know. Trans people just want to be left the fuck alone. They're not hurting nobody. Who's hurting people is your damn white tea kids creeping up in schools. That's what's hurting people. What's hurting people is the straight men going into the bathrooms raping us. That's what's hurting people, not trans people.
But okay, let me ask it to you this way. What about the whole claim that let's say a parent says, if I have my child going to school, my child should not be seeing genitalia from the other side. I don't want my child seeing that at school. How do you respond to a parent? Well, you sees it. When you go in the locker room after the game, people are walking around in underwear and shit, aren't they?
What the fuck? Oh my God, let me tell you something. Half the mofos are straight. They go into the damn showers and stuff. My son went into the shower, or he went into the stall and undressed. Half the asses don't even like doing this shit. And they have them boys and girls in the same locker room some damn times because they be visiting. The other players be visiting. It's not uncommon. Motherfuckers all be doing the most. But they're the ones that have these teen pregnancies and stuff. You need to be worried about the straight damn kids, not worried about trans kids. The straight kids are the ones being knocked up at 13 years old, and you're having kids at 13, and having kids at 12. Okay, you need to be worried about that shit. We're not worried about trans kids that just want to have respect and live like I am a trans, and leave me the hell alone.
So I see in the comments, Sneaky Peaky echoing Trump says that there's no such, or the Betty Hansen conservative says there's no such thing as transgender. You are either born a man or a woman. End of story. So how do you respond to people who do? Because Trump believes that as well. That you are, if you're born with male genitalia, you're a man. If you're born with female genitalia, you're a woman, and you cannot.
Well, ask God why he made it. Okay? Because they exist. They've been existing. They have been existing. So I don't give a fuck what anybody gotta say.
All right.
My son's living his life. My son's fixing to go. My son's going into nursing school at 22. My other two girls is going into Stanford to be neurosurgeons.
Wow.
Okay.
I got it. This comment is directed at you because, like I said, I never knew you had a transgender son. But someone stated, "Gangsta Grandma, if you don't believe what I believe, you're racist." What he said. He says, "LOL, that checks out that Gangsta Granny would have would have raised a confused, mentally disabled child. A lot of folks.
If my kid was confused mentally, he wouldn't be acing the nursing test and stuff. My kid wouldn't be at the top of the honor roll on all his classes and stuff. My kid's brilliant. All my kids ace shit. My kids just got into Stanford. Do you know how hard it is to get into Stanford University? It's hell. So I am a fucked up mom. Hell yeah, I beat that fucked up mom on all my kids going to Stanford. Okay?
Congratulations, Granny. I do got to move it on. Stanford is no joke.
Let me tell you something. All this is all pure hate. And that's why I tell you, I don't respect the maggots. And all this deflecting, because I love him. He's a pedophile. And he's on the Epstein list.
You gotta wait till that's proven. You can't just jump and call him in.
Okay, let me tell you something. If you, okay, let's put you the black Donald Trump, okay? And you and Gaza, you know what I mean? I know you with your bald-headed ass. And they said, oh, your ass was in the Epstein files. And you know your ass wasn't. Wouldn't you release the shit? Yes, you would. Yeah. Yes, your bald-headed ass would. Because you would want your name fucking cleared. And over 1,000 FBI agents, okay, was in those reports. Over 1,000. And they listed all the times he was on that list. All his name came up. That's why when he found that shit out, that's why he said he cannot. He will not. And now all of a sudden, there's no Epstein files.
Well,
oh, God. And they believe it.
Well, give it time. All right, Granny. Well said. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. All right, moving on. And she makes a good point, though, because Trump did say in reference to Hillary Clinton, if you plead the fifth or you don't come out, it means you got something to hide. It means you work for the mob. And all of a sudden, when it started being focused on him and he did the same thing, I don't know. This is where it looks like MAGA's going to defend him no matter what. But yeah, what she raises is a really good point. If you're not on the list and you got nothing to hide, why are you hiding the list? Why are you hiding it? I mean, is this not what we tell folks all the time during controversial encounters with police? If you ain't got nothing to hide, just let them search your car. Just hand them your ID. If you ain't got nothing to hide, you would let them do that. Does it not apply to him? You hear folks say it all the time when folks suggest that I'm not going to give up my rights and let the cops search my car. Well, if you ain't got nothing to hide, you would let them search it. If you got nothing to hide, we would talk to him. Why doesn't it apply to him? I just want to make sure we're fair here. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 40,000. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. Give your boy a follow or a sub if you happen to be watching on Clapper, TikTok, or YouTube. And Mr. Realistic said, Ed, this is in reference to my last call. He says, Ed, she's in her own opinion. I don't approve either, but we have to respect her. And I like that. I like that comment, Mr. Realistic, because we're all going to hear opinions on here that we don't agree with. That's how free speech is ran. This is not an echo chamber show. So you're all going to hear opinions you don't agree with. But I do appreciate the notion that we can respect each other, regardless of, we can get on here and we can hash it out. But if respect is the root of the plant, we might be able to grow a decent tree. So that's what we're trying to do here. There are plenty of echo chamber shows all over social media. Everybody's bashing Trump or everybody's wearing a red hat. If that's what you like, this really ain't it. I hate to see you go, but unfortunately, we allow everybody to speak. So if you want a show where everybody's talking what you want to hear and agreeing with your side, this is probably not the place for you. Looking in the comments, though, good luck to everyone because we all will be judged, says McCord Knott. Something based on what I've seen in terms of this country, which is why I've kind of swayed away from Christianity. If we're all going to be judged on our dying day, you probably will notice that most of the people in heaven speak a different language. You're probably not going to recognize hardly anybody. I'm just saying the richest country on earth, we've been selfish, and then now we've gotten rid of USAID, and we're burning biscuits that would feed hungry children. Do we sound like people that's going to be going through the pearly gates? Do we sound like that? I mean, I can go all the way back, obviously, to slavery and women's suffrage and all of that shit. I mean, I got to assume most of our heroes are probably not going to be up there. If they can get up there doing all of that shit, I don't even know if I want to go. Anyway, look at in the comments. Bro, you're killing you. Actually, what does this say? Freeman's Aquatic says I'm killing my eyes by looking at 2 streams at once. Actually, I'm looking at 4 and a laptop. So 5 screens. It ain't 2, it's 5. I gotta say this, if you're gonna speak on this, you need to come from a respectful and understanding perspective because both ends have had different views, possibly their whole life. Well, look, let me just say this. Some of the stuff, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Like, people often say, well, look, during slavery, that was just what was going on during that time. You reading the same Bible they read today, you know that shit was wrong. There is no excuse for why they did what they did back in that day to make somebody believe they didn't know what they were doing is wrong. If somebody can tell you what you're doing to me hurts, taking my kid and selling it is making me cry, it doesn't matter what area you're in, you know that shit is wrong. I mean, you know, I always say, if a chicken could speak English, there would be far less human beings eating chicken. The people could tell you in your mother tongue how awful what you were doing to them was. And we're supposed to believe it, but well, you know, it was just a thing that was going on during the day. You knew that shit was wrong. If somebody does something to your family that would make you go grab your pew-pew, then you know it's wrong. It's as simple as that. And you're going to tell me they wouldn't have done that? So, yeah, the idea that people try to, you know, well, just what's happening during the day, this is just what they were doing. You know that shit's wrong. Looking in the comments, though, the second stream, go back to the first one. I'm sorry you cracked me up, man. Sorry I didn't mean anything bad, but okay, you guys are talking among each other. Let me go back to the box. Let's see if we can make it happen here. Continuing on with Sunflower. Good evening, Sunflower. Welcome to the program. Everyone in government is on the list. Yikes. Everyone in government is either on the list or defending people they know is on the list. It's kind of like the whole 99% of cops are good when most cops probably know a bad cop on the force and they just kind of kept quiet about it. You know, so my guess is there's probably a lot of government officials of now and in the past that at least know people that's on that list and they keep them quiet about it. Sunflower, good evening.
Hello.
Hey, I'm doing good. So, in addition to talking about all this stuff, we're also talking about the notion that, okay, Trump obviously was on television, his ankles are swelling up, he's using makeup to cover spots on his hand. Do you think, because they're making it sound like it's just his heart is not pumping fluid out of his legs properly or something like that, but it's not that big of a deal. Do you think that they're being honest about his health?
No, why would they be? I think it would be wrong to be honest, truthfully, if there's something really wrong, because it's not good to let other country know what's going on, right? So, truthfully.
So you're saying it was not a good idea to be honest about Biden's health then?
No, I don't think so. I think if it comes to a point where, like, hey, they got total dementia, yeah, then it needs to be discussed inside, and he needs to sit down or have him whatever medically evacuated.
Now, some of the medical professionals, I put up some amateur medical professionals. I'm not going to swear by their word, but some folks are suggesting, looking at his ankles and what the prescriptions he's taking, is that he has congenital heart failure. Now, you talked about if you got dementia, you should step down. If he has heart failure with 3.5 more years to go in what this amounts to one of the most stressful positions of employment in the world, do you think he should step down?
I don't want him to step down because the other options are not good.
You would want him to continue on with congestive heart failure?
Is that stopping him from performing his duties?
He might die on the job, Sunflower. He might literally.
My job. Nobody knows when your time is. All I know is that right now, looking at what's behind him, like of who would take those positions, I don't like the choices either.
What's wrong with JD Vance?
JD Vance, he's the one that's eating cats and dogs. He's so locked up into a religion that he doesn't understand.
Wait. What do you mean by locked up into a religion? What do you mean by that?
So he wants to swear by his religion, but does everything opposite thereof. You know, he's not for the people. He doesn't serve his religion. He serves his own ego.
What is his religion?
He's Catholic.
Okay.
So, but none of his actions show that. I mean, even when the Pope puts you down, you got to tell yourself something's wrong. You know.
So you don't think J.D. Vance is worthy of that second spot?
No, and I think if he ran like on his own, I don't think he would win.
Wow, and I agree. I kind of agree with that. What about Marco Rubio?
Marco Rubio, I never liked his politics. So for me personally, could he potentially win the vote? Possibly. But he's strong in his beliefs, but at the same time, he caves to others as well. He's easy to cave. He's easy to buy.
Well, shit, with Trump at the helm, every Republican in existence is probably caved, other than the ones that are no longer considered Republicans.
The whole video of all the those same Republicans talking bad about Trump to only turn around and be kissing his feet.
Right.
You know.
What about now? This is off the beaten path. But
Okay.
what about Ron DeSantis? Would you back him?
I'm in Florida. I hate that man.
Why do you hate Ron DeSantis? He's a rock star, I thought.
He is robbing Florida blind. He has stolen money. He is the money that he tried to funnel through his wife's charity. He's under investigation from. He's changed laws to benefit himself. Even when he wanted to run for
You
president.
sound like you might be describing somebody else we know, but keep going.
But he wanted to run for president, and we had laws in Florida that you had to give up your governorship to do that. So he put in place all the people that support him, so he was able to change the law so he could run for president and stay governor. He's trying to now pick up his wife, so because he can't run again as governor, he wants his wife to be governor so he can keep his foot in the door. You know.
Well, would you vote for Melania Trump?
For who?
Melania Trump for president, but she can't be president. She's not born here, but
Yeah. No. Yeah,
Okay.
she's a foreigner.
Yeah.
But you played that one clip in the background of the other TikToker saying how we got to wait for the big plan, right? Because they're always waiting. There's always like, oh, Trump is this master chess person, and just wait. It sucks for us now, but just wait. One day that broken clock will be right. But the thing is
Do you
if
agree
he
with
was
her?
Smart, huh?
Do you agree with her?
No, if he was smart, he would have said, we have a lot of investigating to do. There's a lot of people in this, and so we don't want to put all our cards on the table. That's not what he did. He just said, oh, it doesn't exist,
Yeah.
right? So if he was this master plan and wanted to take down big people, or even if he's in it and he just wanted to drag his feet until he wasn't president anymore, he could have just said, I'm having my team investigated. There's this big box that we uncovered, and you'll see it in a few years.
In a few years?
Yay!
Yeah. I somewhat get your point. I mean, but when you campaigned on, because you got everybody from Bongino, members of his administration, Kash Patel, these people really wanted this, which leads me to say, I don't understand why, if you were not going to release this list, or you weren't for sure, you would put Kash Patel and Dan Bongino in your administration. That's their whole claim to fame, is claiming that this shit was going to come out, and you're going to put them in a position where they actually have the power to release it, and then tell them don't. Like, why would you even put them on your administration?
Because he didn't think they were about that cause. He thought they were about him. He thought they were loyalists to him and to him only. It didn't matter. He didn't think the files mattered. He thinks that they just wanted to pin everything on Biden, so they were going to bow to him no matter what he did. I think he's still taken back to find out that no, these people actually believed what he said, and those were things that meant something to them, you know? So, but I think when he accepted them on, he thought true.
They were gonna put him over their own principle, what they've been campaigning on, what they've been operating on, rather, as podcasters.
Absolutely, because now they have the positions in the government. Now, like, kind of like, hey, you owe me, I put you here attitude, and they seem to be his loyalists based off of how he put Biden down for not releasing these files.
So what? How does that make Trump look then? I mean, you know what these people have been doing before you put them in your administration, and you're expecting them to discard everything they have been doing to be loyal to you. So it doesn't even look like you picked them based on their character or anything. It looks like you just solely picked them based on loyalty.
Have you seen the people he's put around him?
Yeah, I have.
Nobody there has
has experience. Everybody he hires is based off of how much they praise him and how much they, kiss his butt, pretty much. Nobody's there based on merit.
Wow. Yeah.
So when they sit there and that girl sits there and says, "Oh, somebody said there's going to be a bigger picture." They need something to convince themselves that they weren't just blindsided by the person they supported, right? But let's go, they're not looking at the high prices. Oh, it'll eventually get better. He told us we would hurt it, but it'll eventually get better. You'll see. And that's our biggest response. You'll see.
Yeah, I don't see any, in regards to what she was saying, he has 3.5 years. I don't see any legitimate excuse Trump could give for not releasing the Epstein list for 3 years. Like, I mean, because
he could have. He could have went there and said, while my team is going through these files, we uncovered so much other stuff that needs to be investigated. So if we release these files now, that will interrupt these other investigations.
That's a good way of putting it.
Understand that in a heartbeat.
That's actually a good way of putting it. That is a good way of wording it.
But he's dumb. He is dumb.
How you gonna say the man that's been elected twice to the nation's highest office is dumb? He's a multi-billionaire. He can't be. You don't think Trump is actually dumb, do you?
Okay, so there's different levels of dumb, right? There's dumb like, hey, I can't read a book dumb. There's dumb of I just don't, I don't have critical thinking skills. I think he does lack critical thinking skills. That's my personal opinion, because otherwise he wouldn't get up and say half the shit he says all the time.
Well, I can't hate on the man for doing what's working. I mean, I get you don't like what he says, but that shit's working. It's gotten him very, very, very far in life.
But now, like, when you look at it, everything's the same argument. Russia. Biden, Hunter Biden laptop. Like, everything. How are you going to believe them? Russia. Like, move on to something new. Like, this is, like, old. Like, he talks about, whenever he gets stumped up in anything, he brings up Biden. He brings up Obama. Anytime he is stopped in his tracks and doesn't know what to say, that's his go-to. Yeah,
I can't believe, for all of the folks that say that, liberals have Trump derangement syndrome, I cannot explain why Obama's name is still coming up. Obama's been out of office almost 10 years. You served a whole term since Obama's been gone. I just don't understand that.
Right?
Huh?
They copied the Trump derangement syndrome from Bush. That was originally back when Bush was running. They called it the Bush derangement syndrome. So they just copycatted that. And I don't know if you ever watched The Good Wife, which was a law show on TV.
No, I haven't seen it.
If you watch that, which was before Trump run, they copied so many things from that show, from you can indict a ham sandwich. So many things in that show they have used in their like talking points. It's hilarious. And this show existed before Trump was running for president. But there are certain things like in the show they just copy. They've copied everything, even from the Trump derangement syndrome. Well, if you look it up, it was Bush it.
It's been very effective. So you do, before I gotta move it on, but you do believe that if Trump's health is failing, they should not tell the public.
I think that if he's not able to hold the position of president, that they need to, Congress needs to step in and take care of that. I think Congress needs to be told. Congress, for once, needs to do their freaking job, which they're not. And what needs to happen needs to happen. But if he's able to continue to work and wants to work, I would say, not that I want him to be our president. Unfortunately, he is. I just don't want the other.
I thought when I first started talking to you, the first minute or so, I actually thought you were MAGA but I thought you were MAGA at first when you said, okay, so you don't want.
I just see a bigger problem. J.D. Vance has incorporated himself with Project 2025 so much, and the people with inside there. And those are the ones who are supporting Vance. They're the whole reason he even got to be vice president. Because after the things he said about Trump, there's no picked him. There's no reason Trump picked him.
So you believe the Heritage Foundation got Trump to, they got 100%. Trump to put J.D. Vance in there.
Absolutely. But the Democrats really need to get their stuff together. I know stuff like, the transgender stuff, they want to fight those causes, but there's so many religious people in the country, including Democrats, right?
In Cal,
that
yeah.
that won't stand behind that, and some people switch their votes because of that. You know, they talk about the Hispanic votes. You know, the Hispanic culture is primarily very, very religious, and when
despite the Hispanic culture being very, very religious, I don't think Trump. I think Trump has hurt the Republican side of that. I don't think that well, I guess I'm having a Biden moment, but I think Trump has hurt them with Republicans for a while. With what's going on all over the nation, I don't think you're gonna have Hispanics voting Republican for a minute. I mean, unless something changes significantly. Talking about.
You gotta remember when they're talking about like the Cubans and Venezuelan, like the other lady that was up before. You know, they fearmonger to say that the Democrats want to turn, you know, America like Venezuela. And there was a lot going on in there, right? So,
yeah, but Trump got in there and removed TPS status for Cubanos and Venezuelans. So even if you thought the Democrats or socialists or communists are going to be like, you know, Castro or Hugo Chavez or whatever, when you see what Trump is doing to Cubanos and Venezuelans, I really believe Trump has really hurt the Republican Party going forward with Hispanics and probably law enforcement too.
Like my husband, he works for a city. He has a city job, right? I think it was 80 employees just got a letter from the federal government that their green cards are not being renewed and they're going to be deported.
Wow.
Like, they're doing everything the right way. And these people have been for this job like 10, 15 years, you know?
So they actually had green cards.
Yeah, and they're not like, there's empty vacancies for these type of positions already. So it's not like there's a load of people waiting to take these jobs. It's because like in landscaping stuff. So they already have a hard time filling the vacancies they already have. And now, so it's not like, oh, well, these people are taking American people jobs. They're not.
If it's one thing I can say for certain, the notion of we don't have a problem with immigrants just come here legally is a lie. There's a lot of people that came here legally that are getting kicked out. A lot of people.
Did you hear what they're doing with their social securities now?
No.
So Trump is trying to create the database to delete all their social security numbers so that they can be deported.
This is what we voted for. I gotta move it on, Sunflower.
Not what I voted for. Take care. Thanks for having me up.
Anytime. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. This is what when you see on YouTube this stuff is happening. The comments is loaded with people saying this is what we voted for. So, deporting legal migrants is what a lot of Americans voted for. There's a lot of Americans that voted for more than maybe what they're telling you. I mean, listen. I'm okay with immigrants. I just want you to come here legally. Is what you actually say. You don't come out and say, I want you just to get rid of everything brown. I mean, you're not going to say that. I mean, but it's pretty clear that some people do feel that way. I mean, he has a lot of support for doing this stuff. That's right. People are feeling like they got played, voting for Trump. He told them what they wanted to hear and doesn't care who tells it. Absolutely true. Certainly with the Venezuelans and the Cubanos. I mean, he kicked ass in terms of winning their vote. He did way better than Kamala with the Cubanos and the Venezuelans. And he ain't treating them no better than any of the other groups. No better. I mean, they getting treated just like the other groups. So, yeah, he definitely misled them. I like Tim's show because both sides can talk freely, says Mr. Mike. That is absolutely a certainty here. We don't block, ban, or censor. When we say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q, we sincerely mean it. So you will hear opinions on all sides of the aisle. You can be critical of anybody on this program, up to and including yours truly. Tap the screen. We should be around 50,000. Get your boy on up to 50, F-I-D-D-Y. Get your boy on up to 50,000 or likes their TikTok. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. And Clapper, Obama was reelected after deportations. GOP will be okay. And I'll push back on it from this. First of all, there's a lot more orbiting around Trump than just the deportations. When you're starting to raid schools and you see people running off on farms and stuff like that, obviously law enforcement is wearing masks all over the country. That stuff wasn't happening during Obama. Even though Obama was deporting folks more, perhaps, than Trump, the way it's being done under Trump is what's looking really, really bad. And then you're creating places like Alligator Alcatraz, and you're putting up signs, and people are taking these happy, friendly family photos, you know, about the comedy and the potential humor of a person being consumed by an alligator. That wasn't happening under Obama. The way to make Obama look somewhat in the same frame as Trump is to just throw the numbers out there. Well, Obama was deporting a bunch of people too, but then when you go into the actual cases of alligators and all that stuff is not there with Obama. That's when you start to separate Obama from Trump, is that Trump seems to have taken pleasure in it. Not to mention people, you know, you got people just being grabbed and sat down in facilities for days, if not weeks, and let go. Well, I watched a video earlier today where an American veteran, born and raised in the country, said he was present during one of the, it was either the marijuana farm or one of the Home Depot raids. He was there, and they grabbed him, broke his car window out, grabbed him. He said he told them, you know, I'm a veteran, I'm an American citizen. He said it didn't mean nothing to them at all. They detained him, and he was held in custody for 3 days. That kind of stuff wasn't happening under Obama. Or if it was, the mainstream media didn't report it, and the right-wing media didn't report it either. So that's what's causing Trump. So, and then of course sending people to El Salvador and all that kind of stuff. None of that was happening under Obama. So Trump's going to get a lot more flack for all of that stuff that didn't take place under Obama. The only way to make Obama look the same as Trump is just by going by the numbers. But when you look at actual individual cases and all that stuff, Trump looks way worse on that. Real quick in the comments, yeah, that's some BS right there, especially if they release him. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of Americans that have been grabbed in this shit. Plenty of Americans. And then, of course, even the illegal immigrants that we're saying, look, if you came here illegally, you got to go. Even that under the Obama administration was not so black and white, for instance. Under the Obama administration, they were not going after grandmas that have been here illegally since the 80s. That's not what they were doing. Under the Trump administration, it's like, if you're here illegally, you got to go. I don't care if you've been, you know, saving cats in trees and helping guide the blind. I don't care what you've been doing the whole time. None of that will be taken into consideration. We're going to hold you accountable to the fact that you came in the country illegally, no matter what. I don't care if you pull somebody out of a burning building. You served the country, for instance. People have served in Iraq and Afghanistan and shit like that. That wasn't happening under Obama. The merciless approach. Break law, must be punished. We don't even do that to our own people. Break law, must be punished. There's judges all the time that look at a case, look, what you did was wrong, but it's been 10 years. I see you've been a family, you haven't done anything wrong, and they give you slack. We're looking at these people like you get no slack under no circumstance. That wasn't happening under Obama. Let me go back to the box. It wasn't reported on. Barry was given a free ride by the media. Well, you got to blame the right-wing media as well, sneaky peeky. You're saying that Barack Obama was doing all the same stuff, deporting old ladies and all of that kind of stuff, deporting military personnel and all of that. If he was doing that, raiding farms and all that stuff, then you got to blame, the right-wing media does exist. You keep, you know, you try to defend, you try to go after Obama by saying, well, the media gave him a pass. Fox News was up and running in full swing during that time. So was Limbaugh was on the air. I mean, you got to blame them too. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with the one and only Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Yeah, I don't think Obama was doing that either, Mr. Mike. But I hear my viewers say, I don't believe Barack Obama was doing that stuff. Because you would have heard people coming forward and saying it. There would have been folks. The liberal media or the mainstream media does lean left, but they're not going to ignore every damn thing. They're not that much in the camp for a liberal. They're just going to ignore everything like that. I don't, because they sure as hell held Bill Clinton accountable for Monica Lewinsky. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
So, do you think that the deportations under Trump are no worse than Obama?
No worse. I'm not sure what context.
Let me give you context. In other words, You know, people are complaining that Trump is deporting old ladies that have been in the country since the 80s and haven't broken any laws, or Trump is sending people to El Salvador or, you know, Alligator, Alcatraz, you know, or raiding farms. In other words, Obama was doing all of the same shit and getting the pass.
No. Those people were going through their process. They were going to courts and they were going and sitting in front of judges, and they were being that they were saying that their claim was invalid, and then they were deported.
Yeah. I gotta say, I don't recall hearing about a deportation at courtrooms under Obama at all. I mean, people, you know, you're here seeking asylum. By the way, getting rid of TPS status and all of that for all of these people, that absolutely did not happen under Obama. He was actually trying to establish relationships with Cuba. He didn't get rid of TPS status for the Haitians. Trump got rid of TPS status for the Haitians, Nicaraguans, Honduras, Haiti, Cuba, and Venezuela. 6 countries. That didn't happen under Obama. That's got to be probably 1 million people or more right there alone.
Yeah, I mean, we know it was 500,000 in one fell swoop like 2 weeks ago, and that was just in one executive order.
Yeah,
So,
that was the
I mean,
Haitians.
all
That was the
these
Haitians.
different ways they're going about actually taking citizenship away from people is definitely unprecedented.
Yeah,
There's no comparison. When I hear people say, "Well, look what Obama did," that's not even a genuine conversation. That's disingenuous to try to compare the two.
Well, I think where it's coming from is they're comparing Trump and Obama, suggesting that Obama got rid of illegal immigrants as well. What they're skipping over is all of the hundreds of thousands of legal immigrants that Trump is kicking out, because Obama wasn't getting rid of green card holders and talking about, you know, taking away naturalization and citizenship. Obama never talked about ending somebody's citizenship, which Trump has talked about doing several times.
Right. The difference in the two situations is Obama was dealing with people who were coming across the border.
Mm-hmm.
Trump has, in effect, closed off the border. So the only group of people he can deal with is people that are already inside the country. So it's different when you catch, catching 10,000, 5,000 people a week who are trying to come through. You look at their cases and decide they're unvalid, and you send them right back. As opposed to nobody's coming across the border now. Every one of those, 3,000 people that they've been assigned to send back have to come from inside the United States.
Yeah, I get your point. In other words, Obama was deporting newbies. Trump is deporting your neighbors.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, that's the overwhelming majority of deportees of Obama was people who were fresh in the country trying to come across the border. He was not going throughout neighborhoods and shit grabbing people. Trump is going after your neighbors, the guy who runs a taco truck down the street from you, or the kid in school. Obama wasn't doing it. He was going after people that most Americans did not have lengthy ties and connections with. Trump is going after wives and husbands and aunts and grandma. So that's the difference.
Right. He's run out of extremely bad criminals and gang members. So he has to move now to who else? He has to move to, the people who got a speeding ticket. You know what I'm saying? When they was 18, when they was in high school.
Yeah.
He got to get them people.
Yeah, that is so crazy. You said 18 when he got a speeding ticket. It is amazing that some of the crimes they're saying, well, you're an immigrant, you should have a perfect criminal history. You shouldn't have that on your record. And some of this stuff is like you said, it's you got a moving violation back in '94, and hey, you were an immigrant, you got to be perfect. So
there's nothing in the immigration process that says you have to be a perfect model citizen to be considered to come here. We understand, even the Bible says, look, we gonna sin. This gonna happen.
No, I don't know, Dinka. I think that if you come in the country and you commit a crime, I think they can kick you out, but I think it's one of those things where they just were not enforcing it. It's just like if you're driving 1 mile per hour over the speed limit, you can get a speeding ticket. The cops just don't go that far down with the enforcement. Under Trump, he's giving people speeding tickets for going 1 mile over the limit.
Right, but why? Look, why don't they do it?
Probably
Why don't the cops do it? Why don't they give you a speeding ticket for 1 mile over?
it would tax the resources and make people hate the fucking cops.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And the judges would be saying, why is my courtroom full of people who's the difference between 1 mile an hour over the speed limit is, you coming around the corner, you going over the hill, you trying to pass. Everybody would have all of these different understandings of why they did it, and it just wouldn't be logical. The same way it's not logical for him to be doing this to people. And I kind of get what you're saying. Like, yeah, if there's been a crime committed, technically, but you're talking about the difference between felonies and misdemeanors. Now, if you got a violent crime, hell yeah.
Yeah. I cannot remember offhand the percentage of these people that are being and deported that have crimes in terms of felonies, but it's really low. I mean, for Trump to suggest they're not sending us their best and brightest, they're sending us their rapists and murder. The overwhelming majority of these people we're kicking out of the country do not have a violent history at all. I mean, it's just.
Well, they said around 70% didn't have criminal records at all. So
yeah, and even the remaining 30%, most of them is not violent.
Right, when they go to these dang construction sites and snatch up 100 guys in there, it's probably 2
right
that maybe have felonies or something. The rest of them people just out there trying to make a buck.
Yeah. I mean, like when it came down to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he's 30-some years old. They claim he's been in MS-13 since he was 16. Like, where are you finding all these gangbangers with no criminal history? Like, I mean, where do you find, where I came from, if you've been hanging around, you've been in the gang for 10 years, so they don't arrest you for something. You probably got felonies on your record. Like, you finding all of these gangbangers with nothing on their criminal history? How do you get that many of them like that?
Right, and he's literally he's like a part of the electrical or the construction union, like he's actually established.
Yeah.
Like, how many gangbangers fake it and go to work every goddamn day to just remain, human traffickers while they got a fake job? Like, that's not how.
I mean, I think if it is what it is, just simply say anybody in the country that's here illegally, we getting rid of you. Making up this notion that they're all bad hombres coming to harm people. I mean, it's just like with the Epstein list. Just tell people what you plan on doing. When you start making up stuff, that's what gets you caught up in it. And Trump is really known for that. Making up, exaggerating, and saying things that are well beyond fact, I guess, to drive his point home. But I don't think, and by the way, I don't think MAGA cares, how many of them actually felons versus, look, if you're here illegally, I don't care if you've done none wrong, they want you to go. But the whole.
That's what the problem we have is when we keep saying they here illegally. Like, the majority of them here are not here illegally, but we just keep saying that over and over again. So now that's a part of our conversation where we can say, well, they just here illegally so they can go. That's not the reality. They all not criminals.
Yeah.
The majority of them aren't criminals. So when we say that, we just excuse that these people's human rights are being violated because we've got in our minds, because we've been told over and over and over again that they're all criminals, they're all poison in the blood, they're all rapists and murderers, they're all this, they're all that. So now we start having conversations where we start doing the same thing. We start calling them all criminals. Yeah. They're not fucking criminals.
Yeah. This is what I've said before in the program many times, that I think that ultimately, if you get a liberal or even a moderate conservative in office in the future, you might have to, I don't want to use the term reparation, but there's so many people that have been wronged by some of this stuff because we're gung-ho about just getting everybody out. People are getting harmed by this that don't deserve to be harmed. People being detained and they're American citizens and stuff like, all of them folks got lawsuits. I mean, now under the Trump administration, they're not going to get shit. So my guess is if they go to a lawyer or something like that, he would probably tell them, Actual limitation will not have expired when Trump is out of office. It's probably best to wait before you file your case until he's out of office so that he doesn't, squash it. But once Trump is out of office, I mean, you got federal employees that have been fired for performance when they never had a performance review. I mean, you got so many contractors that have done work and they've been told they're not going to get paid. There's so many federal lawsuits that's going to come down the pipe. You're going to have to pass a law that says they can't collect. I mean, it would bankrupt the country. I mean, he's attacking a lot of people wrongfully.
Right, and it's gonna be hard, man, for you to pass anything considered reparations. Black people standing around.
Yeah.
Black people standing around.
Well, they've done it many times. I mean, the natives have gotten casinos and tobacco and shit. They've kind of got in. They've gotten a little bit, but it was all their land. It was all their land. But the Native Americans have gotten a little bit of concessions. They gave concessions to the Japanese who were put in internment camps.
Everybody's gotten concessions.
Right.
Even the slave owners got concessions.
So why not put the Mexicans in there too?
No, they got to get in line. They got to get in line. Now. We ain't doing this shit again now.
Well, I mean, the conservatives are going to want the Hispanic vote going forward, and with Trump destroying their vote with the Cubanos and the Venezuelans in particular, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they try to do something to make them folks whole. Because, like I said, Trump has probably hurt the Republican Party going forward with Hispanics and law enforcement too. With these folks going around with masks on and shit like that. I mean, they've gotten to the point now in some of these neighborhoods, if they see a car with tinted windows or obscure license plate or sitting on the block too long, the Hispanic community is scared to come out the house. They think that they're being set up for a raid.
Yeah, they even got a website. You heard the website?
Yeah.
They got a website that tells them whenever they're in your neighborhood.
Yeah, and
they're trying to make a law against it. You know, the Republicans are trying to block the website.
Right. So the Hispanic community is probably going to be more hesitant in dealing with law enforcement going forward than the black community. I mean, because a lot of these ICE raids, what they're doing is having a local law enforcement, a sheriff or a local cop pull the person over. And then once the cop walks up and tells you why you got pulled over, then there's an ICE car pulling up that's working in conjunction to decide whether they're going to deport the guy. But ICE can't make the traffic stop. So you got a lot of these departments that are working in conjunction with ICE. So the cops are working with ICE. I mean, people are going to have an issue with law enforcement.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's hard to say what's going to happen. But it's it's a lot going on right now, man. I know it's always a lot going on, but
under Trump, it is.
What's up with Trump's new shoes he bringing out now?
What do you mean?
Them patent leather muffin tops.
You're not talking about these.
Yeah, them patent leather muffin tops.
I hear that he need to make them. He need to upgrade them to the wide width because them don't look comfortable. Don't look. He gonna have a.
They say that joker they say his shit need to be elevated between 6 to 8 hours a day, man.
I played. Well, speaking of what you're talking about, I want you to hear this. I played this earlier. You weren't. I don't think you were you were waiting yet, but I want you to hear this.
MAGA. I have over a decade of nursing experience, mostly in emergency medicine, and I'm here to tell you that the POTUS does not just have chronic venous insufficiency. He most likely has heart failure. I've seen the medications that he's taking that they've admitted to anyway, and I've seen how they've changed since his first presidency, and I've seen his swelling or edema that he has, and the math ain't mapping. So.
Do you think they may be lying about his health condition?
Well, I don't know. Look, I don't know that they're necessarily lying about it. I mean, they put it out there. I mean, me and you had a conversation probably 6 months ago when he had his physical. And they put out the medications that he's on,
right?
Which is from high blood pressure or congenital heart issues. But nobody ever seemed like they picked up on it. Now he's showing the effects of it, so they're not lying. They just saying, this is something that everybody has when they get older. When I didn't see that particular one, but I've seen other. Trauma nurses, I've seen emergency room nurses all saying the same thing. They're like, this dude is definitely ill.
Wow. 2028? Trump 2028, is that possible? What are you gonna do? Roll out a casket?
They already said, look, he can rule from behind bars. Maybe he can rule from under.
Go rule from the grave?
Hey, he got his connection through JD Vance. He can tell us what the boss wants.
But do you think it's possible that he could have a serious ailment? And because this is what they said about Biden. They suggested that Biden was in cognitive decline, had dementia, and the liberals were hiding it. Do you think it's possible that the right could be doing the same thing?
Yeah, definitely. They wouldn't, I don't think that they were afraid of Biden when they were covering for him, but they're afraid of Trump. I mean, he could just come out there and just say anything like somebody's crazy old grandfather, and they just stand there and smile like they not even listening to some of this. Like they ask him a question and he talks about something totally different and he makes no sense. And everybody just sits there and shakes their head like they don't see what he's saying.
Yeah, he definitely does it. I mean, you really can't ask him a topic where Biden's name don't come up and he doesn't deviate to something else. And MAGA loves it.
Any topic you ask him, he's saying he taking it back. You know, it's like a bad marriage. You know, when you're in a bad marriage, it don't matter what the argument is about. It always goes back to whatever your problem are. It's like that. No matter what the issue is, you could have not put the seat down, but if it came down to you cheating before, it's gonna start out about the toilet, but it's gonna end up back at you cheating, even if that was 30 years ago. That's the same way Trump is.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't. I mean, no matter what you talk to him about, Biden's name comes up. I mean, they talk about Trump derangement syndrome, and anytime I ask someone, "What is your definition of derangement syndrome?" It's hard not to get. It's hard not for them to understand. It's hard for them not to realize. Well, Trump has it also. It's just against Biden. Whatever your definition of derangement syndrome is, Trump is doing that stuff in regards to Biden. He hates the guy that much. He can't stop talking about him. He lives rent-free in his head, as they say. He's doing all of that stuff. They just don't diagnose it.
He's got quite a few people he's got derangement syndrome about, except for Epstein. He don't want to talk about Epstein. And then he come out the next interview and start talking about Epstein.
Yeah.
So maybe he do got Epstein derangement syndrome too, because he said stop talking about it, but the moment he went out for his next press conference, well, since you guys keep talking about Epstein.
Yeah, and maybe, but you're right though. Anytime he's talking about this stuff, the chances of him deviating are pretty high. I mean, you ask him about one thing and he always deviates to other subjects. So it does seem like, I don't want to say his cognitive abilities are failing, but it is weird that he does that all the time.
Hey, whoever asked him or Pam Bondi for the grand jury,
Oh my God.
the grand jury information.
Wait, say that again. Oh, I told him to use that shit. I mean,
What
because
the hell? That doesn't mean you can invite a ham sandwich. We know what goes on in grand juries. It's just enough to make it go to court. There's no real solid evidence. It's just to get people to say, yes, this should go to court. That's it. Why are they acting like this is some grand gesture to,
It's called throwing a bone just to get folks to think you're giving them a little something. It sounds a lot better than saying the list is fake or Obama made it or it's a hoax. So it is moving the dial. And look, you don't have to feed them that much. So that's a little bit of crumbs. That's the way I see it.
I guess it's enough of that young lady that you had on the thing. Her. Talking about something. Yeah, we just gonna give him he got 3.5 years to tell us the truth, so we just gonna give him some time. You know, it's a felony to withhold evidence to a crime.
Yeah. Not to mention during those 3.5 years, some of those names could be violating other kids. They could pass away with no job. I mean, there's all kinds of bad shit that could happen. If you know who's on the list and you're coming up with all these excuses why you're not releasing the list, you're not doing anything for the new victims that some of these pedos may be abusing. I mean, they need to be outed immediately, like just like with Lincoln Riley. You want Lincoln Riley situations prosecuted and dealt with immediately. You don't want to wait 3.5 years. So, I mean,
and what do you think? Why do you think Trump never mentions Bill Clinton?
they were buddy during that time.
They were buddy back then.
Yeah.
And so was Howard Littman, his Secretary of Commerce or Labor or whatever. They was all friends back then. And Alex Acosta, the guy who he made as Secretary of Labor, all of these people used to hang around. Littman was his neighbor for like 20 years. They were doing business and everything. And now he's standing right next to Trump in front of the whole world. And they talking about, let's not talk about Epstein.
He might get away with it. I got to move it on, then, Cal. Thank you for coming through.
I don't think he's going to get away with this one, but I hear you.
He's 79. Like, damn, what do you think's going to happen?
I tell you, a lot can happen in a day.
Not while you're president.
Hey, look, when you got a diagnosis that you might not have that much longer.
What are you saying?
Hey, we don't know what's going on with his venous.
Yeah, I'm talking about in terms of Epstein, though.
Yeah, like, look, the moment, there's a lot of people out there who just will keep on acting like they still down with him. The moment we get concrete evidence that he was a customer on Epstein's list, he's done. He is done.
I don't think so, didn't Cal?
He gonna keep that 30% of MAGA, but all of these people he brought to the table, all of these Hispanics, all of these so-called evangelicals, all of these people who've been crying about child, grape and all of that stuff, them people gonna walk away.
Let me tell you the reason why I'm not.
Nick Fuentes. What you heard what Nick Fuentes said?
What did he say? I did hear what he said, but I don't remember. I seen the video of him saying it, but I don't remember what it was. Somebody else mentioned it.
Yeah, he said he is the deep state. He goes against everything they stood behind him for. He called him a fat slob. He said he's not as smart as people think he is. He said all kinds of stuff. Like some of these people are just not.
I don't buy it, then, Cal. I'm telling you, if you know when they say walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Okay, Trump has not been confirmed to be on the Epstein list, but there is so much circumstantial evidence orbiting around him that anybody else that had all of that shit floating around him, MAGA would be adamant that that person abused a child. So I don't know. I mean, even a lot of traditional Republicans are still like, I don't know, I need to see more proof. They wouldn't need to see any more proof if Obama or Bill Clinton or somebody had that. All of the quotes, the way he talking about his own kid, the way he's passing little kids on escalators, talking about he would be dating them. I mean, hanging around the Playboy Mansion, potentially going into a dressing room of 15-year-olds. I mean, there's so much stuff there before the Epstein list that the Epstein list is almost like you ever put together a puzzle and you finally found the last piece and it fits. It's like, if it wasn't Trump in that predicament, a large portion of the folks that are giving Trump the benefit of the doubt would be convicting anybody else that was in that same situation.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they already saying that Obama tapped his office. Like, they know it. Like, they know it for sure. No evidence, but they saying we know for sure. All of the stuff he talks about Biden didn't know he was signing when he was signing with the auto pen. All of that stuff, they believe it. Just believe it. No proof, nothing.
That's a good way to be when you got a whole audience that you don't need to prove anything. You can just say it and therefore it is. That's a good way to be. And he's in that position. I got to move it on, then, Cal. Thanks for coming through. All right. And I mean, I'm serious. That is the way. That is a benefit that Trump enjoys. Is that all he has to do is say something, and people. Barack Obama wiretapped his office. Perfect example. Or the election, or the Haitian migrants. I mean, just say it, and people will believe it. None of that stuff has been proven. None of it have. Even the election. Well, this didn't look right and that didn't look right. Okay, but he didn't prove he won. That's what he's saying. He's not saying the Democrats may have cheated. He's saying I won by a landslide. He ain't proved that. So, yeah, he is in a unique position. All he has to do is say something, and millions of people are going to believe it. Even if it sounds radical, they're going to believe it. You know, like I said before, any of us watching, if you were detained and arrested, I don't care if you're white, black, or indifferent, any of you out there, if you were arrested and Trump says you were an illegal immigrant and you've been hanging around MS-13, MAGA is going to believe that, period. MAGA is going to believe that. It's just, that's going to be all that's necessary. Trump said this person is involved in this stuff. Trump has all kinds of inside information and knowledge. Who else has more information than Trump? And that's good enough. And by those standards, that does mean that he can essentially make Americans disappear with a large portion of the country not even asking questions about why he did it. Looking in the comments, so real quick, tap the screen. 60,000, make that happen. 65,000. We can make 65,000 happen. Tap the screen. Trump refused to go to Vietnam. I've heard the Bone Spurs comment. Tim does those kind of puzzles with 11 pieces, says Don Myers. Well, even if I'm doing a puzzle with 11 pieces, I still know what it feels like to get that last piece to fit. So I get your point, but it's still the same. The argument still is the same. Maybe see every day more strong Trump, good health, only God can do. I think I'm getting what you're trying to say. I don't know. Real quick in the comments, Ed says Obama was, oh, I saw that already. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of my super chats here. What USA new style, a lot of felony. Okay, I don't know what your grammar is off on that. Then do a Google search, you'll find it all in one place. Okay. 82-year Chilean refugee sent to Guatemala. It's not hard. I'm not going to do your work. Okay. Well, like I said, what I was saying with my last caller before we go to the next caller is, I do believe there's going to be a lot of lawsuits put in against the federal government. We've given Trump enough power that he is doing things that are harming folks, either harming folks who are innocent or even violating civil rights of people that are criminal. I mean, just because you came in the country illegally does not mean you have no laws or rights at all. I know some folks want it to be that way, no due process and all. You still have some laws and rights. I mean, you can't just make a person disappear for weeks on end because they came in the country illegally. You got people complaining that they didn't even get food for days. You can't do that because somebody came in the country illegally, is detain them and not feed them. So all of that will come out. I don't know what's going on in Alligator Alcatraz. Who knows? But it wouldn't surprise me if some human rights violations came out of that. I don't think MAGA wants those people treated nicely. I think the goal, and this is my opinion on this, you guys can obviously correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think the goal is misery. The goal is to make conditions so awful that it not only deters people from coming here illegally, it makes the folks that are currently incarcerated want to self-deport. That way you reduce the number of appeals, because some people who, the asylum seekers, for instance, if you came here seeking asylum and all of a sudden Trump ends your asylum status, or if you came here under TPS, temporary protected status, you came here from let's take Haiti, for instance. Trump ended TPS status for the Haitians, 500,000 people, meaning that I believe they have till September 2nd to either go back to Haiti or some other country that takes them, or they become fugitives in America. Now, those folks could file an appeal suggesting that Haiti is not safe to return to. Trump has stated that the conditions in Haiti have improved. They have not. The U.S. State Department's website is still warning Americans that it is a level 4 no-go zone. It was a level 4 no-go zone before Trump got in office. So the U.S. State Department has not changed their statement on Haiti at all. Yet the Trump administration, well, it's good enough to go home now. So my guess is, now, if you file an appeal where you're suggesting, no, you're wrong on this, I want to file an appeal on my asylum or TPS claim, well, we're going to let you file the appeal, but we're going to put you in a situation that's so awful that you don't want to wait until the appeal comes up. The appeal could take a year. Remember, the big beautiful bill put in a lot more money to deport people. Border Patrol, money for the wall, money for military, all that. They didn't put in any extra money for judges and things like that would speed up the process to get these people court dates. So when you file an appeal, you may be sitting in some facility for a long time. So the goal is make the facility so awful that the person drafts their appeal and agrees to self-deport. And that's what's been happening. I mean, make the conditions horrible so that the person will just simply go. And you don't have to worry about the appeal. That's what's been going on. Looking in the comments here real quick. Regular jail is a human rights violation until you are the one violated. Clown. Well, regular jail, I've heard this often that they're not doing anything to the immigrants, no different than what we do to Americans in regular jail. That's patently false. If you go to jail, you got access to phone calls. Unless there's some kind of special circumstance, you got access to make phone calls. You got access to your attorneys, commissary. Some places you go where you might even be to watch TV or listen to a radio or read a book. There's a lot of things that you have in regular jail as a U.S. citizen that they don't have. They don't have a guarantee that they can speak to lawyers. They don't have a guarantee that they're not getting phone calls at all. Their families, they just disappeared. It's not like regular jail. It's actually worse. It is actually worse. So don't let anybody tell you, well, we're not doing anything to them that's any worse than Americans that go to jail. No, it is worse. It is worse. Ain't nobody getting collect calls from these people. You got to collect call from Alligator Alcatraz. Will you accept the charge? No, they're not getting calls or anything. It is worse. People just don't want to admit that. It's worse. Tim puts together unicorn puzzles. All right, Don, you're playing the same joke too long. I am so surprised how fascist regular citizens are in defending Trump, worried about this country. Well, humans can be shitty towards each other. Humans can be shitty. Let me go back to the box. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Almost at 60 foul. Continuing on, we will go to, I think it says Troy Stewart. Oh, that was Andy. Andy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Hey, good evening. Good to have you on. Do you think, now we mentioned earlier, do you think that the whole diagnosis on Trump, with his ankle looking the way it is, do you think that they're being straightforward about this?
No. Just like he don't weigh 225 and is 6'3". Come on now.
So you do agree with me that they're likely, because when he had COVID, it later came out that he was in serious shape when he walked to Marine One.
They said that long C19 resides in the veins and in the blood vessels. That's when, one of the doctors where I live came out with a groundbreaking. They're actually doing treatments here to treat long COVID. It's amazing.
They're doing treatment to treat what? They treating what?
Long C19. Where, some people have it for a long time and it resides in the body.
Okay.
They're figuring out ways to get rid of the people's symptoms that had it.
Oh. Well, that's a good thing. I mean.
Yeah, but the Heritage Foundation gave that doctor $25,000, so I
Yeah, that's it.
mixed reviews on that. I wanted to touch on something real quick if you got a moment for me.
Sure.
I hear them talking about Obama. But Obama had nothing to do with this because that was George W. Bush administration that decided to let Alex Acosta, who turned out to be Trump's labor secretary after the fact, make that sweetheart deal where Jeffrey didn't have to do federal anything. So the federal government didn't have that stuff anymore. Okay. It went to a state thing.
Well, that's not what they accusing. They're accusing Obama of being part of the Russia gate.
Well, they're also accused him of the list too. So I just want to make sure they understood that was Bush, and that was Republican-run red state Florida. Democrats never had that information.
Well, Obama makes a good whipping boy. So if you can blame something on Obama, you're going to get an applause from MAGA because they don't like Obama.
I hate them for that too, man. It is the look. That man took us from bankruptcy to prosperity. And Trump ran that in the ground, so I don't hear it.
Well, the notion is that under Trump, we had a good economy the first time.
Yeah, because for the first 2 years, that generally belongs to the last president. Except in Trump's case, when he comes in and puts on tariffs and sticks his thumb all the way down on, on the stock market and like, when do presidents get to tell private industry what to do?
Yeah,
When did that start?
speaking of that question you just asked, presidents getting to tell private industry what to do. Are you aware that President Trump, because the Washington Commanders, the football team, is talking about building a bigger stadium or a new stadium in D.C. Trump is threatening to cancel that deal if they don't rename the team the Washington Redskins. He also wants the Cleveland Guardians to go back to the name Cleveland Indians. Now, you know why those names were changed. You talking about not being able to tell private industry what to do. What's your take on that?
Don't tell us, MAGA, that they're not racist anymore. We don't want to hear that nonsense ever again. Those names they were taken away because of the harm they did to the people they represent, and the fact that Donald Trump wants to turn the tide because apparently, just because people understand now that other people are harmed by such things, this is a bad thing. He considers that to be woke. I'm sorry, I consider that to be humanity, compassion.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't. Same thing with the Confederate bases on the military. I don't get what is the goal of renaming all this stuff?
Naming of other people's names. That is the same bullshit. Y'all are members of the Confederacy. That's who practice states' rights.
What's next? What about Aunt Jemima?
That's some disgusting ass shit too. Those are all stereotypes that aren't true.
Yeah,
I'm tired of these people.
I see
What's wrong with it? Why do they want to go backwards? I understand they're conservatives, but let's not. Y'all all think you're going to be the leaders of AI while you're literally running everything backwards. The rest of the world has to want to buy your products. The rest of the world is looking at us currently like, nope. And there are whole countries boycotting us.
Yeah.
A majority of Canadians are boycotting us.
But
people in Australia that are boycotting us. Y'all notice tourists is down everywhere.
Yeah.
Like nobody wants to fucking come here.
But in regards to what we're talking about, Don Myers on YouTube is saying that the natives actually want those names back. They want it to be.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either. I don't know where he's getting that from. I haven't heard that.
I don't know. One indigenous, and they're not natives. They're indigenous to the United States. They are not damn savages. Stop it.
Yeah. I don't understand it. I mean,
that is another. Just because they wrote it in the history books that way, that is just another piece of racism. Stop.
Yeah. Somebody said the syrup tasted better when it was Miss Jemima. He said the syrup tasted better when it was Aunt Jemima. I don't know where to go with that.
I'm sorry, that's just their insecurity talking. Like, because if they need that to be possible, then they feel like there's something in them not good enough, so they need to conquer other people, and that's the only way they feel big and powerful. I don't think that's necessary. I think being a humane, kind human being and looking at your fellow man as your equals and loving them is what the Bible preaches, why they call themselves Christians.
So then let me ask you this, and Ed, I do see your comment. You said Biden is healthy, don't believe your eyes, hypocrite. No, Biden was not as healthy as I originally thought. But what I want to ask you is this, Andy. With him taking all these names and going back and forth, do you believe that Trump is indeed racist?
Well, yeah. He got rid of the protections for the Civil Rights Act. That's when I knew he was racist for real. Like all that other stuff, like that was talk. I didn't know how much of that was MAGA, how much of that was him. Getting rid of the civil rights protections, that's all him.
Yeah.
Executive orders signed by him.
I remember during his first term, it was said that he was doing so much for blacks, HBCUs and things like that. I don't think there's anything during his second term where he can say, I've done this and it's good for black folks. I mean, it has mostly been anti-black.
When he says out of his own mouth, Stephen Miller only wants there to be 100 million Americans that look like him, and he didn't chastise him, he didn't say nothing, he didn't say that was a bad thing. That should tell you everything you need to know right there.
Stephen Miller only wants the country to only be 100 million strong, and he wants them all to look like him.
Yep, and Trump said that out of his mouth.
I didn't see that. Wow. That's bad. That's really bad. Wow.
I don't know why we're lying in America. Their shit's out on display. Quit lying about it. Just own that that's how you are.
But do you now? I have Gangsta Grandma on the show earlier. She's pretty vocal. She believes that all MAGA are racist. You don't believe that, do you?
At this point, how do you continue to look at this man to this day and not leave? Not only, I think they're morally just deficient, because the only reason he's talking about that other stuff is let's get away from the from the files as quick as we can.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't.
Forward in daily, like the pageant director that he was friends with from Elite Modeling, that turned out to be another one of those type of people that used to get together with Trump and have little pageants with little young. That was today's breaking news.
Wait, say that again.
There was a Elite Modeling. That guy got arrested for doing what kind of what Jeffrey was doing.
Okay.
And he and Trump used to get together and have pageants.
Damn.
That came out today.
Damn. But
there was also the one where his bank guy said that he had women that were under 21 at the casino so much that they had to complain to him about it because the gaming board let him get away with it once. Now, granted, she was 18, but still, these are old men.
yeah.
Even then.
And that's what I've said is that
it's just one after another. It's like all these stories individually have been told, but because they were one-offs, everybody kind of flipped them away. Now they're all being rounded up as one big pie.
wow.
And
that's what I was saying earlier to Dencal is that if this was somebody that was not Trump, particularly any liberal man or woman, and they had as much circumstantial evidence orbiting around him as Trump does, MAGA would be adamant that this person is guilty of doing this stuff. I mean,
some of them are burning their stuff.
really?
Mm-hmm.
MAGA?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard that.
The Steve Bannon crowd?
How long?
Steve Bannon has 15 hours of tape of him and Ed Jeffrey talking because he was going to try to rehab Jeffrey's reputation. And he said he was going to make some movie afterwards. It was some kind of bullshit for MAGA, and he never released it.
So then, how long before?
And his brother, and it's Epstein's brother that's calling for the releasement of all those tapes.
So then, how long if Steve Bannon and you got Clinton, people like Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly. How long before Trump starts attacking those folks? Because he don't normally like dissension.
Even the guy that said, about the women's bodies, the one I hate. What's his name? He used to be on the right. Women got all over him. Somebody help me.
Used to be on the right.
My body, your body, my
Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes.
Yep. Even he's fucking done to Trump. Everybody. Joe Rogan was listening intently to a preacher who was telling him that MAGA wasn't Christian.
I don't know if any Americans are Christian, in my opinion. Based on what I've seen and what I grew up on. I haven't
seen anybody regret their vote. Now you can't say that anymore.
No.
They're popping up everywhere.
No, but I do.
Think about it. If we got people regretting their vote and burning their gear, it ain't going to be long. He's causing this problem himself because it was always in Republican control. Trump gives Alex Acosta a job as Secretary of the Labor in his cabinet right after.
Yeah, but even
wait, that involved no federal charges, which the court then ruled to be illegal because they didn't notify the witnesses. And the people in the trial. So all of that happened because of Alex Acosta. Then Trump gave him a position in the cabinet.
Yeah, but they're not going to, no matter how disenfranchised they or enchanted they become with Trump, they're not going to vote liberal. So Trump is still by default going to get their vote. Okay, yeah, he's not perfect. Huh?
That's what they're saying. They're not going to vote at all. And right now they don't trust government. That's what his Truth Social page said. I read that on his own Truth Social page. We don't trust government. Now we don't trust any of you. You're up here talking about locking up Obama, but you're not talking about what we want to hear about.
Yeah.
And they're laying on it hard. And so, he is going to lose. Somebody said we put everything in on MAGA. MAGA will be destroyed. He said because
but out of all of this shit that has happened, who would have thought that Epstein, somebody who's been deceased for years, might unravel the Trump administration?
Well, the fact that there's 3 minutes missing in that tape, that's got all the conspiracy theorists on the warpath about Jeffrey's tape. There's 3 minutes missing.
Yeah. I mentioned this earlier. I don't get why Trump would have put Dan Bongino and Cash Patel on his administration. You know these people have been bloodhounds for this particular topic. Why would you put them two on your administration if you're not going to release this list? That's all. That is their whole claim to fame is this.
Week, was he?
Huh?
Wasn't Dan Bongino unhappy this week too?
Yeah, they're unhappy. Yeah. But that's predictable. Why would you put them on your administration?
He thinks he is smarter than everybody else, and he has got this covered. That's why he keeps talking. He thinks he can talk his way out of it. He thinks he's so smooth that he can keep talking and it will eventually fix the problem. But instead, he is digging deeper and deeper into the ground.
But what about the notion that things could have been worse? Co-op Cooper on YouTube says, just imagine a world where Kamala is president. We'd all be dead and eating each other by now. So despite what you're saying about Trump, he's saying
I'm sorry, but in what reality has that ever happened when a Democrat got elected? Please let me know, because I really want to see that, because generally it's the economy that gets fixed.
Yeah.
Because Republicans are running it in the ground while talking about conservatism and then blowing up the damn spending every time. Who spent all the money after Clinton? Bush. Who spent all the money after Obama? Trump. Yeah. Trump's responsible for a quarter of the deficit. It don't get much worse than that. Please quit missing me with your romantic hyperbole about shit that ain't never gonna happen. Miss me with that.
Fair enough, Andy. I gotta push it on, but thank you for coming through as always. Pleasure talking to you.
Like I said, I'll send you all the information I can find. It also don't help him that there's a picture of him dancing with the girl he said he didn't know, the one in the file that he tried to get sued over. Katie, that one.
Yeah. She's deceased now, ain't she?
No, and she's all over this app too. I'll send you some of her videos
Oh
too.
my God.
The one that is deceased you're thinking about is Virginia Dufresne.
Okay.
Who all of a sudden, after Trump gets elected, unalives herself. Like Jeffrey unalived himself. The conspiracy theorists are going wild.
And that's what I'm saying. If all of this stuff was, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If there were no clients and none of that, she's in jail for no reason. And they need to let her out. That was her last name, she said. And thanks, Tim. Have a great day.
Good talk, Andy. Appreciate it. And that's what I'm saying is that if all of this stuff was orbiting around anybody else, I don't think MAGA would be as forgiving. I mean, nobody knows what Trump has done. I'm not here to convict the guy, but there's definitely enough there that you can't just exonerate him either. I mean, women came out of the woodwork accusing Bill Clinton of sexual improprieties, and Trump used it against Bill Clinton. When Hillary Clinton ran for office, Trump flew Bill Clinton's accusers out to the Democratic National Convention to put them in the front seat. But all of a sudden, when the women are accusing Trump, well, they just in it for the money. So I do want folks to realize that there's a lot orbiting around President Trump. And I'll tell you this in regards to the Epstein list. We weren't really going to go too deep in Epstein, but I will say this about it. One of the common forms of pushback, the common mindset is, if Trump was on the list, the Democrats would have released the list. The Democrats hate Trump. They didn't want the guy to get elected. So if he was on the list, the Biden administration absolutely would have released it. This is what you're hearing. I got two things to say on that. One thing I will say is this. Trump does not like the Clintons whatsoever. And everybody knows Bill Clinton's name's all over the flight log. So, and Trump is saying, let's stop talking about it. One of his enemies is all over the flight log. And he's not releasing the list. So that kind of blows the notion, blows out the water, the notion that if my enemy is on the list, I'm going to release it. Trump has an enemy on the list and he's not releasing it. Bill Clinton's name is all over the flight. I think they said well over a dozen times, like 27 times or something like that. Bill Clinton's name is on the flight log 27 times. I don't think it's up for debate whether Bill Clinton was using the services or not. And this is the exact same thing I'm saying with Trump. You know the type of guy Bill Clinton has been known to be. Fraternizing, cheating on his wife, doing all of that shit. MAGA is 100% certain Bill Clinton is guilty. But Trump, having all of the same shit orbiting around him as Bill Clinton does, probably even more, suddenly he's not on the list. I'm just simply saying, if you look at it fairly from both sides, if you step outside of love for whatever party you're affiliated with or love for whatever candidate you like, just step out and look at it objectionably. It's hard to look at Trump and say this dude is 100% innocent. It's really hard to look at that because there is less information floating around Bill Clinton and you feel confident that he is guilty. Trump actually has the ability to release the list and he's not doing it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Every single one of them are on the Epstein list. And I believe that has a lot to do with Biden. I believe that the Democrat administration, they're Democrats they're trying to protect as well. Look, I've said this before. You know, this is, most of my audience is male. This is locker room talk type shit. But if you can guarantee dudes hanging around you are going to get laid, you're going to have a lot of dudes hanging around you. I mean, what he essentially was providing, talking about the late Epstein, he was providing free pussy. You're going to have a lot of dudes hanging around you. And even if they're underage, but you can guarantee the dudes are not going to face any accountability, you're going to have dudes hanging around you. We're not talking about 4 or 5-year-olds. Most of these people, I think they said, was between the ages of 14 and 17. You're going to have dudes hanging around you. If they know they can get involved in that, and there's not going to be any accountability, it's off on some island. Remember, under the Bush administration, they had to pass a law that holds Americans accountable for violating the innocence of a child, even if they go overseas. Because a lot of Americans are going to Cambodia and Thailand and some of those Asian countries and enjoying the pleasure of underage minors. Under the Bush administration, they passed a law that even if you go to another country and do that shit, when you come home, you can be held accountable. So clearly there's a market for it. Among Americans, there's a market. And you wouldn't assume it's going to be a lot of poor people going all the way over to Asia to do that. Those are wealthier people. It's going to be upper middle class and wealthy people that are going all the way over there to do something like that. Same kind of people that would go hang out with Epstein. So, yeah, my guess is, with Epstein being able to provide all of this pleasure to all these folks, 27 times, Bill Clinton's on the flight log 27 times, definitely was involved in it. And obviously, Trump is in photos with Epstein, and they're at parties. They're not coming out of some board meeting or something. They're at parties, and people at the party look pretty damn young. Judge it objectionably. Don't judge it because you like the guy or you hate the guy. Just step outside of that. Just look at him as a total stranger hanging with a guy you know was a serial pedo and judge it objectionably. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, looking in the comments, Trump is probably on the list 54 times. I don't know. If Trump is on the list because he's hiding the list, but do you need to see the list when you see how much interaction he had with Epstein outside of anything business related? I mean, he's clearly hanging with this dude at parties. He's clearly talking about the guy's a great guy and he likes a bunch of women and he says he likes them young. I mean, he's clearly hanging with this dude outside of business adventures. Judge it objectionably. Like I said, based on what you're seeing, do you really need to see a list? I mean, do you really actually need to see a list when you see somebody who has his history hanging around this guy that much? No, he didn't. He even said he likes pretty girls, a lot of them really young. Yeah, he did say that. Let me go back to the box. Trump knew all that was there to know. Well, he ain't releasing it. I almost feel like releasing a list will shake the world on who's in charge. I don't get all the excuses now, though. You ran a campaign on holding the deep state accountable, draining the swamp, and then you get put in a position to hold the deep state accountable and drain the swamp, and you start making up excuses on how that could be a danger to everybody. You didn't think about that when you were making the promise? All of a sudden, now you're doing that? You didn't think about any of that when you were actually telling people you were going to do that stuff. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA.
Yo, where you been?
I went fishing one day, enjoyed the weekend. I took a couple of days off.
I got you. I thought you were rebuilding your setup like I messaged you.
I
Did you have a message or no?
No, I didn't see it. I haven't been on anywhere near as much over the weekend. So I got the equipment, a bigger screen. I got it sitting right in front of me. There is a new setup coming. I just been too lazy to do it, but I already have all of the items to do that. I've had them for I don't know a couple months now, but this works for now. This works for now.
I don't know, but what I didn't get to say the other day is like I'm not necessarily saying you need a more expensive setup. You just need to set it up like there's an easier way. You could have one phone like recording and streaming, and you could take that stream and broadcast it to the rest.
What are you talking
Because
about?
I think TikTok gives you like a link that you could put in a certain program, and it'll just copy your TikTok to you.
Yeah, but then you can't. You don't see the comments from all of those streams like that.
No, the software that does it also gives you all the chat from all of them. That's a very easy to do. That's like the easiest part of it is reading the chat from all of them.
Yeah, I've actually looked into that, and because I also do some live streams from the car occasionally, you can't. All of that equipment in the car ain't happening. I mean, you need a lot. I mean, because now you need that's
You would need one phone and a laptop. That's it.
yeah. I don't know. What we're doing here works, man. I don't know. If I seen huge donors or something like that saying do it, that would be one thing. But it's a free program for over 99% of the people here, so it is
I
what
don't
it
think
is.
it costs money. It's just a matter of just setting it up and figuring out how to do it.
It's a free program, and I don't even know if it's worth the work behind doing all of that.
I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I
I'm
don't.
looking for it myself.
If I saw where there's some benefit or gain to it, yeah. But if it's a free program, it's a free program.
Well, the benefit is like the problem with like when I'm watching you on YouTube, I can never see who's calling. Like the last caller, I thought that was racist grandma. But when I actually got on TikTok, I was like, oh no, it's Andy. They sound really alike.
Well, everybody that calls, I make it clear who I'm talking to. I say their name when they get on the program.
Well, I know, but I jumped in the middle. I didn't jump at the beginning. I wasn't there.
Well, that sounds like a you problem, Agari.
I know. But still, you're also holding like 4 phones and going back and forth.
Whoa! That's what I'm talking about right there. Big dog. That's what I'm talking about. Some shit like that. I haven't seen anything like that in forever. Thank you, Big Dog. DAWG. Thank you. Appreciate that. But no, like I said, if it becomes beneficial, I would be willing. Like I said, I've got a screen that's going to take up the entire span here, so I would get rid of the YouTube placard. It's going to be because I want people to be able to see what I'm putting up there, but there's no benefit to rushing to do it. So I'm like, I'll get around to it.
I got you, but again, I'm talking about more about the recording than your background. I was never talking about your background.
Okay.
I was only talking about just the whole thing where I see you going back and forth between 4 phones. I was like, you don't need to do that. 1 phone, maybe 2, because I don't think Clapper supported.
Okay, you fucking off some of your time talking about this shit, right?
I mean, what else am I gonna talk about? Epstein, I told you I wasn't really interested in that last time.
All right, well,
I can see how it's.
Well, how about this fucking club foot? What is that?
What is what?
What is that club foot that's on my screen? Do you think this man is lying about his health?
Oh, I have no idea. What are we looking at?
You're looking at one of Trump's swollen ankles there, and he's saying this is not a big deal. And you got folks all over social media that's in the medical community saying this guy likely has congenital heart failure. When you compare his prescriptions based on his symptoms, that this guy is likely dealing with a lot more than they telling us.
That's all of America. I woke up, my foot was completely numb because I had it in a weird position.
You couldn't
sitting down too much.
You look at his foot and that just looks numb to you. He can barely get his foot in the shoe.
Yeah, because he's been sitting on his ass all day. I mean, if he walks around a little bit, his blood flow will go back to normal. I mean,
He's putting the MAGA,
especially someone in his age.
He's literally putting makeup on his hands. You think that's normal?
I mean, Trump cares about that shit. For him, it's normal. For us, it's weird.
Well, it's one thing to care.
That man works more than anybody I know, so I don't know what to tell you about that.
It's one thing to care about it.
Person, he seems to have a lot of energy.
Yeah, but it's one thing to care about it. The thing is, why you have to put makeup on it to begin with? What the fuck is wrong with your hand?
I mean, he's always been on TV. He's always had makeup all over him.
You know, how many celebrities on TV are putting makeup on their hand?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a lot.
I don't even think Betty White was putting makeup on her hand. What are you talking about?
I'm not a makeup artist. I really don't know the answer to that. It could be a lot, it could be zero.
Well, how about this? Ed G is telling me that if I take him to Biden's doctor, he'll say he's okay. So, in other so let me ask you something else.
Biden was bad health because we never saw him. He was in bed. He was like only on TV for 5 minutes at a time. We spent so much time with fucking Trump on TV. Like, you know, this is why you can notice shit like that, because he's on TV fucking 3 hours a day.
I want to agree with you, but I'll tell you this. When Biden had went to sleep with a CPAP mask on. I think we're all aware with a CPAP mask on. They made a big deal over him having the imprint from the mask straps on his face. They see stuff on Biden. They seen stuff on Biden too. I mean, they were pointing out shit on him.
No, I know, but like, yeah, I'm not saying they weren't pointing it out. I'm saying we knew he was unhealthy because he was spending very little time in front of the camera. Trump's in front of the camera like every day. So it's the opposite. You know he's healthy because if he was feeling like shit, why would he be in front of the camera every day talking to us? I would be fucking at home. I would be in bed if I felt like shit like that. But that's not Trump. Trump has a lot of energy. He's in front of the camera. He's always doing shit. He's always calling people. As far as I know, he's on the phone every fucking minute of the day talking to someone.
He's like a Kardashian. He likes to be in the spotlight. Speaking of being in the spotlight, I want to ask you this.
That's why we know he's healthy, because he's in the spotlight. And if he wasn't healthy, he would be hiding in the back.
You got motherfuckers that have died on camera, MAGA reaction. I don't mean you're healthy because you're in the spotlight. People have dropped dead on camera. So that ain't got nothing to do with you being healthy. He could die literally in your face. Let me ask you this, though. We talked about this earlier. You know, because people always say Trump is not a racist and all this. Why is he wanting to name professional sports teams back to names that people originally thought were racist? He wants to get rid of the Cleveland Guardians and rename them the Indians. He wants to get rid of the Washington Commanders. He wants to rename Redskins, and he's even threatening for the NFL team. The Washington Commanders are about trying to build a new stadium or something like that in D.C. He's threatening the contract if they don't go back to calling themselves the Redskins. What the hell is that?
I mean, it's the same thing with the name of the bases. It's because they were the Redskins and they were the Indians for 50 to 100 years. They have a long-standing history as that. You telling me the Washington whatever, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? They've only been around for, 10 years? And
so if the fact that the Native Americans find this stuff racist just fuck them because the names sound better?
I didn't say it sounded better. I said it has a history of being, it has a history, it had a life of its own, and it was just thrown away. It's just like it's like Seattle Supersonic. That wasn't racist, but some people missed that when they switched names.
But what about the notion that the Native Americans do find it racist? Do you ignore what they're talking about just because it has a history behind it?
I mean, the team wasn't racist. The name is racist. So as long as the team itself wasn't, going around being racist, I don't know. I'm like 75-25 on this. I'm 75 toward keeping the name because it has a long history, but I also understand how it's like a fucked up name. But
so you're 75% in favor of going back to the Indians and Redskins.
Yeah, not so much the Indians because I don't watch baseball, but the Redskins and what was the other one? There was another football team that had a similar name.
The Chiefs?
Yeah, I think the Chiefs, yeah.
Well, the Chiefs is a compliment. That's a position of leadership. Calling somebody a Redskin is not a compliment.
I mean, What about like FSU, the Seminoles? Should we change their name too?
No, that's what they were calling themselves. That's different. Now, it's different between somebody calling themselves a group of, the Seminoles is what they were calling. That's their tribe. They're not Redskin.
No, but it's also a football team, and a college football team that has nothing to do with the tribe.
Well, they don't mind you naming a team after names or phrases they respect. They just don't want you naming it after something that's racist.
Yeah. Like I said, let's just say 70-30. I'll give it another 5% toward the racist part. It has a long history. I mean, this should have.
So what?
Addressed earlier, I would be more toward them if this was
Well,
addressed in the beginning.
you do realize Aunt Jemima has a long history too. You want to go back to that?
Yeah, Aunt Jemima I felt was more representative than anything. You found that racist?
The whole fucking bottle is racist. You ever see Tom and Jerry? Thomas, the black character on there. I mean, that's back in that era when they portrayed black women to literally be nothing but useless servants. It's not meant to be a compliment.
See, I only saw the bottle. I've never seen those commercials you're talking about. That's before.
No. I'm saying you ever seen it? You ever seen it?
My lifetime, it was a little racist.
No, I'm saying, have you ever seen the cartoon Tom and Jerry?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like the only cartoon we had in Egypt.
Oh, I forgot you were not in the country. Okay, a whole different argument then. But anyway, there
we
was.
got Tom and Jerry. We got Ninja Turtles. We got some things.
So, I mean, for all I know, they may have banned some of the episodes. I mean, sometimes when it comes to international stuff, they don't show everything. But
they also sometimes they like rewrite the whole episode. Even stuff you watch here, it's like a completely different story than the original. Sometimes.
Oh, true.
It's a cartoon, and they make their own shit and use animation.
Alter egos. This dude. Alter ego, be nice to my guest. Goddamn.
Learning what? What is there to learn?
Oh my God, alter ego, you crazy.
I spent most of my life with these teams, and now like you're getting rid of them because what? I doubt people are actually offended.
And thank you for the subscription there, Black, is that Black Bold? Thank you, appreciate that. So let me ask you though, in addition to we talking about renaming football teams that are pissing off the Native Americans, and what about the whole, going back to all these Confederate names for military bases, pissing off black people?
I mean, it's the same thing, like they have a long history of being the base, or being the football team. And not doing the base is a base. But
America has a long history of doing racist shit. Did we just open the door to doing all of the stuff we used to do because it's a long history of it? We have a long history of racism.
But especially with the bases, the names are definitely not racist. They're just people's names.
There are names of people who were fighting to maintain racism.
It's just a name in the end.
So,
it's just a name.
So
the base has a long history of being, a U.S. military base with its own long, proud history of helping the U.S. defeat the Nazis and shit. So if you want to
name a military base Timothy McVeigh, you don't see a problem with that because it's just a name.
I mean, I guess going into the future, I would say it's a bad idea, but again, like my whole point is they had a 100-year history of just being a base called that.
Yeah.
There's no way the 100-year history of that base.
We had a 100-year we had a 100-year history of downplaying the significance of what they were doing to the black community and pretty much ignoring the wishes of the black community. The black community been arguing against this shit going way back. I mean, well before Martin Luther King, the black community has always been arguing against the Confederate flag and those soldiers. We just didn't give a fuck what they were saying. It ain't like everybody was celebrating it like, yeah, this is a good name. No, they had a problem with it a long time ago. It's only because the black community gained a little bit more power and a little bit more sympathy, often from white liberals, that they decided to listen. But they've been complaining about this. And you're saying it's okay because it's just a name to go back into that era and start picking heroes from that era?
No, it's not that. Like, I'm saying those teams, those bases have their own history, their own identity, separate of their source. You know, it's like trying to blame a son for something the father did, just because he shares the father's name.
Well, if they got a separate history, then the name shouldn't make a difference. The history's still going to be there, right? You don't need this name of this racist, Confederate. I mean, why not just say the base has a history? The history is not tied to just that name.
The identity is tied to the name. Once you get rid of the name, it's no longer that base that helped us defeat the Nazis. Or the football team that has a 50-year history of, being non-racist, having black players play on it.
Well, let me give you an example. I don't know if this happened. It probably happened in the early 2000s. I don't think it was quite the 90s, but I'm sure a lot of my viewers are going to know what I'm talking about. There was a pedo case at Penn State. Joe Paterno, the football coach, I think he's now deceased. Anyway, just like you're talking about, he helped do a lot. Joe Paterno won a whole lot of games for Penn State. But it turns out that one of his close friends or associates was abusing children, and he was helping hide the identity of that person that did it. Now, because Joe Paterno was such a successful coach, they had put a statue of him outside the stadium in Penn State because he had won a ton of games, one of the most winningest coaches for Penn State. Once it came out that he was hiding pedos, they took his statue down. Now, according to you, because he helped them win all of these games, and Penn State is affiliate, the statue should go back up, right?
I mean, you're describing it wrong. I know that story, and you flipped it over. Like,
Tell me what I got wrong. Tell me what I got wrong.
True.
Tell me what I got
I don't
wrong.
think it was his friend. It was just the coach underneath him that was happened to do this. But the coach himself, the one with the statue, he did nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong at all. He didn't hide anybody. He didn't know what was happening or anything.
What's up?
You telling me he didn't know? He didn't hide anything. He didn't know what was happening. He was totally unaware.
I don't know how much complicity he had in it, but he wasn't hiding it like he described.
I think
my brother went to that school. They never said he was hiding it. He just wasn't actively trying to look into it. You know what I mean?
He was a.
Let's play this. He took it as locker room talk, or he just wasn't curious about it. He was just doing his job and wasn't listening.
He was turning a blind eye to children being abused. He knew it was taking place, MAGA.
I mean, it happened under his watch, just as far as we know.
So according to you, because he got Penn State to where it's at, you believe his statue should go back up.
I mean, he had probably like 50, 80 years of helping people and helping that school and doing a lot of great things. To lose his statue and to get screwed over by somebody else's action just because he was most likely he was oblivious to all of it, being an 80-year-old fucking man like that.
So yes or no question, do you believe the statue should go back up?
Yes, I believe the statue should go back up because he didn't do anything wrong.
All right. What about
unless you proof he actively was hiding shit or doing something, a more active role in the thing? I think the statue should go back up.
I mean,
as far as I know, it was never proven that he actually, no one that came up to him and complained and he tried to hide. Like, there was no proof he did anything wrong.
Yeah, you see what Alter Ego put in the comments, that there's testimony that he knew about it since 1976.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, then why didn't they charge him? They should have charged him criminally as an accessory.
Well, if you know about something that is criminal, but you're not committing it, if you know your buddy is doing something to kids, you're not breaking any law by not telling on them. You're just a piece of shit. You might be a piece of shit for doing that, but you're not breaking any laws.
I don't know about that. I don't know what his responsibilities are.
There is no law requiring a citizen to snitch on another citizen. If you know a citizen, I don't care if the person committed murder, there is no law that requires you snitch on them. You don't have to tell.
No, but you're saying that he was helping them hide it. So Was he hiding completely?
I mean, if you just know somebody is doing something like that, and you still maintain good standing with them, they're still a friend or an associate of yours, and you know they're doing that. That's enough to make people hate you. You know your best friend or your associate or your buddy is abusing kids, and you're still keeping them as a buddy. That's what we're talking about.
See, this is the other thing I don't like about like debating you, because like you're adding a lot of extra flavor to the story.
What if I had it?
What we know for
What if I had it?
What we don't know for a fact. We don't know what he did. We don't know what he hid. We don't know that much detail of the story, and nothing was proven in court, so I don't know what to say.
Okay, well, while you're going down that avenue about what we don't know, we do know what those Confederates fought for. We do know that. There is no denying that they fought to maintain people in bondage and slavery, and they have statues and all of that. We do know that.
And the Confederates, I'm not supporting the Confederates. I'm supporting the base that was a U.S. Army base that never did anything racist to anybody, and that helped us win World War II. I'm not talking about the Confederates. I'm not trying to support the Confederates. I think what Trump did by naming it under some other guy named Bragg, so the base still has its identity, but it's not associated with the fucking Civil War, was a great idea. But
how is it? Wait. Out of all of the people, what the hell? Out of all of the people that have done, heroic things for the military, you're naming bases after privates and people that barely have any medals just because they have the same last name as some other dude. And you're saying that's a great idea? Out of all of the people who have done heroic shit that you're skipping over people who have really done great things for the military just to go after somebody with the same last name. And that's great shit to you?
Because the base gets to keep its identity. The base stays Fort Bragg, which has been Fort Bragg for 100 years. And It has a history. It has its own history, separate of the Civil War. And as far as I know, nothing like racist happened in that base. They didn't send, it's not like Tuskegee where they sent black people to be experimented on at that base.
But naming the base after somebody who fought to keep racism, not only racism but slavery. Naming the base after somebody who was fighting to keep that, you're cool with that.
I mean, no, but it happened fucking 200 years ago, whenever the base, or 100 years ago, whenever the base was opened. I'm just saying, the base has its own identity. It's known as Fort Bragg. I've been hearing about it from all my Army friends my whole life. And all of a sudden, it gets thrown away and forgotten because its namesake is a racist, which I'm not defending the namesake. The namesake could go to hell. He's probably burning in hell right now. But the base itself has its own identity and its own history that is never, as far as I know, has never been racist or has never done anything wrong.
No, I don't.
It's like, destroying all the Camaros because we find out that the word Camaro was a racist slang word from back in the day.
No, this is an actual human. This is an actual human being that wanted to maintain slavery and racism so bad that they were willing to pick up arms and kill people to do it. That's what the Confederates were doing. They were willing to pick up arms and kill people. And your response is, well, but it was a long time ago that they did it, and we've had the base name this way the whole time.
This is like where I get mad at you because you don't understand me, you don't understand Trump, and you're putting words in our mouth that that's not what we're trying to say. I'm saying the base is its own identity. It's like the base is the son, and he had nothing to do with what the father did, but he's named after the father. Are we gonna go around and find every person named Bragg and have them change
MAGA? I mean, listen,
related to the same Civil
MAGA. What you're saying would have more merit if he deliberately tried not to name the base after the father that was a bad guy. You and I both know the only reason that base is named after other people is because Trump could not officially name it back after the bad guys. That's the reason why he wouldn't have to find people with the same last name. He would have rather named it after the bad people you're talking about. The law prevented him from doing that. So you're giving him credit for doing something that he never really wanted to do. If he could name that base after the Confederate generals that fought for racism, that's who he actually wanted to name it after. But he couldn't. So you're giving him credit for something he didn't even want to do.
Okay, again, that's not the important part of the story. The important part of the story is this base has been called Fort Bragg for 100 years and has an identity as Fort Bragg, and that's all I care about. As long as that base is the same Fort Bragg that we fought World War II out of, is still called Fort Bragg, I don't care who it's named after.
Okay. To me, what you're doing, I got to move it on, but what you're basically saying is that, you know, if we've been used to acknowledging and being okay with racist stuff, if it's been around for a long period of time, well, it has history, so keep doing it. I mean, we know the truth about it. I mean, based on what you're saying, keep celebrating Christopher Columbus and all that. If you know something is based on horror or based on a lie, well, but it's been around for 100 years. It's developed legs. It ain't. You were told a lie to begin with. The foundation, the roots of it is a lie.
The Columbus thing has 100% to do with Columbus himself. This base has its own identity because it's a base. It's a location that has a lot of history. Columbus Day itself is just named after him finding, you know, America or the islands or whatever. But that base has a 100-year history of people, military people, fucking 10 generations of people going there and working out of it and fighting out of it. You know,
and many of them probably did not. Yeah, many of those generations of people probably didn't know. A lot of those generations of people probably didn't know the accurate history of what, you know, the guy behind that base, because we've been lying about what happened in the Confederate South for so long. So just because something has history, don't mean you stick with it when you find out the truth. I gotta move it on, man. Appreciate it.
They weren't thinking about the history, and I don't care about the history. I care about the base itself and the base's history, not the Civil War history part.
Okay.
There's two different things, and you're trying to combine them, and I keep telling you they're separate, and you just keep trying to combine them. They're separate, and this is where you don't understand me. I don't care about the Civil War part. I care about the fucking base and its 100-year history, and its, you know, its significance on its own. It's like getting rid of the Statue of Liberty because we hate French people.
I gotta go. All right, we disagree, but I gotta move it on. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, we disagree, but he's entitled to his point. He's always invited back to the show, but we totally disagree. In my opinion, you know, if I don't know what the black community represents in this country. What is it, 15, 16%? But there's a lot of whites that don't favor naming the base after this person. The idea was, we've been doing it for this long. I mean, to me, it just looks like a big fuck you to the people that have a problem with it. That's what I see. Damn, you got to bring me on with that so I can sit and back it. I see you there, Mike. Those are good white people, says Keith. Okay. All right, by the way, tap the screen. Speaking of good white people, I do have a few of those here. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 85,000. We can make that happen. If you're not, let your thumbs not be lazy. I almost feel like releasing this list will... Oh, I saw that already. Shake the world. Let me go back to the box. Interesting conversation with my last guest. We disagree on a few things, but nevertheless, he's entitled to his point. Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program. Sherbert, appreciate you holding on there.
How's it going?
That's going good. I'm assuming you don't agree with MAGA Reacts, my last caller?
No, almost never. You give me 1 second.
Yeah, your audio's a little difficult there. Great show, brother. I just subscribed. Uncle Charles. Hell of a name. Thank you, Uncle. Appreciate the sub. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Not good.
I'll have to drop in and come back up in a minutes. Let me get the next one.
Okay, yeah, you're kind of muffled. All right, I'll move it on. Real quick in the comments. I don't know what I'm hitting here, but we'll continue on. Twisted77. Good evening, Twisted. Now, Twisted, I'm assuming you might agree with my last caller.
About what?
Renaming the military bases back after Confederate last names.
No, we're not even talking about that.
You can answer it. Yeah, we can talk about anything.
Wait, slow down. Talk to soldiers about that. They're the ones that are most pissed off about it. Don't talk to me about it. I'm not a soldier.
No, but you can have an opinion. You're not. Hold on. You're not. Twisted.
There are more things in the world.
Are we having a conversation or are you just talking?
I told you I don't want to talk about military bases.
You're not transgender. I'm sure you had an opinion on that. I mean, when you're
No,
picking.
not really.
So you're okay with biological males playing against girls in sports?
Well, I mean, talk to girls about that. They don't like it. That's up to them.
Okay.
If they get their ass kicked by a man. That's fine.
Okay, so
Yeah, exactly. So what?
but
It doesn't affect me. What do I care?
okay, you come in on a show where you don't want to talk about the topics presented.
Because you want to talk about something that you weren't talking about any of that before. You were talking about that with MAGA Reacts. Fine, be that way. That's great. Talk to him about that. You weren't talking to me about that.
Okay, I haven't been talking to you about any damn
Current
thing.
events here.
Okay, so what brought you on here
What
then?
current events?
What? That is a
This
current
is what
event.
we're going to talk about.
He just named.
Talk about
Hold on.
beforehand. You want to talk about military
No.
bases? No, I don't want to talk about
Okay,
that.
you're okay with renaming the football team to the Redskins?
Again,
That's a current
I
event.
tell you.
That's a current event.
Okay, that's fine. And I'll give you my opinion on it.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay, first of all, I am not a football fan or a sports fan at all. That's
What does that got to do with it?
I don't like professional sports. Now, as to the renaming, that depends on what the Native American community thinks. Now, as for that, for the latest poll that I could find, it's about a 50-50 split. 50% of them think it's offensive, and 50% don't care.
Why is Trump wanting to go back to this name? Why would he want to do that?
I have no idea why he would want to do that. I know that it's the original name of the Washington Commanders was the Redskins when they originally moved there, and I think it was 1936. Okay. Other than that, I have no idea why he would want to change the name.
And I see somebody in the comments, Don Meyer says polls from the Washington Post and other sources have shown that a large majority, around 90% of Native Americans polled, do not find the name offensive. So if they didn't find it offensive, they just yeah.
That poll was from 2020.
Okay.
The one I looked at was from 2022.
All right. So, because this is why I brought the whole military thing up that you didn't want to talk about. The fact is, why is he going back to naming all this shit previous names? What is the purpose of doing this? Whether it's the bases, whether it's teams.
What was the purpose of changing them to begin with?
People were crying out racism. You got that you beeping in the background? Oh, that's mine. Go ahead, keep going. That's me over here with this damn clock.
Who was crying racism?
Well, in regards to the military business, you don't want to talk about it was the black community.
Okay, why?
You're naming military bases after people who fought to keep black folks enslaved.
Those names existed, again, for 100 years. Nobody gave a shit.
Yeah, they did.
No, that's the whole point.
That's not true.
When you
That's
were
not
talking
true,
about
Twisted.
Obama and immigration.
That's not true.
But hold on. Just when you were talking about Obama and immigration, right? You said, "Oh, it was so much. It wasn't as bad under Obama, except he was the one putting kids in cages." You didn't care then.
That's not true either.
Now.
That's not true either.
You didn't care then.
That's not true.
You tried to blame it on Trump. You tried to blame it on Trump. They did.
No.
You know they did.
That is.
Even though it was Obama that did it. And there was definitive proof of it, but you didn't give a shit then. You care now. Just like the Epstein list. For 4 years under Biden, nobody cared. You weren't talking about it. You weren't trying to get it out there, but now you care.
You see what's on my okay. You see what's on my screen right there. The idea that people didn't care is patently false. I want you to look at
To the extent that they care now.
Well, he's on TV a whole lot fucking more. Of course they gonna pay more attention to him. He's on TV saying shit. I mean, you really think
They
that
didn't care.
he wasn't talking about people
They
getting?
They didn't care about them kids in them cages until they thought it was Trump.
This
Then
is
they did. Then all of a sudden, this is horrible. This is inhumane. Even though it was Obama,
no.
you didn't give a crap.
Yeah, and see, I totally disagree with you that they didn't care. I mean, I can show you tons of pictures of people protesting Obama doing this. People did care. It's just that he was not on TV boasting and making it sound like he enjoyed it so damn much. Trump is taking pleasure in it, so he's getting more flack for it.
And so what? Again, you should stick, you personally, you should stick to the race biome that you love to go to, okay?
The what?
Because you ain't knowing shit about immigration. You don't know anything about it. You haven't lived it. Most of your callers, they don't know anything about it either because they don't have anything to do with it. They just have an opinion on it, but they haven't existed in the system. They don't know anybody that has existed in the system. Okay, they don't know.
But you have.
Yes.
You've been deported.
No, I haven't been deported.
What are you saying then?
Let's see. My grandfather was deported. My father was an illegal immigrant.
See, my grandfather didn't have a civil. Wait, hold on. My grandfather didn't have civil rights. You guys tell me to shut the fuck up about that. So you get to talk about your grandfather, but I can't.
When did I say that?
That's the notion. That is the notion. Anytime an African American starts talking about their history, you don't want to hear it. But now it's okay for you to bring up yours.
When did I say that? Wait. When did I say that?
I'm not talking about you specifically. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. So tell me exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying you should stick to that stuff. That's what you're good at.
Yeah, but the minute we,
you don't know shit about it.
But when we bring that up, you claim we have victim mentality.
I'm not saying anything to that effect. You're putting other people's words in my mouth. That doesn't sit well with me.
Okay.
If somebody says that to you, you can tell them to go fuck themselves. Okay? I'm not going to tell you that.
All right.
If you want to speak about your experience because of your race, fine. Be my guest. You have every right to do so.
Okay.
Okay? I'm not going to tell you not to.
So what point? I'm confused. What point are you trying to make here?
What I'm trying to say is, you guys don't know shit about immigration. You're crying and whining about stuff that you have no idea about. You think that everyone's they committed a crime. They didn't commit a crime. They were here for 10 years. They didn't do anything. Their grandmas, oh God, but they just broke the law 10 years ago. We shouldn't prosecute them. This is why your party is losing, because they don't care about the law. It's just, oh no, it doesn't matter. It's okay. Just let them go. It's all right. It's all right.
Here's what you're saying.
Comment, shut the fuck up. I don't care what your racist ass thinks.
Here's what you're saying that confuses me. You said you guys don't know shit about immigration and all of this stuff. It makes it sound like you don't know politics. You think the Republican Party knows shit about transgender? People speak on stuff that they don't like. I mean, all of a sudden, when it comes to the Democrats, if you're not going through it, you can't speak on it.
Wait. You're saying they don't know the difference between a man and a woman? I'm pretty sure they do.
I know the difference between humanity and inhumanity.
Do you know the difference between a man and a woman?
Do you know the difference between humanity and inhumanity? I mean, you don't need to be an immigrant. What you're saying makes no sense.
I'm going to give you the same explanation.
This makes no sense.
You remember hold on. You remember back in the day, there was a car called Pontiac Fiero, right? Remember that car, right?
2-door car, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that you could buy a kit for that car to make it look like a Lamborghini?
I don't remember the kit, but I remember the car.
Okay, well, you used to be able to buy a kit for that car to make it look like a Lamborghini. Okay, look like a smaller version one. It was pretty cool. All right, but when you sold that car, could you sell it as a Lamborghini?
No, you got to sell it as a Fiero.
Why?
Because that's what it is.
But it looks like a Lamborghini.
So you're going back to what is your point? This is 1980s cars. This is old.
You can't figure out that point. Just because it looks like a Lamborghini, just because you call it a Lamborghini doesn't mean it is one. You still have to sell it as a goddamn Fiero because that's what it is.
Okay.
So you can look like a woman. You can call yourself a woman, but you still got a fucking dick between your legs. You're still a man.
You get an argument from me.
Okay, so what's to know about that? What do I need to have some lived experience to know anything about that?
The same way I don't have to have a lived experience to know if you're mistreating an immigrant or not. I don't need to be an immigrant to know that.
No. All you were saying was, well, they only committed a crime 10 years ago. We should just let them go. It's inhumane. How is it inhumane?
I don't think anybody that
I don't care if they've been in this country 10 years, 50 years, 1 year.
No.
It doesn't matter. They broke the law to get here.
Let me answer that question. Okay, let me answer that question Fiero style as you just did. if the police see you driving down the highway 40 miles over the limit, I've done this on the show before. You see the police see you driving down the highway 40 miles over the limit. That's reckless driving. That's a felony in many places. If they're chasing you and you refuse to pull over, doing that fast, everybody would agree that's a felony. They use spike strips to stop your car, and when they stop you, they realize somebody's in the backseat helping your wife deliver a baby. Are they gonna say, well, you broke the law, you gotta go to jail? There are plenty of times when people break the law and they say, based on the circumstances, we're gonna give you a pass. I don't know when it comes to these immigrants. Well, it was 30 years ago, we still gotta get you. We don't do people like that.
All right, well, you know what? I've got a perfect answer for that. That is based on the description of the officer or the judge, right? Okay, so based on the officer, which would be the president.
The courts. It ain't the officer, it's the courts.
It's his administration, it's his rules, it's the way he's going to do things. He's decided we're not going to let you get away with that. Doesn't matter what Obama did, what Biden did, or what Bush did, or what any other president did. He decided. We're not going to.
That doesn't take away from the point. That doesn't take away from the point. That's not taking away from the point I'm making is simple. We allow Americans to break the law all the time and look at the circumstance. We don't just say black and white, broke law must be punished. We got people who get caught putting baby formula in strollers, and we look at the woman and say she's trying to feed her kid, and we let her go. You got cops who actually pay for the fucking formula. We don't look at everybody and say broke law must be punished. That's what we're doing to the immigrants. I don't care if it's 30 years ago. Broke law must be punished. We don't treat anybody else like that. That's where the inhumanity is coming from.
Oh, really? Okay. Do you remember when Clinton was in office, his 3 strikes rule?
And nothing you gonna say that's gonna change none of that's gonna change what I just said.
What was the 3 strikes rule?
The 3 strikes, if you got 3 felonies, by the way, that's broke law 3 times. That ain't 1. That's 3 times you got to do to get to that.
But 3 times didn't matter what the 3 felonies were. Didn't matter if you were trying to feed your kids. Didn't matter. You were going to jail for life.
Did we not conclude that was wrong to do that and stop doing it?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, you can change it in the next administration, but that wasn't his administration that decided that was wrong.
Well, but history has shown that what he was doing is wrong. History is likely to show what Trump is going to be doing is wrong.
Maybe yes, maybe no. That's for history to decide. That's not for you to decide.
I'm simply going back to my point is that we have people that break the law all the time, and we don't judge them on broke law must be punished. We actually allow the courts to judge based on the situation. We don't just say every case is mandatory punishment. For some reason, these people are being treated differently. We don't do that to none of us like that.
You act like this is the first time this has happened. You act like, see, that's the problem. That is always.
What does that got to do with it?
With you, you don't, because you don't understand. Because again, you haven't dealt with this. I've been dealing with immigration for the last 40 years.
That ain't got nothing to do with what I just said.
I have watched family members being deported. I have watched family members get tossed on a plane after landing in the airport, not giving immigration the right answers, and getting put on another plane right then and there and get sent right the hell back. There were no courts, there were no protests, there were no senators or Democrats running across the ocean to get my family members back. Okay, because they didn't care. Because you didn't care. Because they weren't.
I appreciate the story.
You tell me. I don't know. I don't know what the right thing is.
I appreciate the story, but that ain't got none of that has anything to do. None of that has anything to do with what I just said. We don't judge people based on. No, it doesn't. We don't judge everybody based on commit crime must be punished. Nothing you say is taken away from that.
Like I said. The person who's in charge of enforcing our laws is the administrative branch, the President of the United States. He has made a decision. That is that.
And that's why
if
people
don't like it. That's fine.
That's
fine if you don't like it, because the last administration said we don't care. Come across the border. We don't mind. Bring everybody you got.
I'm just simply saying, you keep wondering why people are treating him differently than Obama. Obama didn't do broke law must be punished. I mean, no matter, I don't care if it's 40 years ago, broke law must be punished. Nobody else did that. That's why he's getting treated differently.
Yes, he's enforcing the law.
Yeah, just like any cop.
And you don't like it because
Because
people should be.
if cops started handing out tickets to everybody that was doing 1 mile over the limit, which they legally could do that, I don't think you would be saying, well, they're just enforcing the law. It's inhumane at some point. At some point, you got to look at people and say, damn, like every one of these people getting punished don't deserve it. I mean, that's what Trump is essentially doing, is he's giving out tickets to everybody who does even 1 mile over the limit. Broke law must be punished.
Some towns do that, don't they? Some states do that,
No,
don't they?
you would have
of course not.
You would be hard pressed.
I know that if I drive,
No.
you used to drive across country, right?
Yeah.
You know damn well.
Ain't nobody
that when
giving
you drive
out
across a
one.
state that
No,
you don't live in.
no.
You better be on that speed limit.
Ain't nobody
You know
giving
the
out.
state cops
No,
come after your
you're
ass.
wrong. Ain't nobody giving out to a regular. I was in a van. Ain't nobody giving out no 1 mile per hour tickets. That ain't happening. Ain't nobody giving out tickets for going 1 mile an hour over the
grace
limit.
period of 3 miles an hour.
Right, and there should be a grace period to some degree for people that's been here 30, 40
The machine
years.
is infallible. The machine is fallible. You have to have it. There's a margin of error. That's why they give that out.
Okay. And
You know that as well as I do, buddy. You know that as well as I do.
they don't even give out 3 mile per hour tickets. I mean, the machine is not that infallible at that point.
It's because it's a margin of error.
The
margin of error.
It ain't. The machines are accurate. They're not like 3 or 4 miles off. They don't even give you.
They are.
You got to be doing in a regular car. You got to be doing almost 10 miles an hour over the limit.
You know that.
Okay. I'm simply saying.
3 different readings.
I'm simply saying, as long as he has the mindset of broke law must be punished no matter what the circumstances. I don't care if you got kids and a family. Broke law must be punished. I don't care if it's 30 years ago. As long as he's doing that, he's going to get treated differently than Obama, because Obama wasn't doing any of that. That's why he's differently.
Fine. But again, it's his discretion.
That's fine, but stop acting like there's no reason why he should be getting treated differently than Obama then. I mean, that's what you came in with.
Treated differently. What I was saying was, you guys act like Obama was this freaking saint, but I'm sorry.
Compared to Trump, he was. Compared to bragging that a person could get eaten by an alligator, yeah, he is worse than Trump. He's making jokes about people getting eaten.
Yes, and they used to make the same jokes about people getting eaten by sharks in Alcatraz too.
Obama did that?
Well, you tried to swim across. What was going to happen?
Obama did that?
Did I say no?
That's what we're talking about. We're comparing.
I say Obama. Don't put words in my mouth.
What did we say anything about Alcatraz? You're putting words. We're talking about Obama to Trump. Why are you going back to Alcatraz?
You were saying about alligator Alcatraz, and I was saying about the regular Alcatraz. They joked about people getting eaten by sharks.
I'm going to go back to my original point. Is that people are giving Trump more flack than Obama because he is doing more shit than Obama did, such as bragging about people getting eaten by alligators. Now, bringing up that somebody else did it too, I don't know, maybe they got criticized back then too, but Obama didn't do that. Obama didn't talk about the notion of people being eaten by alligators.
He just put children in cages.
Trump's doing that also.
No, he isn't.
You don't remember when Melania Trump went down to the border with the "I don't care, do you" jacket on to check on the kids that were being put in cages during Trump's term? You don't remember when that happened?
There were no cages during Trump's term. He got rid of
She
them.
literally went down there to check.
No, Biden brought him back.
No, she literally went down there, Melania Trump did, in a jacket that said, "I don't care, do you," to check on kids in cages. You forgot about that.
I didn't hear about that.
I can show you, I can actually bring up a picture and show you her wearing the damn jacket.
Wait a minute. Remember last time we talked and you talked about how, these people are, there's nothing wrong, these aren't criminals. And I said, and I sent you the article, remember? I don't know if you saw it or not, but when they went to Martha's Vineyard, they sent 50 immigrants to Martha's Vineyard. And what did they do there? They called in the National Guard to help relocate them. 50 people. They called in 125 guardsmen for 50 people.
And what did the right say?
They laughed about it.
They actually thought that was funny?
You guys are the ones saying, they're just people. They're just seeking asylum. They're not criminals. Why would you need 125 guardsmen to escort 50 people?
Here's what I don't get though.
Wait. Answer the question. 125 guardsmen for 50 people. That's almost 3 guardsmen per person.
And I'm asking you again, what did the right say about that? That's clearly wasting. I mean, what did the right say about it? They just laughed at money being wasted?
They laughed at how terrified these poor people, these poor, rich people at Martha's Vineyard, who said that they couldn't possibly accommodate 50 people. That was too damn.
But all of that, so they were more focused on laughing at the frightened people than all the taxpayer money that was being wasted. Is that what the right normally does? They found they would rather laugh at the people.
That's what you're focused on. You're focused on the fact that taxpayer money was wasted because according to you, that there was no taxpayer money.
I'm putting myself in the position of the right.
No. You have been arguing that there are just people. Where's the humanity? Where's the compassion? But you need 125 guardsmen to help move 50 people when it sounds like 2 guys on a bus could have done the job.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Why did you need the National Guard?
I'm just trying to figure out your party,
military.
Your side of the aisle is always talking about lowering the deficit and saving money and preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. But yet, when they're looking at dead in the face, when they're looking dead at waste, they decide to laugh. But according to you, they're looking at an excessive amount of guard, which is clearly waste. And instead of saying something about the waste, they decide to break out into a chuckle and laugh at the people. That doesn't make sense.
Maybe it doesn't make sense.
Your party is always talking about waste.
Ask you a question first.
And I answered it.
Stop diverting. Stop pivoting.
We're not pivoting. We're talking about the same thing.
No, we're not. I asked you why they needed the military to move 50 people.
I don't believe. I'm going to answer your question.
Why were they so scared that they needed 125 guardsmen?
Because this is everybody in the comments. What you're saying actually didn't happen. That actually didn't happen. That's not true. They didn't send all of these.
I sent you the article.
Okay,
I sent you the article.
I watched.
I don't care if you read
Let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. I was a big Fox News watcher back. I don't recall Fox News saying anything about this.
This was not Fox News.
No, I'm saying what you were saying. I get you sent me an article. What I'm saying though is if what you're saying is true, Fox News had no love for Obama at all. They would have covered that. They didn't. It's not true.
So you don't believe Newsweek? So Newsweek is fake news?
I don't believe what you're saying happened.
I'm telling you, this is from Newsweek, and you don't believe Newsweek. So you're saying Newsweek is not untrustworthy.
I mean, my guess is Newsweek said Trump lost the election. You don't believe that, do you?
I don't care what they said about that.
Okay, then I don't care what they said about this.
You said it did not happen. I sent you an article specifically showing you it happened from a left-leaning source, and you're saying it's untrue.
I'm saying if you don't care.
No, you just said they lied.
I'm going to respond and say again, if you don't care what they said about the election, I'm not going to believe that you care what they're saying about this. It's not true.
Okay, so what do you, so who's a credible source to you?
If Fox News had covered it and they showed video of it, I believe it more.
Fox News. I don't watch Fox News.
I do.
You keep talking about Fox News like it's some.
Your story didn't happen. That's all I'm saying, Twisted. Your story didn't happen.
It didn't happen. So it's fake news.
It didn't happen.
From the left. From the left, it's fake news.
I don't know if Newsweek is. I don't see Newsweek as the left like you do.
Really?
Every network that doesn't lean right is left to you guys.
What I'm hearing from you is, okay, that an article put out by the news media is fabricated and therefore fake news. So you're saying that the media lies?
Yeah.
Not just Fox News. No, we're talking about other media. So you're saying Newsweek is an untrustworthy news
I'm sure Newsweek has lied about stuff. Yeah.
So, just to reiterate, Newsweek is fake news.
You want me to speak it in a different language? I just said yeah.
I just want you to just say what I just said.
I said Newsweek has lied before. Yes.
You're saying that they are lying about this particular thing.
I'm saying you are lying about it. I haven't read your article. I don't know if Newsweek said it or not. I'm saying you're lying about it.
So I read the article. This happened, and you're saying I'm lying because I read an article from Newsweek.
Let me say it as clear as I can possibly say it. Let me respond to you.
Trying to twist it around.
Let me respond to you. I'm saying this for complete clarity. The event you're stating, whether it's in an article or wherever the hell you got it, that event didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. I hope that clears it up.
Okay, and I want you to prove that that event didn't happen.
The event didn't happen.
Well, I showed you, like I said, I sent you an article. You can look it up right now if you'd like.
I gotta move it on. We'll talk about it another.
It's completely fabricated.
I don't believe the event happened, but I do gotta move it on. We had plenty of time. You're always welcome back, Twisted. I got other people waiting. I gave you 20 minutes.
You know what? I think I'll do my own video on this since you believe it didn't happen.
And I'll respond to that video. I gotta go. All right, moving on with the program. Proof a negative, Tim. Yeah, you want me to prove it didn't happen. All right, what I gotta, listen, I don't believe the event happened. Like I said, Fox News, I was really a big Fox News watcher during the Obama administration, back when Bob Beckel and Eric Bolin was still on Fox and Kimberly Guilfoyle was still on. I was watching a lot. If something like that happened, what he's talking about, where they send all this excessive military presence to Martha Vineyard, they would have covered that. And they would have covered it from a notion of that the Democrats are wasting a ton of money on these people. They would have certainly covered it. I don't believe it took place. Proving something didn't happen is the oldest trick in the book. Yeah. Looking in the comments here, just because you're ignorant doesn't mean. Yeah. Hey, say I understand that. What does it say? Now on my TikTok audience, folks are saying it didn't happen. On my YouTube audience, folks are saying it did happen. Look. Here's what I don't always understand and what I need clarity on. When the right wants to prove their point, they'll use the same media sources that they will trounce when it goes against their point. Every media source that they're presenting often on these stories all said Trump lost the 2020 election. They don't buy it then, but all of a sudden when the media said when they said something where they wanted them to say, then there's like when I mentioned the election to him, he's bringing up Newsweek, suggesting that Newsweek says this happened. Okay, when I bring up what Newsweek said that Trump lost the 20, well, I don't want to talk about that. Well, then either you trust what's coming out of Newsweek or you don't. You can't. What he's doing is he's trying to pick and choose when to use publications. If that publication said anything negative about Trump, it would suddenly be fake news. But because they can point out Barack Obama's administration sending National Guards or whatever to Martha's Vineyard or what, now you believe them all of a sudden. That ain't how it's supposed to work. Either you trust that media outlet or you don't. Anything else they say negative about Trump is going to instantly be fake news. But if they say something negative about Obama, it suddenly becomes the truth. All right, I'm learning. Looking in the comments, he hears what he wants to. Something like that. It was on the news. Well, somebody said it was on the news. They even had film of it. But Florida Blondie, that's what I'm saying. It was on the news that Trump lost the 2020 election. They even have film of that too. So you can't pick and choose when you want to believe these news outlets. That's what I'm saying. You're dibbling and dabbling on what's fake until it doesn't work in your best interest, and then all of a sudden it's not right. Looking in the comments, though, they were moved to a joint base on Cape Cod. He was going to activate the guard, says Travelman. All right, let's talk about all the great changes since Trump's been in office. Well, in regards to whether the changes have been great, I mean, if you think the changes under Trump has been great, then you're kind of revealing what your politics are. I mean, just like if Kamala won or when Biden won or when Obama won, a lot of the liberals thought the changes were great. I'm sure you probably thought otherwise. So, I mean, he's doing what you as someone who leans right wants him to do. Those changes are great for you. I don't know about the whole refusing to release the Epstein list. I don't know how great that is, though. Great doesn't always mean good, says Antone Davis. Yeah, and there's always that. Real quick on the comments here. Edgy says, my tribe and 3 close tribes voted to keep the name Redskin, but of course it takes a purple-haired LGBTQ white dim to tell me what offends my people. I'm not aware that so many Native Americans wanted to keep the name Redskins. I'm not aware of that. I'd have to. Now that's got me wanting to look at the media because I'm getting folks on the right that's making it sound like a whole bunch of Native Americans wanted to keep names like Redskin and Cleveland Indians. And he's saying, well, it took a white person to say, no, I'm not aware of that. But it's something I'll look up and we'll talk about it on the future live. Please inform Trump, Pakistan separated from India in 1947. Okay, that's something that's not what we're talking about, but looking in the comments, yeah, I'm not aware that there was all these Native Americans that wanted to keep. I don't even, look, fact is, based on the history of the United States, I don't think we really give a damn what the Native Americans want. They had problems with the pipeline going through their territory. We have never shown an inkling of concern of what the natives are concerned. I mean, just like with black folks, we don't care what they think. I mean, that's the reason why the military bases have been named back and Confederate statues and shit has been flying ever since slavery ended. We don't really care about what those people think. We never cared about what they think. There have been people complaining about the Confederate flag and Confederate statues since the war ended. We never cared about what they think. That's why you folks, well, it's been around for a long time in its history. No, you've been ignoring people that were complaining about it that long. Now that you've ignored them successfully for 100 years, well, it's been around 100 years, we might as well keep it now, which is essentially extending the ignoring. But they've always been complaining about that. People, I mean, look, you can see any of the old video going back to the damn near the, back when photography was first invented. Like there's a, what do you call it? There's the MLK History Museum that's down there in Memphis. If you've ever been there, they have a lot of old photos, obviously black and white, some of them even being grainy, even go back before MLK's time. I mean, they talk about it's called the Civil Rights Museum, so it covers a lot. The Confederate flag has been used by hate groups since the invention of photography. Period. I mean, it literally spawned right out of slavery and went right into the hands of hate groups. And you're going to tell me you don't think people were complaining, but it's been around, it's got a history. No, people have been complaining about it since day one. I mean, there are photos of old cars and things like that with the flag on the side of it. The white cars that say whites only and stuff, going through town with bullhorns on top of the car. Look like them old Ghostbuster type cars saying all kinds of hateful shit. And that flag is on the side of the car. So people, well, it's been around for 100 years and there's history, so why not leave it that way? Yeah, well, you've been ignoring people complaining about it the whole time. So what you're suggesting is, well, since we've ignored it that long, why don't we just keep ignoring them? Like with Don't Just Be Another Brick in the Wall saying the South must rise again. I want to ask you folks by way of, you can put in any answer in the comments. What do you believe the phrase "the South will rise again" means? What does that even mean? If somebody said the South will rise again, what do you think that even means? Because you do hear it often. What does that phrase mean to you? The South will rise again. Real quick in the comments, Dukes of Hazzard car. Yeah, that's about the only time I've seen people, because it was on, what was it, the early 80s? I don't think it was on in the 70s, was it? The early 80s, the flag was on there. I remember that. I mean, but let's be clear what the Dukes of Hazzard were. They were what we didn't call back then. They would have been essentially rednecks. They were running moonshine and things. That type of people, even though that was a friendly family show, so to speak, the Dukes of Hazzard was, folks that were like that in real life would not have liked black people. Just when you think about what the Dukes of Hazzard stood for, you're in the rural South. You got to there would not have been people that would have been welcoming to black people. It was just a friendly show, and that topic didn't get covered much. But even back then, when people were ignoring that flag, the Dukes of Hazzard, if you had a group of people like that in real life, they would likely not have been very friendly to blacks. Let me go back to the comments. Dukes of Hazzard, though, it does come up a lot. Travelman, good evening, welcome to the program, Travelman. Everybody cries about racism, but that's all people talk about, shaking my head. Now they talk about socialism, They talk about communism. They talk about fascism. They talk about other stuff. There's plenty of stuff people talk about. Travelman, good evening.
How you doing, man?
I'm in the trenches, man. I'm in the trenches. They put me through hell tonight. What am I getting wrong? You've been listening.
Well, so, and I've said this before. There's a thing called a right-wing media ecosystem. Okay, they dominate the narrative. People think it's the what they call the MSM. No, it's not. They don't dominate it. The majority of the radio stations and TV stations in this country are owned by conservative media companies.
That's true. That is true.
And they dominate the narrative.
Well, I not only do I agree with you, I think it's because America is a center right country, despite the AOCs and Bernie said. America's still predominantly Christian. That's why the anti-LGBTQ. That's why a lot of pro-life stuff. That's why the Hispanics went conservative. America is a center right country, so you're going to have more people that lean in that direction.
I agree, but like I said, all this crazy stuff that's put out is amplified by the media ecosystem that people listen to. They listen to Fox News all day long. It goes in a loop. Either Fox News, Newsmax, what's the other one?
OAN.
They leave the car, they leave the house, they get in the car, and they turn on right-wing talk radio. That's nothing but pure hate and idiocy. That's all the ideology, idiocy, whatever you want to call it. And then they listen to that crap all day. Then they get out the car, go back in the house, and they listen to the same thing. So what, and they go from one thing to another, right? They get upset about Epstein. What they want to do, they want to switch it over and blame the Democrats. Now all of a sudden, Obama's on it. Now all of a sudden, well, why didn't Biden do anything about it? Well, my question is, since everybody's all fired up on immigration, they were the first time Trump was in office, they control, correct me if I'm wrong, they controlled the White House, the House of Representatives, and the Senate for 2 years.
Yeah.
Trump ran amok for 2 years. Not one investigation was done, just like now. Now my question is, if they so fired up over immigration, when they had control, why did they not submit an immigration bill?
Well, Trump did try stuff like a Muslim ban. Trump was, because people are. I get, well, no, but I get folks who say all the time that the only reason why Trump is so gung ho on immigration is because Biden let every damn body in. But I often bring up Trump's
right-wing media thing.
Yeah, because Trump's stance on immigration was just as strong during his first term as it is now. He just had different people in there that wouldn't let him do it. He didn't have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. But he came in and said he wanted a Muslim ban. He was talking about shithole countries. He wanted to do what he's doing now then. So it ain't got nothing to do with Biden letting people in. He wanted to do this then.
But once again, that's not an immigration bill.
So it's an evacuation bill.
They did not do anything regarding except remain in Mexico. They did little things here and there. They did more damage to the immigration system than anything else. As a matter of fact, during Trump administration, when he left office, illegal immigration went up and legal immigration went down. That's as per DHS.
Yeah, but you would expect that, though. If under the Biden administration, we became friendly to asylum seekers and TPS folks, coming legally is costly and it takes a long-ass time. So if you start being friendly to people who are claiming asylum the illegal immigration is going to go down because it is so hard and costly and time-consuming for people.
But what did I say, though? I said under Trump, illegal immigration went up and legal immigration went down because they decreased the H-1B, the H-2, the different types of visas that they provide were decreased under Trump the first time he was in office, right? Now, this stuff that they're doing now is just pure evil.
Yeah. I think what they're doing now is all immigration is going to go down, legal and illegal.
Yes, and not only that, tourism is going to go down. I can guarantee you that.
It's already going down.
I drive Uber in D.C., right? I've been driving Uber in D.C. since 2019. I can guarantee you that tourism in D.C. is not the same this year as it was in previous years. Just like up on the northern border, they've taken a big hit up on the northern border with that. So what they're doing is just 75% of the people that they're picking up, they don't even have a criminal record. And the ones that do have a criminal record, what is it, 60-70% of those are either just the fact that they came into the country or a traffic violation. That's it.
That's what I was telling my last caller. We were arguing back and forth. Is that Trump's motto is committed crime must be punished. I don't care how far back the crime is. I don't care how much of a model citizen you've been since the crime. If you entered the country illegally, I don't care if you saved 10 people from a burning building. If you enter the country illegally, we got to punish you and kick you out. So it's not. There's no judging in it. It's just commit crime must be punished. And we don't. Like I told the last caller, we don't do that to anybody else.
Nobody. No, even in it, people, they're starting to pick up U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
That goes back to what you were saying about if you did something 25 years ago or 30 years ago. All they're doing is ideology driven, for one thing. And it's just, you don't care what anybody say. This shit, and I don't curse like when I'm talking with you, but this shit is pure evil. That's all it is. They're starting to plow the fields in Florida
for another facility. Yeah.
You got stuff rotting in California. The terrorists, they're starting to kick in. So inflation is going to go up, right? The companies can only continue to absorb that and take a loss for so long. Then they're gonna start passing it on to the people. And I don't care if it's a 10% or whatever it is. 10% is more than what most countries have now.
But when you say it's pure evil, why do you think they're doing this?
Intimidation.
What do you
That's
mean?
it.
What do you mean?
They are trying, when they do this stuff, they're doing this to intimidate people. They're running around. Why does the damn ICE have on combat gear? That should only be the military. You don't need to be running around here with camis on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With damn military.
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't believe that everybody working for ICE even has a background in law enforcement. I think they don't just grab some people. And I think that'll likely come out after Trump is gone, that there's probably some of them agents that have no business being around law enforcement. Some of them probably, I'm just speculating, I'm guessing. I'm not saying this is true, but my guess is there's probably people that got records or criminal history. There are people that are doing that shouldn't be doing that. I'm pretty sure it's going to come out.
They're using bounty. Some of these people, some of these states, some of them are using bounty hunters, to track the people,
Wow.
But it's all about intimidation. They're snatching people up when they go to court. These are people that's in the system, right?
Yeah.
They're closing their cases and picking them up at the same time. Once again, you want people to not go to court. You want people to not.
They just want them gone. They just want them gone.
That's it. And it's all about intimidation. We're going to scare the hell out of anybody. You come here, that's what is it, alligator Alcatraz?
Yeah.
That's what that's all about. It's about
I definitely agree with that. Is that I think America could end up like Germany after World War II, where the Jewish population started out huge, and now all of a sudden there's very few Jews living in Germany. I could see. Because they scared the shit out of them. I could definitely see that happening in America with what's going on with the Hispanic population. 3.5 more years of this, you could scare a lot of people.
Let me tell you this though, because everybody's focusing on what's going on with immigration because it's so evil. They're trying to intimidate it. But while everybody's looking over there, they had dismantled all the oversight within all the different government agencies. Within DOJ, they dismantled all those people. We got 2 knuckleheads running the FBI. All right, they have wiped out the entire top leadership of damn DOJ. They wiped out the leadership at DHS. They wiped out. You got people leaving in droves. This is from people that I've talked to that work for these agencies. You got people leaving in droves from FEMA. All right, you got a serious brain drain going on. If something happens, right, who's gonna know what the hell to do?
Yeah.
They're all gone. We have probably the most incompetent freaking cabinet that we've ever had in my lifetime, and I'm 66 years old. Okay, they just gutted the damn State Department.
Wow.
You got people still running around here talking about, well, what about tariff this and tariff this? Tariffs is very simple. Tariffs are not difficult. If you put a tariff on something coming into the country, right, the company that's bringing that product in pays the tariff. It's very simple.
They've been trying to convince us that that's not the case. They're suggesting that maybe the company will eat the tariffs. I mean, I've heard all kinds of crazy shit, but I agree with you.
They may eat the tariff, but they're going to pay it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But sooner or later, that is going to come over to the people.
Yeah.
Sooner they can only, because if not, they're going to go out of business.
Well,
And they're already doing that. So while we're over here focusing on, the immigration thing is bad, but look at all the other stuff that they have done. They pretty much damn near dismantled NOAA. They already tried to take out the Voice of America, which is our soft power that we use to broadcast into the foreign countries. They came up with this BS about USAID, where they still got people thinking condoms were being sent to Gaza. They demonized it for 2 weeks before they went in and did anything. Then they totally dismantled that. Now you're talking about $100 million worth of freaking food being destroyed.
The high energy biscuits, yeah.
You got doggone shots, for HIV or whatever going bad. This is stupidity. It is utter freaking stupidity.
Well, the man still has, Travelman, I got to move it on, but the man still has a hell of a lot of support. I mean, Trump supporters are still, with the exception of Epstein, they're still very happy with his performance. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but they're not dissatisfied at all.
Once again, because they're being fed by the right-wing media ecosystem. So that's all they get is how great things are. They're not looking at anything else. They're not reading different. They're not reading Forbes or any of those magazines or anything that's Bible. They're not reading that. They're reading Epoch Times and getting history from Prager University. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that they're getting. Okay,
And
they're not getting any other viewpoint. They're only getting what's in their silo, and so therefore it all looks good. I'm good with what he's doing. When that shit start hitting the fan, see what they say it is.
Fair enough. Travelman, thanks for coming through.
Hey, no problem, man. Take care.
Always a pleasure. All right, real quick in the comments, Ed G, sorry about that delay on your comment. He says, Tim, would you have a point? Tim, you would have a point, but still they are going over 1 mile per hour in a car that's not theirs. That's another crime. Well, the thing about it is a lot of immigrants are not getting punished for committing an additional crime. Most of the crime is them coming in the country. I mean, they're going at the people. It might be a grandma in her 60s or 70s that came in the country illegally in the 90s, 80s or 90s. And they're saying, well, her coming in the country is what makes her a criminal. A lot of these folks have nothing on their criminal history other than they are here on an undocumented status. And like, I think it was Mike that said this earlier, the narrative has become that these are illegal immigrants. The fact is, a lot of these folks that are being deported or even sent to Alligator Alcatraz and some of this stuff, they were not here illegally. I mean, if you came in here under Biden and you put in for asylum, or you came in under temporary protected status, and you're going to court to give them your new address or fill out some more paperwork, and ICE shows up at court and takes you into custody, they put you in the center or somewhere. You're not here illegally. If you would not find people that are in the country illegally going to court dates. Any of them folks they're grabbing out of the courts are likely not here illegally. I mean, them the people that they would be running if they were here illegally. They're not going to show up to a court of law. So there's a lot of people. Even though we're saying that he's getting rid of illegal immigrants, the fact is there's a whole lot of people that are being kicked out that are not here illegally. The Haitian migrants, remember the ones that were eating cats and dogs in Springfield, for instance? He just removed their TPS status. None of them were here illegally. None of them were. As of September 2nd, they all will be illegal immigrants. All of them are. So the idea that he's getting rid of, no, I don't know what his numbers ultimately will be, but he will have the largest deportation in history. I believe he probably is on his way to doing that. But the notion that everybody he deported was here illegally, that's false. And it's false by a lot. I mean, in regards to TPS status, the Cubans, Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, I believe it was Honduras, and I mentioned Haiti. All of those countries, we had some kind of temporary protected status for them, that if they got here, they could file and they could stay. Under Trump, they all suddenly became illegal immigrants. So it ain't that he's just getting rid of illegal immigrants. He's changing the law to make legal immigrants become illegal as well. I mean, we got folks that are being deported that served in the U.S. military. You think they were an illegal immigrant in the military? You think they went and fought for our country in Iraq or Afghanistan while being an illegal immigrant? So no, it's plenty of folks that are being deported that are not just illegal. Drunk guy and cop didn't want to give him a DUI. Yeah, that's what I'm saying in regards to that, is that we're treating the immigrants like they must have a perfect life when we don't treat anybody else like that. Before Trump came along, a green card was the gold standard. The only difference between a green card and citizenship is you can vote, I believe, under citizenship, where you can't do it under a green card. Certain jobs, you might want to be a cop or something like that. You got to be a citizen. I don't think you can do that with a green card. But for the most part, if you came to America to enjoy the American dream, if you go through the process and reach green card status, which takes forever to get a green card, you historically was allowed to stay. Trump got in office and all of a sudden green cards are getting taken away. That they didn't used to do that. That's something new that's under Trump, and the green card holders are now being called illegal immigrants. They're not here illegally. They're not here illegally. So I'm just simply saying Trump is changing the rules, and people are calling these folks illegal immigrants when just 6 months ago or 7-8 months ago, they were not here illegally. Trump changed the rule and made them here illegally. It's so messed up that these people have been here for years. They own houses, cars, their whole lives are here in the USA. You started to see some of them on TikTok. I don't know if some of you seen any of, people are doing TikTok lives like what I'm doing here, but you'll see, I got deported in May, and they they're telling their story. There's one guy I watch all the time. He got deported in early May. He was a green card holder for 19 years. And he was going back and forth to visit family in Mexico. Now, he doesn't have a clean criminal history. He says he has a misdemeanor. Is he an actual murderer and he's lying about it? I don't know. But he speaks perfect English. He looks like he's probably 30s, late 30s. But anyway, he said he had a misdemeanor. I don't know. But he said he had a misdemeanor from 2010. And when he came into the country, they actually grabbed him. I think it was back in February or March. They grabbed him. He said he spent 17 grand hiring an immigration lawyer trying to stay in America. Now, he's in Texas. He spent like 17 grand trying to stay in America and ended up losing the case. But it was fighting over a misdemeanor that was on his record from 2010. So 15-year-old misdemeanor, and they used that to revoke his green card. He wasn't here illegally. He had a green card. I don't know what the misdemeanor is. I don't know what all qualifies as a misdemeanor. Bar fight or something like that. Who knows what it could be. But under the Trump administration, it appears that if you got anything on your criminal history, it doesn't matter how far back it goes, they're demanding that if you're an immigrant, you are perfect. Look, I was an immigrant in Australia, and I had a woman accuse me of DV, accuse me of domestic violence. I ended up, the camera showed I didn't touch the lady. But anyway, I'm just thinking, like, based on the Trump administration, I would have probably got kicked out of the country. I mean, when you got an administration that I would have certainly been detained. I mean, I don't know, but I think under his administration, I would have probably got deported. I mean, the way he's running it, I certainly would have got detained who knows how long. Anyway, looking in the comments, Koreans actually raise a specific breed of dog for consumption. It's not just any. What does that got to do with the Haitians, though? Koreans? What does that got to do with the Haitians? And that's the crazy thing is when Trump said that they were eating cats and dogs. You know, MAGA defends anything Trump says, even if Trump can say the sky is green, and MAGA will start finding ways to prove. They started trying to find ways to prove that the Haitian, because we had about 10 shows on that. I still have yet to see any video, any photo that meets the criteria of proving a cat, dog, or duck is being eaten, that the person is Haitian, and that it's happening in Springfield, Ohio. I have not seen one clip of evidence that proves that. Yet I had a whole lot of MAGA saying it actually happened. They were sending me clips of people in Cambodia doing it. There was one lady sitting in an apartment complex, like she was mentally off, and she did have a cat or something in her hand that was deceased. But the police car said cats in Ohio, so that's not in Springfield. They were trying to use that. But yeah, I have not seen one piece of evidence that shows a person eating a cat or a dog or a duck in Springfield, Ohio, that is a Haitian migrant. Never was proven. But like I said, MAGA was trying to defend that shit. Captain America. Roast duck, never had it. It's good. Captain America, good evening.
It's about time.
My fault. All right. Okay, so wait, you've been around long enough. What am I getting wrong on this?
I mean, not much. I'd say you're doing fairly good.
So
You could have pushed back a little more a couple of times, but
what do you think I failed to push back on? Where should I have pushed back that I did not? What was said?
well, I don't remember who said it earlier, but I agree that there should be a little more fact checking. I know you don't want to push MAGA away, but sometimes they say some outrageous stuff. And
Well, I actually do fact check. I mean, when you got as much going on as I have in front of me, you can't fact check every damn thing, but I do fact check quite a bit.
no, yeah, I mean, you do push back sometimes. It's not like Gangsta Grandma says where you're just fluffing.
I mean, like a good example is what I just said about the Haitian migrants. You know, when they were claiming that. I mean, people were sending me videos for weeks on that shit. I'm like, I need to see the criteria that it's a Haitian migrant. They're eating a cat, dog, or a duck, and you can prove it's in Springfield. People were sending me all kinds of shit. They never could meet that criteria.
Yeah, and you were talking about the Obama treason thing earlier. People aren't just suggesting that he should be prosecuted. I've seen a lot of people, and even prominent people
Said he should go to jail.
in our government saying that they want him executed. Department of Homeland Security posted on X that something along the lines of he should be executed.
Executed for that?
Yeah, and I mean, they have zero proof of any sort of treason either. They're just throwing shit at the wall hoping it sticks.
You know something? When people start talking about civil unrest, I think even if they put Obama in jail for that, you would have some major riots in this country. Even if they put him, I mean, because I think people would overall know that that's bullshit. That would be nothing more than Trump weaponizing the justice system to take down an opponent. I mean, we know Trump has never had any love from Obama from day one. If he put Obama behind bars, I think you could probably see a lot of civil unrest behind that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so clear that it's a distraction from the Epstein stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not even doing a good job. I feel like they're just at the point that they're like, well, our supporters will eat anything up, so might as well just throw it at them.
Well, putting Obama behind bars, that's absolutely something his supporters would eat up. That would be, man, he would get an A+ rating from MAGA for doing it. MAGA would love to see Obama go down for that. Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and Hillary Clinton. If any, Biden not so much, but if you could put Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, or Obama behind bars, MAGA would go apeshit for that.
Yeah, and I think you'd have a better case with Hillary Clinton.
For what?
Unless you're one of those idiots that claims that he committed war crimes. Because if you want to go down that road, so is Trump.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, what did Hillary Clinton do that would be worth it? I mean, I know they brought up Benghazi or whatever, but she testified for like a
shady past and just being involved with Bill Clinton and all the conspiracies around him. I just think that's, you know, that's why she did so horrible when she ran.
Yeah, let me ask you this: would you take her over Trump?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's a few folks who voted for Trump in 2016 that would probably have taken Hillary Clinton over her now that they know what they've seen.
And man, I gotta say, MAGA reacts. He should be a politician. He should be a politician. I've never seen someone so good at spinning bullshit.
MAGA MAGA reacts drives a hard bargain. He's a special individual. That's all I'll just say. He drives a hard bargain.
It almost seems like satire at times, doesn't it?
You know, listen, I talked to some viewers who the goal is to just push back. I mean, and I think that's the goal on it, is just to push back. I mean, I enjoy talking to him, but yeah, I probably get more people to him up in that regards than anybody else.
I mean, I enjoy listening to him. I think he's funny, even if we disagree. I think he's a funny guy.
Yeah, well, and he's Egyptian. He's a Trump supporter that happens to be Egyptian. I mean, he comes from a shithole country, and he supports Trump. Trump ain't letting nobody in the country from Egypt. So I'm surprised that I hate to hear that he calls me on. I would hate to hear him on the show one day telling me he's back in Egypt because something bad happened at immigration. Like, wow, you support Trump? Yeah, Trump ain't letting nobody in from Egypt.
Yeah, not seriously.
But
I mean, I'm so disappointed with the racism in this country. It's always been there, but it's just catapulted to new heights. And granted, we're not. There's no slavery or anything going on right now, but the more people justify this shit, the more I believe that could easily be brought back.
wow.
I mean, you're already talking about ownership over illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
So it's not like.
But let me ask you this. At what point, I mean, the Hispanic community, these countries from everybody from Cuba to Venezuela to Mexico, they know how their people, their descendants are getting treated in this country. Like, at what point do they step up and say or do anything? Do they just let it keep happening? I mean, some of these folks are coming back home and they're telling them they've been detained and can barely even get food. I mean, they know what's happening to their people. When do they speak up?
Well, you were saying earlier, I think you were talking about the percentage of Hispanics that voted for Trump and the percentage of blacks that voted for Trump.
Right.
And you were kind of counting out the possibility of racism. I don't agree with that because I think there are a lot of Hispanics that are racist towards blacks, and I think there are a lot of blacks that are racist towards Hispanics.
Yeah.
And I think it still stems from the same place. Realistically, I've learned through working blue-collar jobs that Hispanics and not illegal immigrants, but just immigrants in general, work way harder than everyone else on the job.
Yeah.
They're typically nicer. And they don't expect much. So pretty much all around, they're good for the country. The only thing, what they're promoting is white replacement theory. They want people to believe that they're taking their jobs when that's just not true. If you weren't as lazy and were willing to do what they did, then you would have these jobs.
Wow. You know, I asked that question in form of a video, and we've talked about it here, because that was three things. There's three things that Trump cited as for a reason why he's protecting the border and getting these folks out. One being obviously bad hombres and they're committing crimes. Second being what you're talking about, they're taking away jobs. He even referred to them as black jobs. And the third is, child trafficking and drugs and things like that. And what the first thing I asked in regards to crime, and like now that Trump is getting rid of so many immigrants, like, do you feel safer walking down the streets of America? Because Trump said, they're bad hombres or rapists. Like, do you feel safer walking down the streets of America now that Trump is getting rid of these people? Do you see the crime rate in your area coming down? The other issue I asked in regards to
I was just going to say, I've never felt unsafe around minorities. I've never understood why people have, and I've lived in inner city areas and all that stuff. I've never felt unsafe walking around. No, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't go in a bad neighborhood where criminal activity happens all the time, but I also wouldn't go to a trailer park full of white people where criminal activity went on all the time. It's the same thing. I've never felt unsafe around someone just because of their race or ethnicity.
Yeah. I'm the same way, well, I think it back. I go to the hood all the time because I'm from there. But in the comments, I seen Sterlo said, I can feel the added safety. So some people are, I guess there's one individual that's saying, there's so many immigrants gone, this neighborhood feels safer. I don't.
That's just racism. That's just racism. That's just racism. That's just pushing a narrative to justify racism. That's all that is. You're judging people based on their ethnicity and their race. You have no idea about. Most people that feel this way have never really been around minority. You might see them here and there at Walmart. You might work with one or two Hispanics that you never talk to, but you don't understand these people, and I don't understand why people don't want to understand other people. I hate stereotypes.
Well, the racism part you mentioned, because I know myself, I've been an avid Fox News watcher 20 plus years or more. And I can tell you, because before Trump, I was watching a whole lot of it. I kind of stopped watching it as much under Trump is because I know all of the players at Fox, and it's like, I know you do not agree with what you're defending Trump. I can think back during the Bush administration or Obama administration where you were adamantly against somebody that did this, and now all of a sudden it's happening from Trump and you're defending it. So it's made me stop watching them as much. But I can tell you from watching them so much, when I go in the hood sometimes, certainly when I was watching Fox, I found myself at a traffic light or something looking around like that. I had to remind myself, like, you grew up in this shit. But if you watch Fox, it does give you this, like if they're talking about the African-American community or something like that, it's usually negative. I mean, it's usually negative stuff. So if all you see these people doing, like if you have no interaction with minorities, as you pointed out, but all your media does is show them in a bad light, I can see where you might develop those opinions.
Yeah, it just makes me wish that somehow you could, I don't know what the solution is, but that's the saddest thing.
I can tell you what
with the amount of progress we've made with technology and all this shit, we should be closer together. We shouldn't be hating each other as much.
Yeah, I can tell you what the solution is, and it is to be around people that are not like you. I mean, most of the time when you deal with people that are racist of any group of people, chances are the group of people that they're racist towards, they have little, as you mentioned earlier with the immigrants. If you're even the black people I know that don't like white people, they have very little to almost no interaction with whites at all. Most of the people who are racist is because they don't have any interaction with that group. Because when they start interacting with that group, they start realizing this dude ain't lazy. He work every damn day. Or this guy, he's not like that. He actually is like this. I mean, but when you have no interaction, you go by what you're hearing on TV, and oftentimes that's not in your best interest.
Yeah, and I'm not going to pretend like I've never, thought this way as a younger kid in high school. I mean, you got stupid shit going around. But I learned, you know what Job Corps is, right?
Yep. I actually went there for a little short time.
Okay, so you know that there's kind of some rough kids that go in.
Hell yeah, that was the reason why I got out of there. Like, you guys ain't even serious. Just fighting. Yeah, I remember it.
The one I went to wasn't so violent though, because it wasn't in an inner city or anything, and it was kind of, they had pretty strict rules, But no, my point is before I went there, I had high school friends. I live in a rural area, so kind of hillbilly stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, in high school, we used to always pick on the Hispanic kids and get in fights with Hispanic kids. And I've never felt any ill will towards African Americans, so I've never done anything, I've always liked African Americans, but yeah, I had all this hatred for them, and then I went to Job Corps, and I was around them all the time. I mean, it was majority minority there, and I realized they're no different than me.
Yeah,
they're no different. They like the same stuff. They like, they like anime. They like it's all the same stuff.
Yeah, you got to hang out. Yeah, that's the best way to end this stuff is for us to hang. I mean, like I was brought up thinking all whites had good credit. They had the money. They didn't. They just were presented as better. Now that's coming from my mom who grew up in Memphis, where a lot of that was true and blacks were held back. I mean, she was born without civil rights and stuff like that. But coming in my era, no, they don't all have all. They're not all wealthy. They don't all have good credit. They have struggles and have to go to work every day too. But once you're around them, you start finding that shit out. But when you're just hearing it, you're only going by what your elders are telling you. And because you have no interaction, you just believe it.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been in trailer parks too.
So have I.
It's just as bad. They carry guns around. There's drugs going around. Lots of fights. Lots of.
And once again, that's the media portraying it as if it doesn't happen that much there, and it happens a lot more in minority neighborhoods.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing I've always stand out against. I've never in my life really understood why African Americans is one that's always puzzled me. I've never really understood the hatred towards them. You would think that you'd feel some sort of apathy towards them after the way that they've been treated for so long.
Well, the country is kind of.
I'm not saying either that, and I think part of the problem is it's been forced a little bit. Like I can admit to that. Being a liberal, I can admit that the news media and movie, Hollywood and all this stuff, they have kind of forced it a bit. But at the same time, if they don't cover it at all, it's not going to get any better either.
Yeah, something though. I think that. Because you talk about the Hollywood forcing and stuff like that. That stuff is actually quite recent, though. I mean, if you go back to the 1970s and before, Hollywood wasn't showing you any of that. In fact, even if you just turned on television, all the commercials featured white people. I mean, so this stuff is it's only like you got to be, I guess, probably in our lifetime. Like when my mom was coming up, they weren't forcing anything. All of these shows that show you what it was like to be the first black baseball player or the first black general and all the races. That stuff wasn't on TV or wasn't being shown during their day. So it's actually, most of that stuff is still fairly recent. It's just, you're hearing a lot about it because they kept so much of it hidden for so long that it seems like it's being forced. But if they had came forward with the truth right after the slavery movement and didn't continue lying about it for another 100, 200 years or whatever the hell it was, we wouldn't be in this situation. We'd be further along. I mean, like, there are people still that will adamantly tell you the Confederate flag has nothing to do with racism. People are still saying that. It's all about love and pride and heritage. I mean, so...
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is it's just been force-fed to America all in a short period of time when we should have been making progress this entire time.
Yeah. And that's...
It shouldn't have taken this long to have African Americans in politics.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we're not reversing things and going back in time, but I got to move it on there, Captain. Thanks for holding, by the way. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no worries. I kind of forgot what I wanted to talk about, but it's all good.
We'll get it next time.
You know what?
And I think I just clipped you. Sorry about that, Captain. Now y'all on all the commercials and still talking about racism, says Thurlow. I don't think when people dismiss the claim of racism from African Americans, or like white privilege and all this other stuff that come up, I don't think people quite know what's being talked about. Like, for instance, you bring a white privilege, it doesn't exist. It's, I have to work hard just like he does. I don't have, where's my white privilege card? I don't think people know what privilege is. Privilege ain't about having money. You can be completely broke. I always say, not a pot to piss out of. What is it? Not a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of. I always give the example of two homeless people sleeping on the street. Neither one of them got a dime to their name. The black guy sleeps on one side of the street. After the business is closed, he sleeps maybe on the porch of a closed business at night. The white guy sleeps on the other side, on the porch of a closed business at night. They're on the main thoroughfare in a community. They're both homeless. For some reason, the cops is always telling the black guy, you need to shoe on or you're going to get a loitering ticket. Maybe during the daytime when the white guy's scrounging through the garbage can for something to eat and the black guy's doing it, all the business owners are calling the cops on the black guy. I mean, this is a fictional example, but I'm just simply trying to show you that privilege, you can be completely broke and still have privilege. It ain't got nothing to do with, how much money you got or what kind of job you have. It just simply knowing that ain't nobody gonna fuck with you can be the privilege. That alone, I can walk through a neighborhood, scrounging through garbage cans for scraps, trying to collect bottles or cans to make a little bit of money, and ain't nobody fucking with me. But if I do it as a black person, they're calling the cops and Karens. I mean, you could still have privilege even though you're broke. So for people that keep saying, well, not having, just going to Walmart. Maybe you, a black guy and a white guy are friends and they go in Walmart together. And they're just going to get a little groceries or something to go camping. All of a sudden, the security guard is following the black dude around and the white guy's just able to shop. Maybe when it's time to leave the store, they asking the black dude to prove that the groceries he purchased, he actually did. And the white guy's in his car like, what took you so long to come out? You could have privilege without having, it ain't got nothing to do with money. Just people not fucking with you could be the privilege. Simply put, that could be the privilege of knowing I can move about without people fucking with me. Not getting security checked, people ain't following me around stores, people are not making negative assumptions about me. That could be the privilege. I have a pretty girlfriend and she always gets, there is attractive privilege, of course. That certainly exists. If you go to court, for instance, criminal or civil court, you'd rather be a woman than a man. There is gender privilege. That does exist. You don't hear many women going to death row, yet they murder people. I mean, their privilege is real. It ain't got nothing to do just with having money. There is privilege, pretty, money, status, the rest if you don't apply. Yeah, but race also is a privilege. Here's the biggest example of why I say privilege exists. People like to live, associate, and do business with people that they feel like they can relate to. And if the country is 60 some odd percent white and Hispanics is 20, 30% or whatever it is, and then blacks is even less, there's always going to be privilege in majority. Like if you go to a penal facility where most of the people are black, you're probably going to have more privilege in there as a black dude. You go to prison and all of a sudden 60, 70% of the inmates are black and 20% are white. You probably would have more privilege being a black guy in that facility. I mean, there is privilege to just being part of the majority. Why they deny that, I don't know. But fact is, people would prefer to do business, live next to, and associate with people that look like them. And if you got a country where 60% of the people are white, then you're going to have more people that would want to live next to you, do business, and associate with you than people that only have 15% of the country. That's privilege. Why they keep continuing to... And by the way, if the country was 60% black, you would have black privilege in the country. I don't know why they deny that, but it is what it is. My white friend always goes off on a manager and worker. Okay, I don't know what that means. If the police look like you, they might be kinder. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. That you notice these controversial police encounters in the hood, in black neighborhoods. You have somebody running from the police or even cussing at the police, or in some cases just refusing to get out of their car, asking the cop why he stopped them. And they'd be all white cops in a horrible neighborhood. Like, where are the black cops? Like, why are they here? Now, I get that there is a notion that a lot of blacks don't want to be policed, and I'm not going to disagree with that. But let's just be clear. If there was an all-black police force or a majority black police force patrolling the streets of rural Alabama, that wouldn't work well either. Let's say you do got somebody in backwoods Louisiana making moonshine or making meth, and all of a sudden 7 or 8 black cops show up. They're not gonna cooperate with them either. They're just not. People do relate to folks that look like them. I mean, fortunately for white people, they don't have a lot of neighborhoods where blacks are heavily patrolling their neighborhoods. So they are fortunate. But I'm going to tell you, if you had a bunch of black people patrolling white neighborhoods, I don't think they would cooperate. I think you would have a lot more people pushing back the same way you do in black neighborhoods. Same way. And certainly if they had the history that the police have with blacks, it would, yeah, I think it would be the same. I like to live by people that act like me, not look like me. I disagree with that, alter ego. I really believe that in America, I think that if you had, I really believe that people would like to live with people that look like them. You don't, for instance, you don't know how a person acts when you first encounter them. So you're not going to give, you're not even going to give them time to make that impression. I mean, if it comes down to having to hire somebody or rent to somebody or something like that, you're going to go usually with first impression. You don't know how they're going to act. That's something you find out later on. By then, you done already dismissed them for somebody that look like you. So I don't believe the acting like you is going to come into the fray. I ain't going to spend my life being a color. I'm American, says Paul. That's privileged to say that. You've probably never been criticized for being a color. I'm just playing my guy. I'm a fan of whoever is telling the truth. All right, looking in the comments here. King Finn, good evening, King. Welcome to the program.
Why'd you invite me?
I made a mistake. Sorry about that. I don't know. Why did it do that? King, good evening. Sorry about that twist that I must have hit it by accident.
You should have left him on there. I was about to fuck with him.
Oh, I'll bring him back. Twisted, you want to go? I'll happily bring him back. You know, Twisted is.
But see, I don't feel like hearing his bullshit narrative. He twisted like MAGA reacts to. However, so it's all good, man. I just wanted to let you know real quick. I'm glad you ain't been fluffing all night. I see you got your sign back there. You know what I'm saying? And
Ain't no fluffing. Ain't no.
And just to catch on what you saying, yeah, a lot of the prejudice in America is because some people haven't been treated like some others. Yeah. And white America, whether they want to say it or not, the reason that Trump is doing all of this shit is so he can erase history. He wants to erase all the horrible parts of history. That's why race theory or the history of black people got changed. The name of that got changed to critical race theory because they're scared of it. You're scared. You know, I think it was a lady back when the George Floyd riots happened up here, and she was in New York, and she had a video she put up on TikTok that said it made the slavery seem like or akin to playing Monopoly. She said, "What if you were playing Monopoly and somebody made you play for them for 4 or 5 turns, rounds turns, and all the money that you got, you had to give to them.
Damn.
And then they let you play for a couple more turns, and then you start getting hotels, and you start getting houses, and you start getting, your rent and stuff together. So you start putting your stuff together, and then they bombed all of it or made you give all of that back. Of course, you've built what white people now today, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but what white people know today as generational wealth. And she said, you better be lucky that we are only fighting for equality and not for revenge. Because if we was fighting for revenge, this would be a whole nother story.
Well, but with blacks only being 13 to 15% of the population, if blacks started fighting for revenge, wouldn't they be at a possibility of getting wiped out?
Well, I don't know, but the point still remains. If you played 4 rounds of Monopoly with me and took all my money, and then we played 4 more rounds and I started building my money and you took that away, and we started playing, and I started, and you
there's no denying that white America has made it very difficult for blacks to develop generational wealth. In fact, I grew up in the 70s. When we were kids, there really was no money in the black community. Money in the black community is exceptionally recent. I mean, it probably from the late 80s on. I mean, before the 80s, how many folks that were even millionaires you could think of? I mean, maybe Sidney Poitier and Sammy Davis Jr., they may have had some money. I mean, there was just no money like that in the black community.
No, because we didn't have it.
Yeah.
Until two things happened. The epidemic of crack helped that because motherfuckers started making money off of crack.
That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. In rap music.
And rap music, exactly. And rap music. Music made more millionaires than pretty much any black.
That's what, yes. Steve Harvey said that. Steve Harvey said that rap music has put more money in, made more wealthy black people than any academics, sports, athletics, anything. He said rap music has put more money in the hands of black people than anything else.
That is very true.
And I think it is consumed by a whole lot of the white community. So there is some transfer of wealth there, I guess.
So much to the fact that people are being called culture vultures. You know what I'm saying? Like, and those are stories that nobody really says anything about. But the people at the top of the record labels are home.
But how about this? Greg G in the comments said, but rap music ruined our culture. Do you think that's valid?
No, that's not valid. That's crazy. Rap music didn't ruin our country or didn't ruin our culture. Idiot people who listen to rap music and do dumb shit ruined our culture. It doesn't matter how many times somebody put out a rap album talking about shoot or fuck the cops or, shoot, I get bitches and all that, ice money rap and all of that bullshit. It doesn't matter because it's just music. It's entertainment. If you go out and do that dumb shit, then that's on you. That ain't got nothing to do with the person that made that music.
Yeah, it's almost like the 2A saying rap music don't kill people, people kill people. I mean, because there, songs like "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." I mean, you wouldn't blame that. You wouldn't expect white people to hear that and all of a sudden take up an arm. I mean, there are violent songs about whites as well. So I don't see how it would have hurt the culture. Not to mention, there's a large amount of white America that listens to rap music. So is it ruining their culture?
If that's the case, then NWA fucked up the culture for all cops then. Did they not? Because did they not come out with a song called "Fuck the Police"?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Here's another one. If that's the case, then YG need to. Then just because YG said it, they need to go on ahead and arrest your boy. Because your boy said FDT, and they ain't arrested him. Am I wrong?
Well,
your boy been screaming "fuck Donald Trump" for the longest. So what? I mean, it's their videos on here. It's a localized sound on TikTok.
It's the left's answer to "Let's Go Brandon."
Yeah, well, either way it goes, it's just music, is it not?
That's what I say.
If that's the case, then Elvis Presley should have a lot of motherfuckers walking around with blue shoes. Michael Jackson should have all of us looking at the person in the mirror. What's another good one? Let me think. New Edition you should be able to tell New Edition when you gonna see them, when they gonna see you smile again, if that's the case.
I get your point. I mean, but I guess what he was trying to say is rap music does glorify violence and drug dealing and pimping and all of that.
The mosh pit songs don't glorify violence. AC/DC, heavy metal, none of that shit glorify violence. What is that? What's the name of that shit? What is it? Goth rock or punk rock? They constantly glorify violence.
Yeah.
It's not just rap music. Hell, there's country songs that kind of glorify violence if you really listen to some of them. Yeah. Hell, anything could it's an idea. So you cannot say that. I mean, dog, if that's the case, then Kenny G should be putting everybody to sleep. It should be a permanent lullaby, Kenny G.
I love me some Kenny G.
I love jazz music, but I'm not going to sleep to it. Hell, if that's the case, Wynton Marsalis ought to be getting your ass up. And John Coltrane and Miles Davis should definitely have you feeling the blues. Yeah. You should be blue all over.
Yeah, I don't think. I definitely do not think rap music destroyed black culture. Because I'll tell you this: if you look at black culture, if you were to put it on a graph in terms of high school, the percentage of blacks that graduate high school, or the percentage of blacks that get college degrees, the percentage of blacks that become millionaires, or the percentage of blacks that own, home ownership and things like. If you put it on a graph and you paint it from, let's say, the civil rights era from 1964 or whatever to 2025, you'll notice it's been steadily increasing right through the invention of rap music. I mean, in fact, long before we were doing our worst when rap music didn't exist. I mean, so we were doing far worse in the 50s when they were talking about it. Families were intact and everybody was together. We were living like shit back then. So, yeah, I disagree that it's really destroyed the culture.
can't be a culture destroyer. Hell, it's already too many people that's in charge of that.
Damn. I'll leave that one alone. But yeah, I mean, if you were to paint progress in the black community, starting from the founding of this nation, 1776 to 2025, I wouldn't even have to tell you when the civil rights era hit. You would be able to look on that graph and say, damn, well, all of a sudden they starting to make money now and they're starting to buy houses. What happened? You would be able to tell based on that graph, all of a sudden it just skyrocketed, probably from the late 60s on up. Like, well, all of a sudden there's so many of them owning houses and making money now. What changed? I mean, so it's pretty clear that has a lot more to do with the culture than anything rap music could have done.
Let me just say this. Since your guy, Alter Ego, I can't remember who he is. I can't remember if he was cool or not, but he put in the comments, address drill rap that's happening now. I can address it. Yeah, it's the INs expressing themselves is what I guess I should say. I can't tell you that, yeah, drill music hasn't attributed to any death, because these young dudes, these new generation guys are different than we were.
To me,
that's not regular rap. That's not gangster rap. That's drill rap. When literally the idea of drill rap is to tell a story. From what I understand, I could be getting it wrong. You probably got a better idea of what it is than I do. That these YNs is telling stories about how they get killed and what they.
Yeah, I was going to say that drill rap is not music; it's testimony. I mean, they literally are telling you about a crime they committed. That ain't music. That ain't meant for you to dance. That's a documentary telling you about killing people.
I was watching United Gangs of America, and one of the shows that came on was this group that was in the Chi on the South Side. I forgot their names, man, but they was telling, the rapper was not related, but he was in the same company like G Herbo from down there or something like that. And dude was like, yeah, the songs he was making, like, yeah, my boy Tuka, we smoking on so and so. I'm like, damn, like that's what music has devolved into. Like, I don't agree with drill rap. I know a lot of people love it. I ain't got nothing to do with that, but I'm not gonna sit up and listen to you talk about how you murdered somebody.
Yeah.
That's not really.
Yeah, drill rap is not like drill rap is super popular in the black community either. I mean, it's not on the radio. I mean, most of that stuff is not on the radio. It's I don't know. I mean, it's a smaller sect in terms of rap music, because rap music started in the late 70s, early 80s. So you got Gen Xers listening to it, millennials, and then all these new generations. Gen Xers are not listening to drill rap. It's a much smaller segment of the population that's listening. Like, I'm not listening to drill rap. I don't, other than somebody's trial or something like that, I don't know anything about that shit. I know it comes out of Jacksonville, and a lot of them folks out there are doing it, but most of the stuff that you're listening to is testimony of people actually getting killed. And that's just not something, I don't even think the millennials are listening to it that much. You got to be probably, in your 20s, early 20s to hear that stuff. Older people ain't listening to that.
A certain mindset too. Like, I think I'm not saying it's not music, Alter Ego, so let me go there with you. I'm not saying it's not music. What I'm saying is it's a certain type of person that's listening to that. I'm not the type of person to listen to that because I'm an older guy. I'm not trying to listen to, number one, the beats be throwing me off. It's way too fast. And the lyrics, I'm a person, a hip hop, purist. So I'm not listening to lyrics. I'm not trying to listen to lyrics about nobody, swinging and smoking on Tuka and all of that crazy stuff. Like, to me, that doesn't make it a good song. So it is music, but it's not attuned to my ears, is what I'm saying. I don't.
All I know is rap music has created a whole bunch of 1%. I mean, obviously the Jay-Z's of the world, the world, those guys are like ultra wealthy, and it's all from hip hop. I mean, Ice Cube, for instance, he's super wealthy, predominantly from rap music. I mean, even Ice-T on Law and Order or whatever, but I mean, his whole thing is based on rap music. So it's made a lot of money in the rap community. I mean, I'm watching the baseball All-Star game that came out last week. And last week the baseball All-Star, and it's in Atlanta, and you got Ludacris. Now, obviously rap music in, let's say, the NBA goes back, because most of the NBA is black. But to see the opening Major League Baseball All-Star Game song being from Ludacris. I'm like, man, that just shows you how far rap music has come.
That's true, but don't fall off because the Negro Leagues was before anybody.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Satchel Paige and them would turn over in their grave. So with some of this stuff, not saying ludicrous, but a lot of the songs that the baseball game plays, they got a little rap sprinkled in there. I'm in Minnesota, so maybe you just, because Minnesota got its own music scene in the '09, but they be sprinkling black songs in there too. They just rock and roll.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about like the opening. I mean, he was like hosting the opening of it.
I know. Yeah, that's just like Snoop went to the Olympics. What no black person?
Yeah.
What other black person you seen go host the Olympics?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Snoop with his ignorant ass. He went over there and went to go fucking host the and had a show with Kevin Hart, little goofy ass too. So it definitely has propelled black people far beyond we thought it would. Cause hell, back in the day, what was her name? Old girl who Dre slapped was trying to get rid of rap music. Remember that shit when it came out with the explicit lyrics thing?
I don't remember who Dre was. It Michelle A or somebody?
No, it wasn't Michelle A. It was who was it? It was not a congresswoman. It was a state representative or a congresswoman slapped the shit out.
Dr. Dre did that?
Yeah, he slapped her. They was at a congressional hearing about rap music. It was when the explicit lyrics thing got put on all the tapes and shit. When that act came through, he slapped the shit out of her.
Damn, I don't remember that, but I do remember Luke of Two Live Crew. They're the ones that take credit for the parental advisory stickers because George H.W. Bush was trying to censor the music, and that's the era, the early '90s, when those stickers started coming to albums, and they actually posted that letter bragging at how they had beat George H.W. Bush when he was trying to censor rap music. But I mean, here we are. It's come a long way though. Because I remember back in the day, the breakdancing day where you put a piece of cardboard down and you got a boombox. They didn't like rap music then, and rap music was not violent at all back then. And they were complaining about it even back then.
Back then, no, that was you can't even say that. See, that's a part of the mystique right there, because rap music and that was hip hop. They were labeled as hip hop days. That wasn't rap music.
And they were complaining about it back then. And rap music didn't talk about killing or none of that back then. And they were just as unfriendly to rap music. In fact, they're more friendly now to rap music than they were back in the late '80s. They were not friendly with that at all.
Yeah, exactly. They tried to label Tupac as a thug, and I'm like, Tupac began his career as more of a hip hop hype man than he being a damn thug. And all that West Side California love shit, yeah, that was part of him, but
he sure went out as a thug. So but I mean, I'm talking about like the likes of Heavy D and all these folks. MC Hammer. These folks were not talking. They weren't talking violence or anything, and they were not liking rap music even back then.
Yeah, I remember. It's fucked up.
All right, King. Good talk.
Have a good night, brother.
Good reminiscing, man. Appreciate it.
Ain't no fluffing, man.
Never. All right. What elders? 20 guys said Diddy was a dancer for Big Daddy Kane. Was he? I didn't know that. Was Diddy a dancer for Big Daddy Kane? It was actually Tipper Gore, Al Gore, wife that was behind the censorship. I even remember Black Sheep. You can get with this or you can get with that. They actually feature George H.W. Bush in the video, and they ball his picture up. So now I think it goes back beyond just Tipper Gore there. Jay, whoever said that. No, it was George H.W. Bush was knee deep in that shit. He was knee deep in that. I don't know if I missed anything or not. It's counter to your point. It's not corrupting kids' mind. Well, like I said, in regards to rap music, look, every generation believes the music that the young kids listening to is bad. As my last caller brought up, even Elvis Presley shaking his hips, they didn't like that shit. The older generation thought Elvis Presley was bad. I mean, I believe Elvis, when he first started, he was banned in some venues because they didn't like him shaking his hips or whatever. Every generation thinks the music that the young kids are listening to is bad. Not as much so with the hip hop, because listen, what my children are listening to, it ain't gonna get no worse than Fuck the Police. you know, or she swallowed it. So we're no longer in the position where we can tell our kids the music you listening to is worse than what we had. I mean, we listen to some pretty bad shit. I mean, you know, what's any worse than, you know, she swallowed it, or a bitch is a bitch. I mean, it's already at the bottom. It can't go no lower than that. But it used to be like that, where everybody thought the next generation's music was terrible, and I grew up when there was real music. No, none of that anymore. And even country music now is starting to, starting to use rap in their lyrics and stuff like that. They're even starting to talk about that, you know, country girl shaking for me and that kind of shit. That sounds like rap music, you know. They really are, because rap music is everywhere now. It's in commercials, as he pointed out. Snoop Dogg in the Olympics is everywhere. Anyway, looking in the comments, those phrases don't take lives. Rap music don't take lives. It's talk. Look, the way rap was originally meant was to tell the story of what's happening on the street. So if you were telling stories about what you see in your daily life or what you see in your neighborhood, and you lived in a violent neighborhood, those stories are going to be violent. Now, if you happen to live in a nice posh suburb, you're not going to make good music. Nobody wants to hear about that bullshit. I came outside and there was not a car around. I jumped in the ride and headed downtown. I mean, there's nothing to it. So, I mean, it's got to have some interest to it. But, I mean, that's what it was all about. It was about what they saw on the street. So it is what it is. I don't think it was getting people killed, though. Some people are going to emulate, you know, what they like. But as my last caller pointed out, if an idiot is an idiot, I don't see how rap music could destroy a culture, but Call of Duty does not. I don't see how listening to somebody on a song talking about killing people could destroy a culture, but taking your kid to a gun range and letting him shoot at actual human beings on targets does not. I don't see it. I think people are picking and choosing what they. I mean, you literally can take your child to a gun range and let them fire at images of people. I mean, you find it, and not to mention what you're doing on video games. How is that any different than listening to the music? Is just sounds. You're actually holding a firearm and shooting at images of human beings. That doesn't destroy a culture. So I don't, like I said, people are picking and choosing what they want to mean whatever. Taking Christmas pictures with your children holding assault rifles. Yeah, some politician did that. Took a Christmas picture, Christmas photo, with each one of them are holding a carbine, a carbine or whatever. Yeah, I saw that. And it is free speech. I do agree it is free speech. But you know how free speech works. Everybody is for free speech until you say some shit they don't want to hear. Everybody says that. You know, the liberals are all about cancel culture. The right will cancel you just as fast. You think the right don't want to cancel Taylor Swift? Trump, by the way, is going around canceling everything in sight. Everything that doesn't agree with him. He's threatening to sue. Who is he threatening to sue now? Who did he just threaten to sue? I can't even remember. Oh, he's Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch, he's threatening to sue for the Wall Street Journal article. You know you know how much shit they posted negative about Obama and Biden in the papers? They never tried to sue any of them folks. I mean, Trump is suing media outlets. You realize all the shit they said about Obama not being born in the country on Fox, or all of the shit they said about Biden stealing the election? The guy who can't string together two sentences, don't know where the hell he's at, is savvy enough to steal an election and weaponize the DOJ. You notice Biden didn't sue media outlets? Trump is canceling every fucking thing in sight. Who said I want to fundamentally change the American culture? I want to fundamentally change the American culture. Who said that? Is that something Obama said? I don't know who said that specifically. Trump is seeing Rosie. Trump is even threatening to take Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, and MAGA likes that. I don't know how anybody could agree with, okay, you don't like a U.S. citizen, so you can take their citizenship. Look, all of the shit that Trump was saying about Obama when Obama was president, would you have agreed that he take Trump's citizenship from him? It's okay to do it to people you don't like. But when it's done to somebody you do like, now all of a sudden you see it as wrong. What he's threatening to do to Rosie O'Donnell is horribly wrong. Hey, she don't like you, so what? Take it. I mean, because what folks don't realize is that if he can do it to her, he can do it to you. You just hoping he don't. If you allow him to do that to her, you're essentially saying it can be done to anybody. Does he take? We actually on Shady. We do that on. You said that we take call-ins. Instagram and Clappers where we do that, Shady. But yeah, we do take call-ins. We'll take you all day, any day. Doesn't matter what your opinion is. We're always about free speech here. You don't have to have it. And we do it from an uncensored standpoint. So understand that. And the program is always will remain MAGA friendly, by the way. Better digs, MAGA friendly. So we don't block, ban, or censor. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask that you follow the program if you're watching on Clapper or TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Nevertheless, it is that time. Just like you folks, I got to get up and work for the man. Thank you, not that kind. Appreciate the roses. Haven't seen that kind of love in a minute, but thank you. Appreciate that. Trump has set himself up to be America's first dictator. I'm going to give you my honest opinion on Trump. And I'm not saying this because I don't like the guy or I love the guy and I'm fluffing or whatever the hell you guys want to say. I actually do believe his medical condition is worse than he's saying. I really do believe that. I believe his medical condition all but guarantees all this 2028 shit is not going to happen. You know, him threatening to run for another term or whatever. 3.5 years for a guy who's almost 80 is a long time. You could see that out of Biden. We talked about age when it came to Bernie Sanders. We talked about age when it came to John McCain. We talked about age when it came to Ronald Reagan. Trump is the oldest president we've ever had. So that means when he got inaugurated in January of this year, he's older than all those other people. He is the oldest president that was ever inaugurated. And as I stated, you can see he's having health problems. Now, I personally believe, and I'm saying this just simply on emotions or the way I feel. It ain't based on any fact, even though medical professionals are saying this, but I'm going to simply admit it's not based on any real world knowledge. But I do believe, based on what I'm just feeling here, I believe his health is worse than what he's saying. And it's simply because Trump is known to exaggerate things to his best interest, whether it's his height and weight when it came to mugshots, whether it's telling folks that he was fine when he had COVID, when they later admitted his oxygen levels were in the 80s. And one of his administrative members said they thought he was going to die. I mean, he was in bad shape when he had COVID. He painted a picture of being in good shape. We know when he stood up after the alleged assassination attempt, fight. He paints a rosy picture. He always paints a rosy picture. He's told us COVID would be gone by April of 2021 or whatever it was. My guess is this is similar to that. Trump is not going to let a doctor give a bad diagnosis. He likes to portray strength. He likes to portray things are going great. My guess is he's doing worse than he's saying. I mean, his ankle is pretty fucking swollen. And that usually does mean the heart is not pumping fluid properly. I don't think Trump would let a doctor give you the truth. I think that he would tell the doctor to tell you what he wanted to be told, and if that doctor refused to do it, he would find another doctor to do it. I mean, we can do that as citizens. You can doctor shop. Whether you're looking for some kind of prescription, whether you're looking for opioids, you can find doctors to do what you want them to do. You know Trump can do that. So I don't think you're going to get a doctor that's going to tell you. I mean, he could literally lose it all in office. I don't know, but I don't think this guy is telling us the truth about his health. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't think he's telling us the truth about it. I'm not wishing bad news on the guy. I know a lot of people are. I'm not doing that. But I believe that he is painting his health in a rosier picture than reality. You're being hilarious right now. What's funny about that? I mean, if Biden can lie about his health, what's so hilarious about Trump doing it? You absolutely believe the Democrats and Biden was lying about his mental health. What would make you think Trump isn't capable of lying about his physical health? unless you just believe only the Democrats will lie and Trump is always honest. I mean, these folks don't like to let go of power. So I absolutely believe Trump is painting his health to be better off than it really is. That's just my opinion. What's your point of this conversation? That is the point, is that the man is likely lying about his health. Same thing you guys were saying about Biden, lying about his health. Mary Trump came here illegally, so send the family back. I don't know. You married Trump. What you saying? Trump's mom came here illegally? I know his wife definitely. She definitely did not come here the legal way. She came here on an Einstein visa, and she does not have the qualifications to get that visa. And she was already working in this country, earning money as a model before she had worker rights. I did that myself personally. I actually did that when I went overseas. While waiting for my visa, I got some, under the table jobs. That is a crime. You can be deported for that. I know I did it, and I was warned against doing it. But you don't normally think you're going to get caught doing it. But I did. I worked when I was in Australia. I worked some under the table jobs. I didn't do a lot of it, but if you don't have worker rights, you're not supposed to be able to work and earn money. If you come to a country on a visitor's visa, for instance, you're not supposed to be working and earning money. And Melania Trump was doing that. She did not come the legal way, but she's here. You tell me what doctor can give a diagnosis based on a picture. Well, if you're looking, first of all, a doctor can give a diagnosis based on a picture, but if you're looking at a picture and his prescriptions, you can give a diagnosis on that. I mean, if they're giving you medication like diuretics to get rid of fluid in your system, they're giving you medicine that deals with the heart. I mean, your ankle swelling, only a few things cause that other than injury. I mean, if you don't injure your ankle and it just swells up like that, it's pretty obvious it's fluid buildup. You telling me the picture says nothing? 79-year-old man with swollen ankles that is taking medication like he's taking, you don't get nothing out of that? Okay, I actually think you can. The man is still kicking ass, so I could care less. Well, I don't, I disagree with you on that. In regards to Trump is kicking ass, so you could care less. I think Trump is meeting some of his campaign promises, and you're giving him credit for kicking ass because you're ignoring the ones that he's not meeting. He didn't end the war in 24 hours. He actually ended up bombing Iran. That's a new one. He didn't end the Gaza or the Palestinian conflict. In fact, he went from the Ukrainians started the war, and Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries out there, to now actually sending money or better yet, weapons to help the Ukrainians out. That ain't kicking ass. That's completely opposite of what he campaigned on. And we ain't even got to go into the Epstein shit. I mean, he ain't kicking ass with Epstein either. He's not kicking ass. I mean, you just are skipping over the failures and focusing on the things he's succeeding at. So he's always going to kick ass. If he gives you 10 things that he's going to do and he only does 6 of them, you're going to ignore the 4 he didn't do and focus on the 6 and say he's kicking ass. No, he's failing on some stuff too. So he don't get a kicking ass grade. He shouldn't, unless you are giving him some kind of special privilege. He shouldn't get a kicking ass. I mean, look, he's going to be better than any damn liberal they could have put in there. I get that because you don't lean left, but he ain't kicking ass. He's not meeting his signature campaign promises. He's not kicking ass. He's securing the border. You like that. You like the deportations, but the Epstein thing is a huge failure. It's a huge failure. So is the ending wars in 24 hours thing. That's a huge failure. Helping out the Ukraine, that's not a success. So, he's not kicking ass. You're just skipping over what he's doing, the stuff he's doing wrong. Trump is kicking his own ass. Yeah, the economy's another one. He ain't kicking ass on the economy either. You're not going and buying groceries and bragging about how much lower they are since Biden left. He's not kicking ass on the economy either. Are you a Trump supporter, and what your title on this? I know I didn't support Trump. I didn't think the guy was a monster, but I didn't support Trump. For me, the moment he started talking about giving police immunity from prosecution, he was disqualified. Just like you would disqualify somebody that's talking about taking away Second Amendment rights. The minute you start talking about giving cops immunity from prosecution in liberal cities, doesn't matter. You know, people, I pay attention to the policies. That's a very bad policy. So the minute he started talking about doing that, I was done. That was the rest. It doesn't matter what else you promising. You're going to give police immunity from prosecution in liberal cities. Where I'm at, I'm good. Listen, I drive a lot. I drive 80, 90 miles a day while working. And I'm, you know, in a liberal city. The idea of being pulled over by a cop that has complete immunity, I can't vote for that. I don't care about the economy or wars or anything like that. I can't vote for that. That was all I needed to hear. So it is what it is. So what would be the solution to make a change on for the world or people that live in it? Sadly, at this point, Trump is just taking control and making decisions on everybody's life. Well, first of all, attacking people for fun has got to stop. The notion that Trump is only attacking people that attacked him, or they said, the leader has got to take the initiative to try to unite people, and Trump is not doing that. So when you say the solution, that's the first thing. You can't run a campaign. All of the, you know, Trump has talked about the Nobel Peace Prize and Mount Rushmore. Ain't nobody on Mount Rushmore that ran a campaign or a administration of division. Nobody on Mount Rushmore was a divisive person. Even MAGA admits Trump is divisive. So that's the first thing you got to do, is he has to take the initiative as the leader of this country to try to unite. Going after anybody that attacks him is not doing that. That's division. Well, you attacked me first, you know, no, that. So I'm going to say start there and we can go from there. Because if he don't do that, I don't think the rest of that shit even really is relevant. We have a king. We have a king here. Don't need to go. Okay. I ran. What did it say? Somebody says Paul. I didn't see that. I don't know what that says, but look it in the comments before we wrap it up. I don't think I missed anything else. Okay, there we go. So I do appreciate you folks as always. Thank you for following the program, for you on YouTube. Give your boy a sub. We're here generally Monday through Friday when possible. We'll be here tomorrow. Like I said, we don't criticize you for your comments. You don't have to agree with anybody on the damn program. You don't have to agree with yours truly. We'll certainly give you plenty of time when you do call in to express your point, regardless of what it is. That's how free speech works. So until then, I'll see you folks tomorrow. Stay safe and enjoy what's left of your evening. Real quick in the comments on YouTube, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Not one word on culture. What do you mean by culture, Gary Ford? What do you mean by that? Culture? What are you talking about? Let me know. I'll give you a minute to put an answer for that. I don't know what you mean by not a word on culture. No clue what he's talking about. Fat ankles. Remember Fat Amy? Fat ankles. Somebody tried to say, well, you can't make any diagnosis at all based on that picture. Yeah, you can. There's only a few ailments that cause your ankles to swell up like that. You absolutely can make a diagnosis on those ankles. You said I said it 20 minutes ago. Well, are you talking about culture in regards to hip hop? Because we covered that. I don't get what you're saying. He is a coward hiding behind his position, says Albert. Okay. You can tell when Americans have never been to another country, they take America for granted. Yeah, you know something. I don't see. I disagree. I agree and disagree with that, Liberty Bell. I think you can tell when Americans have never been to another country is because they think America is way better than it actually is. They think that the rest of the world is like North Korea. I think that's when you encounter people who have been abroad, they start telling you, look, there are things about America that make this country great. I'm not going to knock it. But the rest of the world is not living like Cuba or Venezuela. I mean, there are plenty of places where you're pretty much free to do anything you can do here in America that you would want to do. You can buy a nice car, you can buy a nice house, you can open up a business, you can walk down the street anytime you want. But you listen to, and this is something you hear more on the right. The left doesn't, because I think the left is more diverse and they have more people from other countries. But this is generally something you hear on the right, that America's the best country on earth and it's all it depends on what you're judging on. I'm just going to tell you that. In regards to what country is the best country on earth, it depends on what you judge it on. Like if you judge America based on the possibility of coming from nothing and becoming something, America is going to get really, really high marks. Probably one of the best countries that you can live in, where you can start out exceptionally poor and reach upper echelon status and be very wealthy. But outside of that, America starts falling out significantly. In terms of life expectancy, we're not anywhere near the best. The education our children receive in schools, not anywhere near the best. Crime, not anywhere near the best. Corruption, not anywhere near the best. Life expectancy, not anywhere near the best. And so when people are telling you America is the best country on earth, there's all those factors that they're not taking in consideration. There's a lot of other countries that will give America some go, depending on what your area of concern is. Healthcare, for instance, we're definitely not the best in that. Unless you're rich, we're definitely not the best in healthcare. So it depends on what you consider most important to you. You know, if you fall flat on your face and need some assistance, we absolutely are not the best in that. In terms of taking care of our own citizens, we're not the best in that. Some of this stuff, we're not even in the top 10. You're for it. Don't worry about your small brain. Let's talk about what happens after Trump. Vance, if so, what after him? I don't think Vance has a chance because of his wife in particular. Anytime you're not American, MAGA's not going to be good. That MAGA's not going to be friendly to that. Not at that position. Maybe if you wanted to run as a congressperson or something, but there's only been like 4 people in our lifetime that have been people of color that have ran for office, and MAGA didn't like any of those. Obviously, we can talk about Barack Obama and Kamala Harris, but Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy are the other 2. And when Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy ran for the highest office, their heritage became a major issue. I mean, Nikki Haley suddenly became Nimrata, bird brain, and all that shit. And then, of course, same thing with Vivek Ramaswamy. You look at some of the comments that were made towards Vivek Ramaswamy on Twitter and shit like that. It wasn't, or X, it wasn't positive. So, J.D. Vance's wife would cause a problem for him. I mean, her being first lady, I think a lot of MAGA wouldn't like that. So I don't know. J.D. Vance, I don't know. I don't see it. And Trump has stated he don't see it either, by the way. Trump was asked if he sees J.D. Vance as a successor, and he said no. And he said that early in his term. So, I don't see J.D. Vance getting that spot. I don't think MAGA would really like him. I'll leave it at that. Just like Mike Pence. Mike Pence was cool as long as he followed everything Trump said and did. I mean, Mike Pence was liked, but it wasn't for his own independence. It was because he was doing what Trump's bidding. The minute Mike Pence went against Trump, he turned into garbage. And that's what happened with J.D. Vance. The minute J.D. Vance does anything that's independent of Trump, nobody in Trump's administration is independent of him. They all just like Dan Bongino, we know he wants the Epstein files. There's only so much he can do before he'll turn into a rhino. I mean, he's same thing with Cash Patel. We know he wants the Epstein files. Those folks are in position to give you that shit. Dan Bongino's like number 2 in the FBI. He has access to plenty of shit. But he can't do it because he'll become a rhino and get kicked out of Trump's administration. So, I think J.D. Vance is in that same category. You're not going to get any independence from J.D. Vance. So, all the way you get J.D. Vance is if the ankles of Trump end up costing him his life or his job. It is your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you folks for subbing, the ones that did, and the ones that didn't, feel free to do so now. I got to go.